I'm one of my detractors.
Oh my god.
Stupid lucky dumb guy. Only time will tell.
This is terrible. I've got...
Look at me. Hey, lap against the camp.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Johnny, what the hell is this? What the flip is this? Give me a second. I'm working on it.
And what do you have to say to your detractors who call your art puerile and stupid?
Hey, look at me. I'm one of my detractors.
Johnny Bravo, inspired vision
yes.
or big stupid...
Yeah, I've done this bit, but we're going to do it a tiny bit again.
Did he just say they're not pretty anyway?
Great officiating.
Someone clip that. I gotta hear that back.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Hostile right here, right in front of me.
Where? Oh shit. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that.
Opening fire. Getting shot at. Scanning the area. The old father.
Oh man, so glad that sniper was bad.
Got him!
Oh my god. Look at that! Look at that perfect execution!
Right, I hear my bell, so I gotta fucking leave.
Leave. There goes my fucking tablet. That was bad of me. Please don't be cracked. Please don't be cracked. I think we're good. Maybe? No, we're not. Oh, it's fucked. Oh, that's fucked. Wait, why can't you guys see anything? Hello? Why can't you guys see anything? What the fuck? Oh, that's why. Yeah, it's fucked. That's not good. Damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party!
party, we're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Boy, oh boy, I can't wait to grind my fingers into alchemic dust and brimstone today. Hello everybody. Hello, and welcome to another extravagant, swollen, underscore dingus stream with me. Whoa, your host, swollen, underscore dingus. That's me, I'm him, I'm the guy. I'm here with the Bandicoot once again as we attempt to 106% crash Bandicoot 3, the one about time travel. Remember when I spent like an unreasonable amount of time on this level last stream? I went back on the VOD. Turns out I spent like an hour on it. It's pretty tough. But the first workroom is done, so let's get down to brass tacks. Here's what we got left to do. We gotta get the remaining relics, which you get from doing the time trials. You are only required to get all of the gold relics. The sapphire relics are no good. You need the gold relics for 106%. But if you want to flex, you gotta go for the platinum relics, which is what I'm gonna go for because I'm a masochist. In addition, I must gather the remaining gems and do the other secret bonus level that I have not done yet because it's hidden in like a gem path that I currently have not accessed. Then I have to do the DLC. And yeah, we're already done with the main story. So we're just gonna frolic around and watch me suffer in time trials for like the next 7 to 8 hours. Sounds good? Sound good? Sound good. But, big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen underscore ones who are here in the now, existing. Big ups to the swollen, the dingers, the dongers, and the swollen underscore ones who will be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Such as J Frosty Beats and Snow, who says, I feel defeated and felted. Well, don't worry. I'm gonna sound even worse in a couple of hours, knowing what I'm about to get into. Knock, Aquasaber, Discord Merchant, Joe Blah, Cardinals. I have a reaction request. Let's see if I can pull this up. Inordinate amount of time, dude? Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, but my head did not allow me to say it. Thank you, Aquasaber. The 20 stream streak. Time for perfect running routes and Dingus slowly going insane until the guy comes on and makes everybody insane. Now, I have free will. I can choose not to put him on. Let's see what's being requested of me.
Nothing will stop.
Oh no. I think I've been linked this, I've been linked this before, I think. Let's see.
Nothing will stop me. Not even
80 games. What are you guys for?
Letting go, even for cheese graters.
I said $80 games too soon.
If you think I'll let go for a little educational television.
Now wait a minute. Nintendo told us it wasn't Trump's fault. Unlike whatever Arlo wants you to think. It's all about the tariffs. The tariffs thing. Why doesn't he just say Orange Man bad? Why don't you have the stones to say it, Arlo? Speaking of Arlo, we could start. You want to start watching? We got so much Arlo. Dude, Anne was playing Monster Hunter. We could watch Arlo's 30-minute Monster Hunter review. Oh, doesn't that sound like something that is just so tantalizing? It gets you drooling at the mouth, I bet. Certainly not frothing at the mouth. Okay, what gems am I missing? Oh, I did do G-Wiz last stream. 7 platinum, 1 gold, 0 sapphire. See, I'm missing a yellow gem here, but I can't get it until I get to the alternate route. Motorcycle level. 2 gems in Tomb Time. And we did get the platinum in Midnight Run. Okay, so just focus on these 3. The issue, I had a misconception. You know, I've done... Was that a glitch in the background? I had a misconception. I played this game before. I've 100%ed all the games already, at least on the Switch. But I had forgotten just how tight the times required for platinum time trials were. I was under the belief going into this playthrough, we'll say. I was under the belief that the gimmick levels would be easier to platinum than the platforming levels. I had that the other way around. It's actually the platforming ones that I've had the least amount of difficulty with. And the gimmick levels are the ones that make me want to shoot myself. Mickey No More put out a 3-hour video about Nick the Catboy. I did not see that. I'm all fours and foaming at the mouth. Well, let's just start easy. Let's ease into this. Because we have some other videos that came out that I would like to take a look at. The New Donk City Connection. It's our good pal here. And I actually do mean that unironically.
We're going bananas about Donkey Kong Bonanza. The boy is finally back. We have a new moveset that's looking smooth, and there's quite a lot of lore lying under the surface here. I'm used to Nintendo's gameplay first, story last approach, but it seems like we're getting a little more world building than usual with this game. The opening cutscene establishes that we're far away from DK Isle. As DK enters the mine, there's a new Donk City logo on the boxes, as well as the famous girders from the same place. As Voidco appears to take the isle down under, we see a lit skyline
Australia?
in the distance.
Juskyland?
Things get even more apparent when a certain someone shows up on the Korean website for the game in a leak. We'll get into that.
I really wish that wasn't spoiled.
And say that the city in the distance is in fact the famous New Donk City. This city has always been in the franchise, but it took center stage in Mario Odyssey. It had a mayor, overworked businessmen, and most importantly, Donkey Kong.
They all look like real humans.
You know, all the speculation
which stands out next to Mario.
For what would become Bonanza feels a little bit silly in retrospect. We were also collectively gaslit that Nintendo didn't really care about Donkey Kong anymore, that we didn't see the bright neon sign in NDC. They were literally like, hey, we're making a Donkey Kong game. We said, nah, Nintendo was forgotten about Donkey Kong. This place is hallowed ground now.
They briefly did.
I'm looking at all the groundwork they were laying for Donkey Kong's return. The question remains, though, is the content within Mario Odyssey a direct map of things to come, or just a random collection of Easter eggs? What we've seen of Bonanza so far might point us in the direction of where the Donkey Kong world is headed in terms of storytelling, lore, and character inclusions. Before we get into that, however, we have to look into the past. Why? Because I want
to play the shitty games that suck ass.
It's also because the city has a history as long as the franchise itself. It all starts in Donkey Kong Arcade. We occupy a part of the city under construction. Mario defeats Donkey Kong, who's actually Cranky Kong, and captures him. Except, according to a 2023 interview with Miyamoto, this isn't New Donk City, it's New York. Brooklyn, to be specific.
It's literally
this
Brooklyn.
Is why we've seen Mario depicted as an NYC-based plumber and media over the years. That being said, I feel like the cities are sort of interchangeable. As with any Nintendo lore, you kind of have to accept the occasional plot hole or time warp. The events of Donkey Kong Jr. happen in a nearby jungle for the first 2 stages before
These stories
Mario
are written
takes
by
Donkey
Japanese
Kong away
old
on
men.
a
They don't care that
helicopter.
much.
It's described simply as Mario's hideout, but it looks pretty sinister, and they crossed a body of water to get there. What is that, like the Super Mario equivalent of Rikers? After DK Jr. ends, we can assume that when DK escaped, they didn't go too far based on the later entries in the series happening in the New Donk area as well. Donkey Kong 3 happens in a greenhouse somewhere, but the greenhouse is huge. Perhaps it was inspired by the New York Botanical Garden in the Bronx. I would say it's a safe bet to assume we're back in the same overall setting of the Donkey Kong arcade series. After Jr. freed him and took him back into the woods, you gotta imagine Donkey Kong commutes into the city to terrorize the humans every now and then. You know what's starting to make sense how Cranky got his namesake. As DK moved from the arcade to the Game Boy, New York City is traded in for the simple name of Big City. It has much of the same design elements, though now we have a world map to clue us in on the details of the area.
Yeah, remember when I played this game for April Fools?
Are modeled after the real New York.
Oh, I didn't play it. Billy Mays played it. Not Billy Mays, Billy Mitchell.
Junior gave chase to Mario is nearby too. Spoiler warning for a 30-year-old game. The end has Mario setting off into the Mushroom Kingdom, which seems to border the locations of this game. Now we're not sure how it's all laid out on a map, because you chase Donkey Kong into an ocean, onto an airplane, through an iceberg and desert, all in the same adventure, so we're not sure exactly how close the Mushroom Kingdom is to New Donk. If we're to believe the Odyssey World map as the new canon, New Donk is pretty far away from the Mushroom Kingdom.
Sapphire.
So did they hop continents in the events of Donkey Kong 94? Truth be told, I doubt Nintendo cared about the consistency of the World Atlas in the ripe year of 1994. But the essence of what they're trying to say
his videos are fucking sweet.
The big picture is that the Mushroom Kingdom is within reach of the general area where Mario chased DK and Pauline around. The next time we see this city is in Donkey Kong Land. The final world is Big Ape City, which has been taken over by the Kremlings. Yet again, we see
remember when I played this game?
Of the original city Mario and Cranky duked it out in. In fact, we have confirmation through the instruction booklet. Travel by Zeppelin to Donkey Kong's favorite stomping ground, Big City. The sight of that familiar skyline might bring back fond memories, but don't waste your time sightseeing when there are Kremlings around. Funny that they interchange the Donkey Kong Land and DK94 names for the same city here. So it seems that in some time period in between Donkey Kong Arcade and Mario Odyssey, this same city was overrun with Kremlings. Perhaps you can make the argument that the Kong saving the city is what led to the streets being named after them, but there's a particular street name that makes this theory fall flat. The next time we see the city is in Donkey Kong 2.
Hey, Roll's got a street in Odyssey.
DK and friends can be seen at the edge of their island looking out at a skyline. DK performs music in this city, and look, there's those famous red girders again. This totally fits in with Odyssey's realization of New Donk City. But you know what's even more weird? This backdrop shows the skyline with some mountains to the side. Now if we look over here at Bonanza, DK finds himself in a mountainous region far off the shores of DK Isle. And what's even more interesting than that is if you look at the brochure for New Donk, it says the nighttime skyline shines from any angle. Mountains near a lit up city, or you're putting the pieces together, Jack. Who knew we'd get such an important lore drop from the Donkey Kong Smash Mouth crossover game? With all that backdrop, let's look at Mario Odyssey's version of New Donk and use it as a guide to see what we might find in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Immediately as we enter the proper version of the kingdom, we're greeted with some of those famous girders. Just like the real-life New York, NDC is always
I love when Billy tried to legally take my channel, tried to bankrupt me. Thankfully, I had better lawyers than Carl. And I wasn't Australian. You know, their courts are quite draconian.
As we enter the streets, we can see a Times Square-like setup where the festival's being advertised, as well as all the arcade-era art on display. The first street we go down is Cranky Avenue. And wouldn't you know, Cranky has already been spotted in the new game. Squawks Park is close by with its own version of Squawks with Talkatoo, a bird that helps you uncover secrets in the same way Squawks was used in the retro games. Maybe
we haven't seen Squawks in a new game yet.
Cranky Avenue intersects with Dixie Street, and we know Dixie has had a bit of a renaissance between Tropical Freeze, Mario Kart Tour, Lego, and the theme park. I imagine she'll make some sort of appearance in the new game. Diddy's Mart is on
Dixie's
the
on the new Donkey Kong roller coaster ride,
which is a nice nod to his place in the Kong family and overall prominence in the series. If Diddy Kong is not in Bonanza, there will be unrest in the streets. Walking down Dixie Street, we see signs of
Diddy's
shops
got
that reference
ton
other parts of the
of new
series.
renders
Dixie
in the past
Theater is
week.
another chance for
I'd be
them to
surprised if he
reference the
wasn't in.
popular heroine. There's a restaurant sign for Tiny's Pierogies. Next to Tiny's restaurant, we can enter a building to do an RC car race, which may or may not be a callback to Tiny Kong's races with Minicar and DK64. Espresso has espresso, and while we haven't seen that particular bird in Bonanza, we have seen the species itself.
Ostrich
Kong has
characters.
a cafe in the corner. Dixie Street is also where some major construction is happening, giving us a whole area of 25M girders to play around with. This is kind of off topic, but I wish this part of the game was a little more vertical. It would be so sick to have a 3D version of 25M come to life to play around with. Come on, Nintendo, think! These girders are tastefully peppered in throughout the city, though. For a lighter reference, we have banana bagels, because the devs didn't have the courage to call it Bluster's Bagels.
Hey, Enzo Win, big ups, welcome in.
Intersect with
watching videos while doing time
trials.
trials.
Not only does this ostrich have drip,
yeah, Ricardo was my representation.
A street named after him. That's big ballin'. Cranky Avenue ends at a crossroad.
Shoot. So far, I agree with them. Given how long it takes for these guys to put out games, it's probably highly likely that as soon as they were done with Odyssey, they were already working on Bonanza. And just like New Donk City was them kind of teasing Donkey Kong's big comeback, revitalization. I do think still that Nintendo takes a gameplay over story approach, especially early on in these arcade days he's kind of referencing. Like, these stories were written by Japanese salarymen. It's not that deep.
Roads with Rambi and Radley Street. Now, Rambi has been resilient in the series, making appearances in the retro games and the theme park. But we also know that he's in Bonanza in some form thanks to the cranky conversation and his theme being used in the game. Banana Bagels has another location with a rooftop dining area where we can see barrels. Very, Kong-coded. What's interesting about them is that they're always in a pair, kind of like the bongo controller that was used in this studio's debut game. Rambi Street intersects with the
Jungle Bee.
K. Rool Avenue? It's interesting that K. Rool would be the only other character with an avenue named after them. Streets are usually named to bring honor or recognize contribution. And one of the two major streets aren't named after Diddy, Funky, or another animal buddy. It's K. Rool. At the time of Odyssey's release, these all seemed like cute little Easter eggs and nothing more. But now that we've seen some of Bonanza, it almost seems like a roadmap of sorts.
It was intentional.
Cranky, Rambi, and Espresso's species so far. With all the other Rare Era references on display in just the first chunk of the marketing cycle, I think they were doing more than cute little nods to the Donkey Kong franchise, especially with the boxes of Bananium going back to New Donk. They're definitely building a connection here. If we're gonna get real nut, we can even relate it to the leak that happened from Nintendo of South Korea. Now, if you somehow have been watching Donkey Kong videos online and this hasn't been spoiled for you, feel free to leave, but it's time we talk about it. This
Here she
image
comes.
leaked, which seems to be an alternate render for the box art. What we can make of this initially is that this little girl bears a striking resemblance to Pauline. That's about all we know so far about the matter. But
A
given
little
the references
Pauline
to
lady?
New Donk City and the direct links they have to Bonanza, we definitely have something to talk about. Next time we'll tackle Pauline's history, her recent resurgence, and the mysteries of this new character.
No, we gotta wait for the next episode. Two seconds shaved. Still not good enough. And I'm running it. How many corners do I gotta crack? Hey, Sansa. This is quite the challenge. I did choke at the nitro block. Isn't it faster to use a spin glide on some ports? Probably. The issue is single jumps maintain momentum, double jumps do not. I could try spin gliding. Thank you, Mr. Donkey Kong Man, for the first video. Let's see. You know what? We already brought him up. We already brought him up. Insane new Super Mario 64 records. Hello, Jesse. It's time to do some Platinum Time trials. While watching amazing fun videos.
Hello, you absolute legends. When you think about iconic tricks in speedrunning, it's hard to find one that is more ingrained into gaming culture than the classic backwards long jump in Super Mario 64. It is undoubtedly one of the most well-known glitches in gaming history,
you might be right.
and its impact on Super Mario 64 has been tremendous. Normally, when we think of the backwards long jump, or BLJ as I'll refer to it, we think of stairs. Stairs are by far the most common place we see this glitch being performed. Not only
if you bounce on an enemy, it just kills all your momentum. Hello, Renomator. RTU is coping over his tattoo, and now is trying to get into the Surf's DMs. I've heard of the Surfs. I've seen nothing that they have done before. Thank you for the information. I did see him cope over the tattoo. First of all, you lied and scammed your audience. You said you would get it on your ass cheek. You did not get it on your ass cheek. You got it on your arm. So, let's call it out for what it is. You're a fucking cheat and a liar, and nobody likes you. Hello, you absolute legends. Please tip me, for I have been fucking felted in core, and I need your help.
Only because stairs are the easiest place to do it, but also because it's where the glitch...
Just finished the third Light Tower Mario & Luigi Brothership. Did you like the boss fight? Because I think I told you before that was a pretty good one. Unfortunately, the fourth one isn't much of a challenge, but I won't say more than that. Carl's been doing some retarded shit lately. I am aware. I see he's issuing false copyright takedowns. He's trying to sweep it all up with some Doom contest. He's spamming videos so that people forget about the controversy. Billy's still on his victory lap, which is honestly still deserved. Even if you think he's starting to get a little bit annoying about it. Is it faster to sprint in the remake or just mash, slide, and jump? I want to say it's faster to sprint, but I'm not a speedrun expert. I've gotten every platinum, but I'm not a speedrun expert.
Formed. Not only because stairs are the easiest place to do it, but also because it's where the glitch can have the biggest impact. Using BLJs, we can skip the endless staircase that requires you having 70 stars to reach the top. And before that, you can use BLJs to skip the 50-star door. You can even use a more advanced version called a side backwards long jump to skip the 30-star door. And when combined with the lobby backwards long jump, you can skip the 8-star door at the beginning of the game as well. This one trick alone is responsible for allowing speedrunners to beat the entire game without attaining a single star. And in my experience, breaking the game completely is what BLJs are primarily known for. And it's easy to understand why. The usual premise of BLJs is that you can attain so much speed because there is no speed cap in SM64 when going backwards. And because of this, you can go so fast that you can pass through solid doors or even into parallel universes. However, they aren't only used to skip entire sections of the game. For example, in the level Hazy Maze Cave, runners use BLJs on lifts to gain enough speed to pass through walls. I wouldn't describe
the fucking Luigi logic for pipe guns fight,
as you're still actually collecting the star. This is merely using BLJs to take a shortcut. And in the 120 star
I'm not ashamed to say I went full soy mouth when they sprung that on me.
Walk through the 50-star door the normal way. These days, they use
I'm glad
BLJs
I didn't spoil
to
that
go
for
through
myself.
anyway, because it allows them to skip the text boxes that appear when you first open the door. So again, it's not really game breaking, it's just a faster way of doing something you could otherwise do without any major glitches. But here's what's interesting. Every single implementation of BLJs in full game speedruns involve attaining enough speed so that you can pass through a barrier. However, when you really think about it, why is that the case?
I don't think I saw that box
allow you to get so
before.
much speed, couldn't we just use them everywhere all the time, simply just to go fast? Going fast is the entire point of speedrunning.
That's what I'm trying to do right
anyway. So surely BLJs should be useful just for the insane speeds they allow you to reach. And indeed, if you watch a tool-assisted speedrun, that's exactly what they do. They use BLJs all the time purely to reach insane speeds to move around levels quicker. But you never see this done in a real speedrun, at least until now. For the first time in history, we are starting to see BLJs incorporated into speedruns purely for speed.
Yeah, I've turned in the shift.
They were just deemed simply too difficult to control. But after years of theory crafting, we have finally seen the first implementation of a BLJ purely to get
you guys
from
were
A to
speedrunning
B
that boss
a little
earlier.
bit quicker. Granted, the time save isn't huge. It's merely 2 seconds, but it's already resulted into incredible new records. And in my opinion, just the fact that this new BLJ has been used at all is pretty astounding. In today's video, we will take a look at this new strategy, the new world records, and if there are any more potential new BLJs on the horizon. I really hope you enjoy.
Alright, what are you shilling?
As I said before,
what are you hawking
the
to us?
idea of using BLJs to move around levels quicker isn't entirely new.
No sponsor, someone tell JC!
Tool-assisted speedruns for
It's a Carl
many
video with no
years.
sponsor!
And this is even true when it comes to single-star runs as well.
No one wants to sponsor him after the court loss.
These are speedruns of a single star only. Naturally, this means you can retry the same star over and over again, and you can use more difficult strategies. This is why single-star
Anne wasn't
speedruns
seething.
showcase tricks
He was
that you
arguing
rarely
with
see
facts,
in
intelligence,
full-game
and
runs.
logic.
A great example of this is Blast to the Lonely Mushroom on Tall Mountain. In full game runs, they grab the box and bounce their way to the star. But in the single star world record, they take advantage of some sloped terrain to BLJ their way to the star much faster. This particular strategy has been used in single star runs as far back as 2013, and saves around 4 seconds, which is pretty significant. But it's just so hard to execute that I can't imagine it being used in a full game speedrun anytime soon. Especially because Tall Mountain appears so late into the speedrun. The BLJ that was recently used to achieve new world records in full game runs appears in the second Bowser stage, Fire Sea, and is almost just as old. All the way back in 2014, the speedrunner Akira did something that shocked the community. Normally in Fire Sea, after you climb the pole and ascend higher into the level, you need to make your way back across the level to some ramps. However, Akira took advantage of the rising elevator just after the pole to perform BLJs to get enough speed to fly straight to the ramps directly, thus saving around 2 seconds. So since 2014,
Gold.
the individual level world record has
guessing plat
always
is under
included
50.
this BLJ, but it was never used in runs because it requires an immense amount of precision. For starters, the lift that you're using is moving, so you need to time things perfectly so that the lift is in the correct position when starting the BLJs. Then the BLJs themselves
Spin
need
lighting
to be
seems
done
to be
at
the
the
strat,
perfect
though.
tempo so that Mario has the perfect speed when he
God
leaves
damn it,
the
Carl
lift.
Jobs. Give me
Everything
some
needs to be
speedrunner
done
energy.
essentially perfectly, because you need to go exactly fast enough to make it all the way to the ramp and to then be able to stop. And if you go too slow, you won't make it to the ramps at all. And the positioning of the lift is important because you also need to be at the perfect height when you gain enough speed to begin moving. Honestly, mere words don't really do justice as to how much precision was required to execute this trick, at least the way it was done until recently. Because as is the case with many tricks in speedrunning, oftentimes they are very difficult to do until someone creates a setup, a consistent and easy to follow series of inputs or cues that puts Mario in the perfect position. The best example in Mario 64 is probably...
How far can you be to activate the clock? It has to be on screen, I believe. I think it works a bit differently in the original Crash 3, but from what I've noticed, it has to be on screen. Like, if you get way too far, the clock will deactivate. So I'm trying not to get too far away from it, while also giving me a reasonable head start.
Canonless. It used to be one of the most inconsistent and notorious stars in the game, until a setup was found by Sockfolder in 2014, which made the star elementary to collect. And since then, more and more setups have been found that were faster and faster. Piracy, on the other hand, didn't seem to see much change in the way the BLJs were performed. Over the past decade, the world record for piracy had been lowered from 33 seconds by Akira in 2014 to 30 seconds in 2024 by Parsi. And while the way each player did the BLJs did differ slightly, they all involved wall kicking all the way to the top, with Mario ending up to the left of the lift. Then they turned around and jumped back to the right into the lift to perform the BLJs. And the BLJ was essentially entirely relegated to single-level runs until only relatively recently, with the runner Parsi first trying it in full-game runs in mid-2024, with several other runners following his lead. And while some runners did manage to pull it off a few times, it wasn't until December when the
Yeah, it's like I said before I even finished the game. The levels in this game are easier than in 1 and 2, specifically because they are made to be speed ran. They're literally made for time trial mode. So you're right, I do have the path planned out already. I just keep fucking choking.
The setup seems pretty complex, at least from my simple mind. But this time it ends with a ledge grab and Mario ending up on the right side of the lift at the top. This ledge grab seems to have been first introduced by the runner Kano in mid-2024, and he seems to have some pretty decent success with it. However, it took Luigi making some slight adjustments to make the full setup as consistent as it could be. There are a lot of moving parts here. It even uses music cues to time certain actions, which is part of the reason why the ledge grab makes things much more consistent, as you can use the music to begin Mario's climb, instead of just relying purely on feel. Suddenly, the Piracy BLJ went from a very inconsistent trick to something a great player could perform most of the time. According to Suigi, the greatest player ever, he could now do it around 70% of the time. And thus, of course, Suigi would begin attempts to use the BLJ with the new setup to break his own existing world records. And that wouldn't take long. On the 6th of March, Suigi would break his 1-star record by 1.5 seconds.
One second faster. I really choked at the end there. I always choke with a nitro. Maybe if I like jump on top of it or something.
Oh my god, it's the oldest PB I've ever beaten.
Thing is it really pull for the new game or was the email wrong? Yeah, I'll wait till some more people flood in, then I'll hold the next poll. Just like how Crash won the last poll that we did, and then I did Crash. I'll do another poll for the next nostalgia game. I was supposed to do it last stream, but I forgot. It's okay, I still have time to do it this stream. And hello, Fraga. But yeah, I'm gonna be suffering in some time trials, Tevin. I'm time trialing, as they say.
My whole life. That's it. That's it. 656.
DK64, not DK64. It's the rest of the games that I owe for Extra Life.
Oh my god.
And I also have to point out, just look at how perfect his BLJs
Now,
were
I'm not saying
leading up to
Dingus
the
will
final
never
Bowser
play
stage.
DK64. Don't read it as that. Who's gonna scam the poll for this one? I don't know. I will allow point scamming again. The point withholder's gotta show up.
And then on the 7th of March, the very next day, he would break his own 0-star world record by 1.5 seconds as well.
Welcome in, Tevin. I hope you're having a great day. Better day than RTU, at any rate. Fucking tipples!
Oh, yes,
That's not RTU, that's Bookie.
Oh my god, it was so fucking close. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god.
Fuck up. That bounce ruined me.
Oh my god. This is so fast, dude.
Pickups on a 7-stream streak. Boogie lied. He did lie.
And again,
why
the
is he
BLJs
just?
leading
Why
up
does
to
he
the
keep
final
lying?
Bowser stage were absolutely perfect. As it stands, Suigi is now 12 seconds ahead of second place in the 0-star category, which is absolutely mind-blowing. This is one of the biggest relative leads in a popular speedrunning game that I've ever seen. He basically just repeated his existing world records, but this time included the new strategy. So any hopes other players may have had of using the new BLJ to gain an edge on Suigi's existing records have been dashed. This trick can be used in the 16-star category, however, so as of right now, Suigi's amazing record there is a little bit more vulnerable.
Okay, but can we
unless
do
he
it without
decides to
any
go
A
back
presses?
and do it again with the Fire C BLJ included. But Suigi's 16-star
CCTJ,
record
Henry Yoshi,
was one
please
of the
respond.
greatest runs in the history of speedrunning. So beating it, even with the new strategy,
Think
would be
it's gonna beat this world
extremely
record? We can only hope
difficult
so.
for him. So where do we go from here? Are there any other places where a BLJ could
I've
be
done this
used to
before
save
on
time?
another console.
Well, as it
This
turns
is
out,
possible.
Fire C isn't the only Bowser stage where this type of strategy has been used. In the individual level
a shout
speedrun
out
for the
for Fraga.
first Bowser stage, Bowser in the Dark World, a BLJ is also used. This, on the other hand, is likely
Shout out
orders
to
of
my
magnitude
Fragas.
more difficult. The first time a BLJ was ever used to achieve a new record in this level was back in 2019 by the runner
It's still
Miko. And just by looks alone, you can already tell that this is a crazy strategy. This first successful run using the BLJ would remain the world record for almost 4 years, because no one could replicate it. Then it ended up being beaten in 2023 by Tag 609, and it was beaten by disregarding the BLJ entirely and instead using a different strategy later on in the stage. However, since then, the runners Xandri64 and Parsi have both used the BLJ to break the record multiple times, with Xandri64 now holding the top spot. The BLJ strategy on Bowser in the Dark World seems to save at least 5 seconds if done well, which is monstrous. And not only that, it's right at the very beginning of the run, which is perfect because you don't have to lose as much time trying it over and over again. So if any kind of reasonable setup is ever found, even if it is executed poorly, it would still make a huge difference. As of right now though, this strategy is purely individual level only. But I don't think it's going to be that way forever. I think at some point in the future, some crazy maniac will be able to pull this off in a full game run. It's just a matter of when. Though I think just the implementation of the BLJ in Fire C alone has probably inspired some runners to have a very long, hard think about where other potential BLJs could be used
It dropped my
elsewhere as
input.
well, even if it is just to save a second or two. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Guys, I don't think Carl's having too much of a fantastic day after declaring bankruptcy this week. Oh well. Then he has this one, the saddest cheater of all time. I'm surprised Billy Mitchell isn't the thumbnail. Yeah, he's been really pumping out videos lately. Again, I believe it's to get his name out of the news cycle by going back to doing what he does best, which is making fun of other people instead of so you forget about how you're supposed to be making fun of him right now.
Hello, you absolute legends. 4 years ago, all the way back in May of 2021, I released a video covering what is potentially the biggest and most widespread video game cheating scandal of all time. After a new method to detect cheated runs was discovered in Trackmania, multiple top players and many others were exposed for having cheated by using Cheat Engine to slow the game down and record times in slow motion. Literally, thousands of records were discovered to have been cheated, and the sheer magnitude and breadth of the amount of cheating is something I've never
Jesse tried to do all of these by slide spamming.
The most shocking revelation was the inclusion of arguably the greatest
Trackmania
player
gameplay
of all
style.
time, a player known as Riolu. When it came to Time Attack, Riolu was
Lucario
the
Bros,
GOAT,
it's
and he
over.
dominated almost every single Trackmania game that exists. However, it was discovered that Riolu had cheated thousands of his runs, going all the way back to at least 2011.
No,
that is a full
he's usually turned around at that
history
point.
Of cheating, and he will.
Look, buddy, if you name yourself after a Pokemon, but of all the Pokemon to name yourself after, like you could have called yourself fucking Charizard is cool 333 or fucking what's another Pokemon? Greninja based 666. You name yourself after a furry baby Pokemon. It's not enough to name yourself after a furry Pokemon. You chose the Pokemon that's a furry and the baby. He should be disavowed from the community just for that.
Will go down to 2011. That is a full decade-long history of cheating, and he will go down in history as one of the most prolific cheaters of all time. Riolu wasn't the only cheater.
What about naming yourself Muck?
In fact, 5 out of the top 10 players in the
if
world
your
were
name is also
exposed.
Muck,
so you can
spell
see how
Muck
this would have had a
backwards.
massive impact on the community.
Spell
But
underscore
Riolu
Muck
was
backwards.
unique, as the other top players who were caught more or less immediately admitted to cheating once everything came to light, but not Riolu. After the findings of a months-long investigation were made public, Riolu completely disappeared. And when I say disappeared,
I guess he was
really mean
disavowed
it.
from the
His
community.
last tweet was in May of
He was
2021.
excommunicated.
His last Twitch stream was the day before everything came to light. His last YouTube upload was also in May of 2021. He made no admissions, made no public statements, messaged none of the moderators or any other community heads. He simply vanished. And this always fascinated me. I've covered a lot of cheaters over the years, and I've heard a lot more stories than those that I've even talked about
Also ruined your
myself.
career
And
by
I've
covering
never,
a
ever
cheater.
seen anything quite like this. It was truly bizarre.
Damn it.
I
Come on.
didn't understand how someone who had devoted the last 10 years of their life to a game and to a community could just leave so suddenly without saying a single word. And it has bugged me for the past 4 years. However, as it turns out, the reason why Riolu was able to stay so silent for so long is because he never actually left. After one of the most interesting investigations I've ever seen, it was uncovered that not only was Riolu still playing, but he had worked his way all the way back to the top of the ranks, playing under an anonymous account. And he wasn't
That's
just
dedication,
playing
though.
under one
And why
account
shouldn't he
either.
be allowed
was
to,
playing under
come back
many.
after an anon
Riolu
account?
had been secretly playing under the guise of several anonymous accounts ever since he was banned in 2021. But unfortunately for him, his ruse was now up. And after all of his old accounts were uncovered, he was banned once again. For a second time, years of records were destroyed. And the saddest part is that it appears as though all of Riolu's records after May 2021 were all legitimate. In today's video, we are going to take a look at one of the craziest stories I've ever heard, and to learn what Riolu has really been.
So did he just say, okay, so he got exposed for cheating, he's disavowed from the community, completely disappears, because what will be the point of sticking around afterward? You're banned, everybody hates you. What is the point of even being a presence in the community? So he comes back under an anonymous account, a new account, LARPs as somebody else. So I assume if he had been on mic beforehand, he wasn't on mic under his new account, and he was setting new records again, and all the new records set from this point on are all legitimate records. So what's wrong with that? It's like, oh, you cheated once. Sorry, you can never participate again, because now we'll never be able to tell. We won't be able to tell whether you're ever cheating again or not, because you already cheated once. So are you just not, you're just not allowed, there's no road to redemption, you're not ever allowed to clear your name? Well, shit, no wonder he went under a new alias. Because Sensei Roy, how you doing, Dingus? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. It's like, I get it. I get the I get the perspective on why they would do it, but also it's like, what if you made a mistake? What if you're just being stupid? You're just completely kicked out of you're kicked out of the community, and there's no way forward for you if you want to come back. You just fucking. Well, are you even allowed to move on to another game? Because imagine if you move on to another game with a different community, but then your old community snitches you out, rats you out to the new community you're moving to, and now you're banned or you're under scrutiny in the new speedrunning community you're trying to get into. Those are the people who fucked with Chibi just because he faked the jump. I like that jump. If you use this logic with real competition, it's over. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I get the principle of it, but it doesn't. I don't get it. Like, if you clean up your act, you're still not allowed back, just because you are who you are. Just don't run SpongeBob Battle for Bikini Bottom. Yeah.
Are uncovered,
yeah, just use a
he was
sock
banned
account.
once again. For a second time, years of records were destroyed, and the saddest part is that it appears as though all of Riolu's records after May 2021 were all legitimate. In today,
yeah, so he was exposed in 2021, he learned his lesson, he sent the apology email, and then it wasn't accepted. He had to LARP as a new account. He created a sock account, but they still wouldn't let him back in. And then when he was exposed under the new account, his records are wiped even though they're all legit. He only cheated a couple times. A couple times before 2021. But he cleaned up his act and learned his lesson, but it's not good enough. Was he supposed to lick their boots too?
In today's video, we are going to take a look at one of the craziest stories I've ever heard, and to learn what Riolu has really been up to the past few years. And we will also revisit some classic
What have you been up to the past few years, Carl?
Compare their actions with Riolu,
fun of some
and
fucking
compare
arcade
how the
guy?
community now sees them with how the Trackmania community now sees Riolu. Because the unfortunate reality is that if Riolu had simply admitted to everything and apologized back in 2021, there is a very good chance he would already be welcomed back into the community, and all of his legitimate records would still be ranked.
So
Now,
you're just
Legends,
gonna
I am
you're
very
gonna
excited to
blame the
announce that
victim
I've
here?
just launched a brand new Doom speedrunning
We're gonna call him the
competition.
victim.
I'm challenging you to beat the first level of the Ultimate Doom E1M1 as quickly as you can while achieving
Oh boy, I
100%
can't wait to
kills,
enter Carl's
items, and
competition.
secrets. We have some amazing prizes, including $500 for first place.
The prize is whoever gets to inherit all of Carl's legal debt.
Top 10. However, it really doesn't matter how fast your run is. 3 runs chosen at random will also receive a display poster as well. The competition will be running for 3 weeks, ending on the 6th of June, and the link to the competition page will be in the description. I managed to get a time of 59 seconds, so I'm really curious to see how many people will be able to beat me. A massive thanks to Displate for helping to make this competition possible. I honestly love Displate. I think they make incredible...
Yeah, he should, okay. If this is still, you know, because the video is in past tense or whatever, if this is still ongoing, that's my advice too. Grift off of your ban and just be the heel, be the villain. If these fuckers don't want to let you back into the treehouse, just be the ultimate A-log. Fuck this community. Fuck you, Trackmania. This game's for fucking pussies.
Looking posters, and I personally have a ton of them.
Also, the prize from Carl's competition is you get some posters from one of his pre-existing sponsorships. They're probably given to him for free.
Displate works with all of your favorite media, so if you love a video game or a movie or a TV show,
I do love video games and movies,
by
though.
grabbing a Displate and putting it on your wall. Not only will buying a Displate improve the aesthetic of your room, but it will
help
also
you
help
pay
to
Billy
make
Mitchell?
future competitions possible. Not just with Doom, but with other games as well. Support me by supporting Displate and get yourself a poster so we can do more of these types of competitions. It really will make this possible. And also, if you use code Carl or my link in the description, you will also get a huge discount. I would love as many people to get
I'm
involved
just saying, he
as
probably
possible.
wouldn't be doing
And if
this if he had won
competition
that
is a
case.
success, I will do many more in the future. In this video, I'm going to be talking about the findings of an extensive investigation.
If you want me to do more
carried out by
contest,
the
like, you gotta
Trackmania
support, you gotta
community.
attend,
If you want to know the
engage, and
exact
support.
methodology of the investigation,
This is
I
a trial
strongly
test
recommend you
run.
go and watch a video by Virtual. It's an amazing video, and it goes in depth as to how all of this was uncovered in great detail. As I mentioned before, on the surface, it appeared as though Riolu vanished after being exposed in May of 2021. But here is what really happened. Immediately after getting banned on his May main account, Riolu started playing on another account called 92Bob. And when I say immediately, I really mean it. Riolu was banned in May, and then 92Bob started achieving records in June, less than a month later. 92Bob.
You're telling me no one got suspicious about that?
Day one.
This guy comes out of nowhere and is like immediately good at the game.
Who seemingly came out of nowhere and was already achieving world records. Naturally, this caused suspicions amongst other top players.
No, I was saving Synthetic Man.
Reported to the game's
I was
developer,
saving
Nadeo.
it. I was
July
saving and
2021,
savoring
in response
it.
to the cheating scandal,
Rephrase that, son.
Nadeo deleted hundreds of cheated records
Yes,
from
I know it's
Riolu
out.
and others, and they even removed
We can
some
watch it
times
tonight.
from 92Bob that he had already achieved by July. Though it wasn't because they had solid evidence his times were cheated. Instead, 92Bob's times were only removed
it's the Doom
because
review.
the account in general was very suspicious. These removed times would ultimately end up being reinstated by Nadeo due to the lack of evidence of foul play. And 92Bob would continue to grind for the next year, eventually reaching the world #1 position in
Grinding
Trackmania
right now.
United Forever.
That's what I'm
By
doing.
December 2022, 92Bob was way out in front, and for the entire time that he was playing, he didn't interact with the community a single time. And no
Oh,
one
that's
had
suspicious.
Any
Why
idea
aren't you
who
interacting with the rest
92Bob
of us?
might be.
That's kinda
At this
sus.
point,
What
I
if he's
suppose
asocial?
Riolu may have become lonely, because at the end of 2022, he stopped playing under the 92Bob account, and at the start of 2023, he adopted a new identity as a player named Eddie A. In contrast to 92Bob,
sounds like a
who
DSP
separated
sock
himself
name.
from the other players, Eddie was quick to involve himself within the community. He
Oh,
created a
it's
YouTube
still-
channel and would upload
I'm getting
videos
better and
of
better,
his
though.
runs. He joined community Discord servers and even befriended other top players. Riolu seemed to have learned from his mistakes from the 92Bob account, which achieved good times far too quickly, thus raising too many eyebrows. With this new account, Eddie would
So this is what he has to do, because he can't atone for his sins or apologize or do anything, because people are just going to call him a cheater forever because he cheated a couple times. He said he's not cheated once since 2021, which is when he was exposed. So he has to make 2 LARP accounts. The first one he fucks up on because he's achieving world records way too quickly, so it gets everyone suspicious of him. So now he has to make another account, but this time he can't even play the game optimally like he likes. He is I'm assuming he's the god at the game. He's a master of the game. He's mastered it. But he can't play optimally the way he would desire to. Instead, he has to like play bad to establish repertoire and credit with the community, and then I don't even know, like, what would the time frame on that be? Just play bad, play okay-ishly for anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple months, and then and only then can you actually start playing good again. And this is just to integrate yourself back into the community, because if you don't integrate with the community, now you're suspicious because you're not talking to anybody. That like paints a target on you. It paints a target on you because you're not talking to anybody else. It's crazy.
start off much slower. Instead of posting world records, he would upload times that were just inside the top 10. However, Eddie did quickly improve and was soon achieving world records just like...
This new speedrunner guy hasn't joined the official Discord yet. I don't know about him, you guys.
92Bob. Eddie would focus on the game Trackmania 2 Lagoon, where he would crush the competition, again becoming the #1 ranked player in the entire world by far. Eddie even had a very interesting backstory. According to Eddie, he lived in Kazakhstan with his wife and child. And this is where I started to realize that this situation is much stranger than anything else I've ever seen. I can understand why Riolu created 92Bob after his main account was banned. Obviously, Riolu loved the game and still wanted to play, and this was the only way that he could do it. But his actions under the Eddie account are bizarre.
He's justified.
Riolu is German and lives in Germany, but as his alter ego
999,
Eddie, he lived a life as a family man in Kazakhstan and spoke about how the movie Borat affected the world's perception of his country. On Eddie's YouTube channel, he would upload videos of runs that beat the times that Riolu had previously achieved by cheating. So it's interesting that while Riolu never admitted to cheating himself, through his alt account Eddie, he did actually accuse himself of cheating. And then he even attempted to farm praise from the community through Eddie's YouTube channel by beating his own cheated world records. Eddie would continue to play Trackmania and be an active member of the community from early 2023 all the way until November of 2024, at which
Yeah, okay, it sounds like he had good OPSEC. So, under your LARP account, accuse your old self of cheating, and then win yourself in the good grace of the community by debunking the cheated times with new times that were legitimately earned.
Time, one of the moderators of the Trackmania Exchange leaderboards, called Arcus, uncovered some very peculiar things about Eddie's account.
I'll try that,
On
Jesse.
the Trackmania Exchange leaderboards, which is a community-run website, players submit replays.
I gotta
those
minimize
replay
spins
files
whenever I'm
contain
climbing.
information about the in-game login that was used. Eddie's Trackmania Exchange account had replays from 2 different in-game logins. One was Eddie A, which makes
I gotta
sense,
slide this
and
dude to
the
hit
other was
the
from a
box over there.
login called Ponzor22. This could indicate that it was more than one person uploading replays to this account. When the moderator Arcus searched for any other exchange accounts that had replays submitted by the Ponzor22 in-game login, he found an old account that hadn't been active since 2010. This account also had replays from 2 in-game logins. One was from Ponzor22 and the other was Accelerator01, which just so happens to be the main account login for Riolu. Arcus then confronted Eddie, asking him why he was using multiple accounts, and asking why some of his replays have German flags when Eddie was from Kazakhstan. Eddie claimed that this was because he was sharing the account with friends. Arcus also requested that Eddie record a voice memo. I suppose to check if it was in fact Riolu,
They wanted
who
him
in
on
theory
mic.
should be easy to detect given his thick German accent. Eddie was very unhappy with this, but he did say that he would provide one. However, after
He
this
never did.
conversation, Eddie completely disappeared, and that voice recording was never sent. And as if by a
Well,
miracle,
duh, I would give him
around
away.
the same time that Eddie disappeared, 92 Bob returned. While no one had any concrete
Eddie,
evidence
chill.
that 92 Bob was Riolu, many people had suspected it for a long time. In early 2024, Virtual uploaded a video specifically addressing the mysterious identity of 92 Bob, and made the case that it was likely Riolu. However, it wasn't until the discovery by Arcus in late 2024
Better watch Donkey
that the
struggle.
puzzle
Thank you,
pieces
Franco.
really started to fall into place. And after an investigation
This
that
is my
spanned
favorite game,
multiple
dude.
months, it was proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that both 92 Bob and Eddie A were alt accounts of Riolu. Again, I recommend you watch Virtual's video if you want the
Is that Nick
specific
Fuentes?
details of the full investigation, because it was extremely involved and there was a ton of things they found. For example, it turned out that Riolu had been achieving records on multiple other accounts, and it also turned out that Riolu had been posting disturbing YouTube comments under the videos of other players using various YouTube accounts. And what is probably most disturbing is that Eddie A, or rather his full name of Eddie Rising, as per his YouTube channel, is a real person who was a childhood friend of Riolu. And for the past
that's
couple of
genius,
years,
actually.
Riolu had essentially
Skinwalkers
stolen
like
his
people in
identity.
real life?
After Virtual's video was released, Nadeo
No, that's a crime.
scrubbed
Don't do that.
92 Bob from the rankings, deleting every single one of his records.
No,
Plus,
guys,
they also
I'm actually
removed 14
Tevin C.
other
I'm not
accounts, with most
dingus.
of them, or
Huh?
even all of them possibly, being used by Riolu. And here is what is sad. There is zero evidence to suggest that any of the records that Riolu set under either 92 Bob or Eddie are cheated. As far as anyone can tell, they were all legitimately achieved. Riolu must have spent thousands of hours playing the game after he was banned in 2021. He must have spent thousands of hours achieving real scores, only to get banned
what's that?
for a
You
second
thought Tevin C
time.
was black? No, it's like a donkey
Riolu
thing. I
is
only
the
sound
perfect
black.
example of what not to do when you get caught cheating. The reality is that if
Right,
Riolu
Jesse
had
Strap.
just admitted to what he did back
Did
in
it work?
2021, he would have been allowed to compete freely years ago. The 2021 cheating scandal involved
Yeah, I
so
gotta
many
waste the Aku
players
there.
that, to be quite frank, their punishment ended up being very lenient. Every single player who confessed only received a 1-year ban, and in the grand scheme of things, a 1-year ban is not a very long time.
I mean, yes it is, though. Haha, you can't play the game that you enjoy speedrunning for like a whole year because you fucked up.
The best example is the player Nico, who in 2021 had 61 records removed for cheating. He confessed immediately after the investigation and received a 1-year ban.
Meanwhile,
And
in
now,
sports, you get
today,
like a
he is
one-game
ranked second
penalty,
in the
man.
world in the Trackmania United Forever rankings. Even the player who had the most records removed in United Forever, the player known as Techno, who had 279 records removed in that one game alone, only received a 1-year ban because he also immediately confessed. The the Trackmania community was extremely forgiving, and not only were the bans relatively brief, but the community itself mostly welcomed back the players who were genuinely sorry for their actions. Riolu did the absolute worst thing he could have possibly done. If he confessed and apologized, he would have received
had to send the apology
ban, and
email.
then would have been
And
able
even
to
then, they
compete
probably
for the
still would have
past
banned him.
3 years. He could have continued to stream, and people would have watched. He's arguably the greatest player ever. People want to see him play. Of course, there is a percentage of the public who have a zero-tolerance stance on cheating and will never forgive a player if they do cheat even a single time. But I
Like you
think
with
this
Billy
is just
Mitchell?
the
Are
minority.
you describing
Most
yourself
people
there,
will
Carl?
eventually accept a genuine apology.
Like, how the fuck
and
can
will
Billy seek
re-accept a
forgiveness?
player, but only if they take responsibility
Sorry, you
quickly.
cheated once in the
Riolu
80s.
clearly has no
Banned
remorse
forever.
whatsoever.
Excommunicated
and he
from
clearly
life.
lacks the ability to behave in a way that will lead to a positive outcome. And I really struggle to understand why. I know
Lose
it
your
must feel
business
very
relationships
difficult when it
because you
happens,
fucking
but if you do cheat and
cheated
do
in
get
the game
caught,
in the
confessing
80s.
and apologizing immediately is always the best decision. To do anything else is nonsensical. Back in 2022, I covered the Guitar Hero player Shmooey, who was probably the biggest cheater of all time for that game. After being exposed, he eventually made a sincere apology and tried to make amends. And now today, 3 years later, he has been largely welcomed back into the community and is still a world-class player. And in my opinion, this is the best outcome, because he does seem to be remorseful and reformed. Last year, I covered the Osu player
There's that word
Clouticle,
again.
who rose to the top 3 in the world by cheating. This was one of the biggest Osu cheating
has
scandals
reformed.
ever, and Clouticle was banned for a grand total of 6 months. And currently, he is almost back into the top 10. Regardless of whether or not you think a 6-month ban was too short, the reality is that because
That's
he
too
admitted to what
long.
he did and seems to be making a genuine attempt to make amends, he is now allowed to compete. Even if a competitive leaderboard permanently bans you for cheating, if you are a good player and you're upfront about what you did,
AMTC,
there
dude.
will always be a section of the community
Yeah,
that
I'm
will
doing time
appreciate
trials while
watching you
watching
play.
videos.
In 2023, I covered the Geometry Dash player
Carl on
Space
welfare?
UK,
I mean,
and
not
this
sure.
cheating scandal
I know he declared
was
bankruptcy.
intense. The lengths that Space UK went to in order to fool the community was incredible, and while he is currently permanently excluded from the official ranks, he still uploads his gameplay to YouTube and has thousands of people that enjoy watching his videos. And honestly, these aren't even good examples of what you should do, because all 3 of these cheaters initially denied cheating, as many cheaters do, and they only confessed when their situation became so obviously hopeless that they had no choice. However, I think cheaters initially denied cheating because they don't understand that coming clean really is the best and only option. Yes, things will be tough for a while, especially because cheaters
Kinda
are
like how they are
gamers
for
like
you
the
right
rest
now.
of us and want to play and compete. But you shouldn't let your past mistakes cause you to make future ones. And if you have cheated, even if you haven't been caught yet, the best time to come forward is always as soon as possible. With that being said, it's possible that Riolu has now extinguished any possible grace he may have saved from the community. Almost no one will forgive his actions at this point, and he's probably never going to be a part of the Trackmania community ever again. But still, that shouldn't stop him from confessing and apologizing. Not because
Doing
he
better.
may want to eventually be welcomed back, but rather because it's the morally correct thing to do. I suspect, however, that given his actions over the past few years, this is likely wishful thinking. Riolu is probably so deep in the hole that he's dug for himself that he feels as though it's impossible to escape, no matter what he ever does, which is one of the biggest shames I've
Carl
ever seen
cheated on
in
his How to Get
competitive
Women
gaming.
video. He
We
needs to
all want see
apologize.
talented
I
people
agree.
do amazing things. And
That's
when
quite an
someone with such
insulting video
amazing
to women
skill throws
everywhere.
it all
Where's his
away,
apology at?
everyone loses. Once again,
Was
I
he
really
together
hope
with
you all
his
take
lady
part
at
in
the
my
time of
Doom
making that
speedrunning
video?
competition. If not just for the prizes, then at least for the fun. The link is in the description. Thank you so much for watching,
He
you
really wants you to
legends.
join
I
his
hope you're
Doom
having a
thing.
fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
See, that's the thing. I think a year is too long of a ban. If that's the #1 game for you, and what if it's the only game you speedrun? You're just not allowed to play it for a year because someone's gonna cry about it. You have to kneel. You have to apologize. You have to integrate yourself in the community. It is a bit goofy. But hey, it's speedrunning. Speedrunning is super serious, guys. Oh, I choked. That was 39 seconds. I think that was the quickest I had gotten to that point. Why ever let them compete again? What's the end game? That's what I'm saying. But here's the thing too. If you're, let's say that guy's like, I don't know, 18 or something, and because there are speedrunners around like the younger ages. If you make a mistake like that, people are gonna have that stink about you forever, and there's no way to wash it off. You're just gonna always be remembered as a cheater. You grow older and wiser, you mature like a mature adult. What's your path forward? People are always gonna call you, at least within that secular community, people are always gonna call you, you're the guy that cheated that one time. We always have to have scrutiny about any of the times you submit because you cheated one time. And I know it's kind of disingenuous because according to the video, he cheated multiple times. But in my hypothetical, if you mess up as a teenager or something, you grow up, you wise up, you know what you did was wrong. Even if you apologize, you're always gonna have that scrutiny on you. And I don't know how you would shake it off. And it's like, why? Okay, what's the next one? And just the fact that, like, stuff, the community aspect of it, so super serial, that you even have to go under a new identity in the first place. You have to bring it to that level. Not just one identity, he had fucking 2 other identities. Everyone knows Zingus is the guy who cheated everyone out of those charity playthroughs. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have never cheated anyone out of anything, actually. Alright, it's all the Carl stuff. Oh man, we might already be at that time. You know what? Fuck it. We're going in.
This video.
This is very fitting because Anne was playing it earlier. Monster Hunter Wilds, a monsters review. What do I know about the RTU crash out? He was very, very, very weird about people not liking the tattoo. I don't like it because he lied to his audience. He said it would get it on his ass cheek, and he didn't get it on his ass cheek. That's why I'm cross, as the British would say.
Is brought to you by Raycon.
I'm sure it is. Look, there he is. He's the Muppet. He's actually using the Muppet.
The sun is coming out at last. And you know what that means. It means the birds and their darn babies making a bunch of noise. Good thing the latest model of the Raycon Everyday Earbuds features active noise cancellation, which makes the still emptiness of winter erupting suddenly into a euphoric wellspring of new life slightly less annoying. And now that things are starting to warm up, you know I'm going to be getting outside more. So I sure am glad that my Raycons can get up to 8 hours of battery life on a charge and up to 32 hours using the charging case. Quick charging means that I can get 90 minutes of performance with only 10 minutes of charging. So I'm ready to go at a moment's notice. The latest Raycons sport loads of new and returning features. Multiple sound profiles, multi-point connectivity for pairing to multiple devices at once. The ability to easily
but like there's no way
calls,
he uses this in
his
own reality.
They sound great and they feel great. They're still the comfiest earbuds I've ever used, and I never have to worry about them falling out.
Trick question. Only earbuds he's ever used.
Of other brands with similar features, and you can get 20% off your own pair by heading to buyraycon.com/Arlo or by hitting the link in the description. All orders come with a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you can purchase with confidence. Thanks again to Raycon. Now, if you'll excuse me, get out of here, you darn birds! You're ruining
People
my
weren't
life.
interested in his cologne reviews.
Down in Fraggle Rock.
Well, that was
First
DSP,
things
not
first,
Rich.
Many thanks to
Unless
Capcom
Rich wanted
for
to do
providing me with
cologne
a review
reviews.
copy of Monster Hunter Wilds. You are always so good.
No. He didn't even buy it because he's a Monster Hunter fan, even though he is a Muppet, which is a monster, literally. The Muppets are all monsters, unless they're animals. Wait. He's only reviewing it because Capcom gave him a free copy. Okay, I thought he was like a secret Monster Hunter fan. This is already disappointing.
Good to me, Capcom. I thank you. Speaking of Monster Hunter Wilds, though, today we are talking about Monster Hunter Wilds. I am a newer fan of the series, and I have been extremely excited to get my hands on... Excuse me? Can you get out of the shot, please? Thank you. Anyway, Monster Hunter's just great. And you know, as a monster myself, I really appreciate the representation.
He's LARPing. This is the persona.
Even if the goal is to slaughter monsters by the hundreds and turn their
Mr.
body
Pun's gonna
parts
hate
into
this
pets,
video.
But hey, you take what you can get. So without further ado, here is my review of Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, maybe just one further ado. There, now we can start.
Don't you just love his comedic timing? Oh, is he gonna talk about the heckin' food? The heckin' food cooking cutscenes? The heckin' cats cooking the food?
Monster Hunter Rise was my first Monster Hunter experience, and I had an absolute blast with it. I finally got what made the series so special. It did, however, take a lot of work to get into the swing of things. Rise was the most streamlined, approachable title to date, yet I still felt like I was drowning in a sea of tutorial text and menus and complicated mechanics. Fortunately, you don't need to understand absolutely everything in order to start enjoying these games, so I managed okay. And even more fortunately, Wilds does a much better job of easing the player into the gameplay loop. Mechanics are introduced very slowly across the entire campaign, which is essentially one long tutorial. You'll roll credits and still be learning stuff from the post-game missions. Admittedly, there are still plenty of systems I just don't bother with, and my previous knowledge probably helped a lot. There are just so many little bits of equipment and services and whatnot to tinker with. It really is a lot, but it feels a lot less overwhelming this time around. That said, though, there is still a lot that Capcom could do to make the experience smoother. After so many titles, it is
Monster
really
Hunter is
hard
for
for me to
everyone
understand
now.
why the menus are this bad. If anything,
The menus
this
are so
right here
tiny.
is going to be the most intimidating thing for new players, trying to decipher these massive walls of stats and options and keywords that are meaningless out of context. What is all this? And even with this mess, pertinent info is somehow still hidden behind submenus and multiple button presses.
Is this true, Mr.
very
Fun?
cumbersome, and it's starting to seem like
Is
the
this
devs
true, or is he
either
just
genuinely
filtered?
don't know how to better present this stuff, or they feel that this is the best way to do it. I don't know, but it could be so much better. Item management on the field is similarly fiddly. Depending on your strategy, you may be expected to swap between and use many different types of ammo and traps and health and status potions and buffs and food. There are the items in your food pouch, which are separate from your main item box and also separate from the item pouch you access when writing your secret.
Wasn't paying attention. What did he say? He said information is too hidden within submenus, and he doesn't understand what anything means. It's all meaningless out of context. Basically, the menus are the issue. The menus are too small and they're too confusing, and they don't convey enough information. And when they convey information, it's not relevant information.
Many thanks to the localization team for ensuring Mr. Roboto is stuck in my head at all times, by the way. There's a fully customizable radial menu, which helps in its own way, but swapping between different radial menus within radial menus, it's a huge pain, and it takes a ton of tweaking. I do like how there are recommended healing item selections built into your main wheel. That was pretty nice when I was trying to figure all this stuff out. But, like, it should not have taken as long as it did.
Whoa.
I have faith in you.
Juzzy51, the one and only, the founder, Juzzy51. 39 months at tier 1 for 39 months total, contributing as you've been going for this planet for an hour. Contributions have stalled. Thank you, Juzzy, for the well, for the morale boost. And yes, it does count. Let's get some subs. Don't worry, I'll get this eventually. But fuck, it has been an hour. No. Monster Hunter isn't for everyone, and it only hurts those who actually want to play when you get mouth breathers like Arlo into the mix. Imagine you have like an online lobby, and you squad up with a 3-stack, and your 4th man is Arlo. And I know the bosses get beefier and meatier and tougher with inflated HP the more people you have in your party. So you have Arlo as the 4th member. The boss is beefed up an extraordinary amount, and he's just complete dead weight, so he can't compensate for the beefed up, inflated HP. He's just dead weight that's dragging you down. You would have an easier time if you kicked Arlo from your 4th slot.
did was recommended healing item selections built into your main wheel. That was pretty nice when I was trying to figure all this stuff out. But like, it should not have taken as long as it did to figure out. On top of all that, you've got all these different controls for your hook and your little pod launcher, and there's a whole suite of controls just for when you're on your mount, which is incredibly overwhelming at first, especially when you're like in the middle of a story thing and it's like, shoot the thing with the thing, and you're like, I don't know what I'm doing. As streamlined as the series is becoming, the ways that items are managed and pertinent information is conveyed to the player still need so much work. Speaking of streamlining though, it's obvious even to a newer player like me that the entire process of hunting monsters has been pared down to its most important elements. There are still a lot of those between hunt systems to fine-tune, but hunting itself is very basic. You hit up on the D-pad and your trusty secret scoops you up and sets you on a beeline to your target. Beyond like a couple instances where the story asks you to track down pieces of evidence first, there is essentially no hunting going on here. From what I've heard, preparation and tracking used to be a substantial part of the experience, and I can imagine that this auto-tracking thing is probably where many old players will part ways with the series. Myself, I am torn, and that's because the game itself is torn. It doesn't really know quite what it wants to be. It's definitely not what you would call an open world game, perhaps open zone. Areas are certainly bigger than the ones I traversed in Rise, and you can move between them and base camps seamlessly. This not being a strictly open world experience is by no means a problem. It's just that the game has done a bit of an awkward job integrating the new openness with the more rigid mission structure of previous games.
Arlo is an idiot already triggered. Here's the thing. It seems like he wants to do more than just the actual monster boss battle stuff, but is that not the point of the game when you're just working together to take down, well, I'll call it a raid boss, because that's what it feels like to me when I see you guys playing it. The whole point is that you're working together to take down a giant raid boss, but Arlo wants to do more than that, and he feels like, I guess there should be more in-between segments before you get to the monster. But if you're playing this like a pro, and all you do is just grind the monsters for materials and shit to get even stronger, you don't want to be bogged down by the in-between segments. That's why most of the endgame stuff is just like you beelining straight to the monster, because it's just like there's no point.
And much of what it tries to accomplish is kind of undermined by the desire to streamline the hunting process. More connected and seamless areas to explore without a time limit is exactly what I wanted when I played Rise. I just love exploring and messing around at my own pace.
This is not the game for you, I don't think, Arlo.
What I was looking for. And yet, now that I have it, it's not working for me as I thought it would.
Hello, Anne.
There's just not really anything to explore
Arlo's
here.
reviewing Monster Hunter.
Monsters in any given area are
Get
still
triggered,
tied
idiot.
directly to missions, which trigger when you engage them. All the same items are spread pretty evenly across every map, and you'll pick up all the ones you need on the way to where you're going.
Arlo
These
says the
locales
menus are too
certainly
confusing. The menus are too confusing, and they don't convey enough information, and there shouldn't be information that's important that's hidden away in sub-menus, and even when the menus do convey information, the information is not relevant. Like, it's not the relevant information that he wants to know about. And the menus are just bad.
Imaginative and fun to look at sometimes, but they're really just big fish tanks to hold all the stuff you're supposed to farm. I get it. It fits the formula. I just wish there was any incentive to go off the beaten path and see what you find, because this openness is so new to me. I want to know what it can do for me. Plus, Wilds introduces this whole weather system that changes the environment in real.
So I'm sure you missed it. He said Monster Hunter Rise was his first Monster Hunter. I don't know if that tells you anything as a fan. And he was given this game for free by Capcom. He did not buy it himself. He did not buy this out of a desire to spend his own money invested in to continue his enjoyment with the Monster Hunter franchise.
Time, and it promises all these interesting dynamic monster interactions, but honestly I barely ever recognize that the changes are even happening or what they're doing for me. It's mildly interesting, but it doesn't alter the gameplay as much as I expected. It doesn't feel as much like a living, breathing world as I think a lot of the marketing material had me believe. I would say the upside to this open-ish format is that it's perfect for when you just feel like cruising around and hitting stuff. Maybe you're farming for parts, maybe you're practicing with a new weapon, or maybe you and your friends just want to mess around. In these cases, it's nice to have something of a more more free-form experience. I haven't gotten to play multiplayer much, but I can see that the multiplayer component
that's a problem. You
is
didn't play
fully
multiplayer.
fledged with lots of great options for making
This
and
is a
joining lobbies and
multiplayer-oriented
either aiding
game,
other
I would
hunters
say.
or calling for aid yourself. I'd say in the context of hunting with your buddies, especially, this new format is a nice option to have. It's smoother, requires fewer menus and less waiting. That is essentially it, though. And on the subject of your secret, I got a secret, automatically taking you everywhere, I will admit, it's pretty nice. I mean, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, that thing will get me where I need to go. It's nice in its own way to just not have to bother. I mean, I'm terrible at navigating in video games. I tend to get all turned around and confused and scared. But on the other hand, now we've got all these
stick to
open
Crash
areas
Bandicoot, Arlo.
that, in theory,
Always
I
see
could
more
have
your
a fun
thing.
time navigating. Yet I have no reason to. I can imagine the previous titles. I can imagine the fun of tracking down a monster, feeling like it's a real creature in a real ecosystem. And there's really something to be said for making the player perform certain tasks manually. It adds to the feel of the experience. It helps immerse you in the world, especially considering how organic the monsters themselves feel. I'll bet real tracking and manual navigation make them feel even more so. But it's a balancing act. Some players will appreciate that kind of gameplay, others will find it tedious or overwhelming. I do enjoy not having to think about much when I'm on the field in a lazy
Arlo
kind
doesn't
of way.
think.
I mean, geez, you don't even have to veer off track to collect items. You just grab them with your hook. You don't even have to get out of your seat. And your map displays the location of literally every single monster and item in real time, so you always know where everything is.
It just feels like he expected something else from the
It
series.
gets you to the fights faster, but truth be told, it almost completely disconnects me from the world. I feel very little sense of place, little sense that I'm a person.
Yeah, he wants to
navigating a
explore.
natural
He wants
environment.
mystery.
It's
He
all
wants
just
mystique.
Floating between points of interest on autopilot. It's like a bus route, and that's a bit of a shame. It's hard to blame Capcom for this awkwardness, however. They've got the monumental task of doing
No, I don't remember
everything
that,
they
Juzzy,
possibly
actually.
can to keep appealing to older players.
Yeah, Strava, are we winning? Dude, the first hour in this level alone, I am not good at speedrunning. I've done this before on Switch, every level platinum. It's about me getting back into the muscle memory of it.
While sanding down the edges that have been keeping new players away. The series started as this very dense, complicated thing, and it's been steadily growing in popularity thanks to becoming less dense and complicated. And in cases like this, where do you draw the line? How do you strike that balance? How do you appease the highest number of players? There is no one correct answer, unfortunately, and I'll bet it's especially difficult to make and implement these decisions over the course of several years of development time.
Appease your fans,
Sometimes
not
you gotta
casuals.
Just pick something and see how it turns out. I do think the devs need to spend more time tinkering with the formula and considering what kind of game they want to make. How open do they want it to be? And
Maybe
how
try
do they
Monster Hunter
justify that
Stories.
openness?
Arlo,
Are there
that seems
even
more your
more
speed.
classic ideas, even very good ones that are worth leaving behind entirely in service of a more approachable experience? I certainly don't have all those answers, and I don't envy the ongoing job
That was a
they've
good
made for
Nitro spin,
themselves.
too.
At the very, very least,
Thank you,
though, I
Ostrava.
think the Sacred is worth examining very closely. It's probably the smallest detail that has the biggest impact on the game.
It wasn't on stream,
The ability to
Goon.
move automatically is hugely convenient, but perhaps this is one line that has been streamed a hair too much. If the option is there, people are gonna want to use it, and it could be argued that it simply cuts back on too much of what makes a game fun. Like, I'm imagining a version of the game where autopilot is disabled, and that's literally the only change, and I feel like it would appeal to a lot more old players without losing any of the new ones. The experience is plenty approachable without autopilot, and it very well may lose more folks than it gains. So, I don't know, we'll see if it survives to the next title. Those unfamiliar with Monster Hunter may hear all this and
Like
wonder
you?
where the actual fun comes in. If things have been so streamlined that you barely
The
even
cat
have to
cookie
play the
cutscenes?
darn game anymore, what's left? Well, I'll tell ya. every single thing you do in Monster Hunter is in service of fighting the monsters themselves. And even if much of the game threatens to feel either over or underwhelming, even if there are a number of mechanics that could be done better, it all melts away when you land that first blow and the hunt is truly
1 second quicker,
It's hard
still
to
not good
grasp
enough.
how much fun Monster Hunter combat is without trying it out for yourself. You really gotta get your own hands on it. To most, it will feel sluggish and unwieldy at first, but really it just demands a lot more patience and positioning and
So this is the problem, Anne. The tutorials didn't tell Arlo that you could turn autopilot off. The menus are too cumbersome.
observation and all that. And when you get it, when it clicks, it feels incredible. One reason is that the monsters are just so amazingly animated. They move so naturally. They react viscerally to your attacks. As you wear down their health, they either grow sluggish or become enraged. Again, it's hard to really explain. It's something you've got to feel. It's like you've never fought a video game boss that felt less like a video game boss and more like a real animal. This makes every encounter feel substantial and satisfying. And the entire gameplay loop consists of hunting monsters to gather materials, using those materials to craft better weapons and armor, using those weapons and armor to hunt stronger monsters, etc., etc. And etc. and etc. and etc. So yes, that means the whole thing is one big grind fest. But if it gets its hooks in you, that means an endless stream of fun. And of course, the encounters become more complex as the difficulty ramps up, so your experience with each individual monster will change as you and your abilities grow in strength. It's a heck of a loop, let me tell you. There's a reason this series just keeps growing and growing and growing the more people get their hands on it. Another big reason the combat feels so good is that right from the start, you've got access to 14 different weapons, each one with a distinct fighting style and moveset. And I'm sure I'm not the first person to ever say this, but it basically feels like you've got 14 games in one here. The weapons really are so incredibly different from one another, changing the way you navigate the battlefield and how you approach any given monster. And there's a weapon for just about everyone. Some are relatively simple, some are highly technical, some are slow and powerful, some offer lots of mobility. There are melee weapons and ranged weapons. For those curious, I am in love with the aerial moves the insect glaive grants me. And when I get tired of fiddling with bug juice, I switch to the agile and simple dual blades. And more recently, I wanted something real simple and reverted back to my first love, the hammer. Those are pretty much my three go-tos. And each one offers such a unique experience that switching never fails to make the game feel fresh and exciting all over again. It's great because you can pick just one favorite and stick with that for the entire experience, or you can cycle between all of them or any number of them, like every weapon is perfectly viable. Monster Hunter combat has been refined and refined over the course of a huge library of games, and
it's one of those
refines
games.
it even more so. The biggest change is the new focus mode, where you can hold the left trigger
That was
to
outside
highlight
of time,
weak body
Shala.
parts and aim
Counts
your
as a death.
attacks. Damaging individual monster parts was one of the things that made combat in Rise feel so darn good. And now, being able to aim with precision makes it feel doubly so. Each weapon even has a special attack that triggers when you land a focused blow on a weak point, and chaining these together feels absolutely incredible. It's one of those features that works so well, it becomes difficult to imagine the series without it, and I can only hope it becomes a permanent fixture. It is my impression that Monster Hunter has never exactly been what you would call story-heavy. Rise's plot was quite bare bones, really just there to give you a reason to get out and start hunting and learning the basics. And in a grindy series like this, it made perfect sense. Wilds is no different in that the campaign really does act as one long tutorial, and those who truly immerse themselves in the game will be playing long after the final chapter is closed. However, I was surprised to find that the story itself has been juiced up considerably. There's an honest-to-goodness plot with plenty of characters and cutscenes.
Wouldn't like the end game Monster Hunter people consider that a negative though? They don't want to be bogged down by plot.
Frequently has you and your NPC friends venturing off
that
to
impression
complete
from
some
watching you
task
guys
or
play.
other. You'll look for clues, track down other NPCs, or engage in a good old-fashioned walk and talk. This seems to be a very big change for the series, and I'd say there are upsides and downsides. On the positive side, the characters and plot are decently enjoyable. It's all very over the top, but I'd say most of these folks are likable enough. The story is all about the bizarre ecosystem in this weird, long-lost place, so there's a mystery you get to slowly unravel. I think the writers could do a better job of fleshing out the world if they wanted to. A lot of details are just kind of glossed
Everyone hated
over
story,
in
it's
an
all
almost
what it is.
childlike
Oh,
way.
all right,
But
there
the
you
bits
go.
of world building they do give
Imagine
are
playing in
fun.
English
Clearly,
doesn't
a
help.
good amount of care has gone into the cultures and styles of this region, which I really appreciate. And hidden
yes,
among
the diversity. The
relatively
inclusivity.
tropey, simplistic dialogue, they drop a few surprising gems here and there. There's some little character moments that are actually touching. You know, tiny morsels of philosophical ponderings and whatnot here and there that make these characters feel a bit more human.
Show us a
they're
line.
Actually living out this story along with you.
Show
I
us a
also
scene that you
appreciate
found
how
witty.
The plot moves in a less predictable way. It's still more or less split up into chapters and missions, but you'll frequently find yourself swept up into scripted sequences, high-octane chases, sudden encounters with particularly intimidating baddies. And you know, I found all this genuinely exciting. It's just a lot of fun. And you know, the animators have done such a good job of making every new monster look like the most impossibly huge and vicious beast that has ever lived. Like these showdowns, they feel like death sentences. My heart drops into my stomach as I'm watching the cutscene. Half the fights genuinely feel like they could be the last boss, but no matter how big and scary the thing is, your hunter just kind of buckles up and the fight starts. The story intimidated me at every turn, and I guess that made me feel all the more amazing when I came out on top. Sure, the monster is never as big as it looks in the cutscene. It's kind of comical, actually, and after getting a read on its attacks, it's often quite easy to dispatch. And like for each and every one, you know you're gonna be coming back later and wiping out tons of these things to farm for their parts. And yet the magic of that first encounter, I just found it so effective. The support characters really look up to my hunter, and I can see that respect being earned. It's a cool dynamic. I can absolutely see how many players, especially longtime ones, might be pretty annoyed with a lot of this story stuff, especially the slow.
Look, there's a thing that I said. People who played this series forever are probably not going to care for the story whatsoever.
Or more rote sequences between the major fights. It can feel that things have been, you know, padded to a pretty good degree. But I think overall, I like what it does to the game's feel, the game's pacing. It helps ground me and prevent the plot from feeling like another overly simple series of fights, and that's it. You know, just a checklist.
Every second counts.
If the slightly disappointing environments and the Sacred's autopilot cheapen the experience a bit, the plot at least keeps me present and paying attention. Like those more open environments, though, the story is also kind of split between the two experiences the game simultaneously wants to be.
He's just telling you what he hated before telling you what he liked, moron.
Between plot points. The game wants to tell a story about people making their way through various areas and coming upon obstacles and trouble, but this is also Monster Hunter, where many folks will just want to get out there and hunt freely. It's a little awkward being stuck in one place and taking on missions that let you like temporarily
Monster
warp
Hunter is
somewhere
for
else
everyone
a hunt
now,
and then
Chuddy.
warp back so you can continue with the story. It's of course nice to have the option without just like absolutely being stuck, but it also highlights this tug-of-war match I'm talking about. Wilds does everything it can to have its cake and eat it too, for better or worse. Finally, let's talk presentation. For starters, the music is quite good. Rise's soundtrack didn't quite mesh with me, but here I frequently find myself remarking how good some of these tracks are. In battle especially,
Isn't
the
that to
music
be
can do
expected?
a lot to really
Is that not a
ramp
given?
up the intensity. It's another thing that can make even a pretty basic monster encounter feel like this big event. As for visuals, stylistically, the game looks quite good. The cartoonish characters with their impossible weapons and impractical armor have have really grown on me. The armor in particular is always fun to look at. The artists did a bang-up job adapting all these monsters into equipment wearable by a human. As I mentioned earlier, I love all the various cultures you connect with throughout your journey, all the little details in their clothes and the decorations and the villages and all that. Every area of the game is fantastically designed, very grand and imaginative, but like just feasible enough. Later in the game, you get to see a lot of these huge natural formations and human-made structures that can really take your breath away, which of course makes it all the more disappointing that I'm not more encouraged to freely explore and manually navigate, but you know, whatever. There's no denying though that on an artistic level, Monster Hunter Wilds delivers. Perhaps World was more on this level, I don't know, but Rise felt pretty small and constrained compared to this. This is quite
It was
grand.
made for the Switch, moron.
Unfortunately though,
oh, bad stuff.
That's not to say that this game looks good, because honestly, it doesn't. It does not look good, and that's because Monster Hunter Wilds runs really, really terribly. I hate to say it. I don't want to be all sensationalist.
Or
but no,
everyone
really
else
and
agreed when the
truly,
game
it
launched.
runs really, really badly. It seems to just be terribly optimized. The frame rate isn't the worst, especially
RE
when I
engine
keep the
for
game
you.
set to prioritize frame rate. It's fairly consistent. There are occasional dips in more dramatic battles, especially with lots of weather effects and all that. It's still probably not where it should be. There are some pretty dramatic slowdowns sometimes, but it's passable. It gets the job done. Maybe in a different game, it would not be acceptable, but compared to this next issue, it seems like nothing. The real problem is the visuals. I don't think I have played a AAA game from a big publisher in the last few generations that has struggled to maintain a decent resolution like this one. To call the textures muddy would be an understatement. This isn't just muddy. This is mush. This is a swamp. What textures? I don't see any textures. I just see a mushy, swampy mess. And see, it's not even just the textures though. It's everything. It's how the entire thing is rendered. There's like a low-res haze over everything. It barely matters how the game looks at its core when you're viewing it through this pixelated screen. And it's really unfortunate because the starting area of any game is supposed to show off its overall style. It's supposed to be like a part of the game's identity. And indeed, this first map is in all the marketing material and on the cover and everything. This is where the game is supposed to show off what it's got to new players. This is the first impression. But this place here, it's covered in these weird rocky formations and is most often dry and barren. And after going through the whole rendering process, what shows up on your screen looks positively dreadful. I mean, just dreadful. Crude, single-word descriptors leap readily to the front of one's mind, even in wholesome individuals such as myself. This
Arlo
isn't the
wholesome?
best
I don't know
the
about
game's
that.
got. This is literally the worst. Like, this is the worst. This is the iconic imagery that is supposed to capture our imaginations in the opening hours. You know those super improbable Switch ports we've gotten over the years, where they took current gen games and against all odds got them running on that little system? And it worked. They were playable, but boy, the experiences were dramatically compromised. That is kind of what this game looks like. Like it evokes the spirit of those Switch ports. I've heard plenty of people fall back on the usual claims that it looks like a PS3 game or looks like a PS2 game. That's a big one.
People say that no matter what game
that's
it is.
true. It's not that the graphics are old-fashioned. It's not that they're behind the times. It's that they feel like they're running on inadequate hardware. If I want to be slightly more generous, it's kind of like I'm playing the Xbox One version of a Series X game, where clearly it was designed for the latter and had to be scaled back to run on the former. And it's not even a cross-gen game. This is a current-gen exclusive, designed for hardware with this level of power. Yet it constantly reminds me of playing The Witcher 3 on my Switch. And I'm playing on console. I don't even know what PC players are going through right now. I can't even imagine. Obviously, this is hugely disappointing. The game is still plenty enjoyable in its current state, but I'm not gonna lie, the performance does have a pretty meaty negative impact. I mean, of course it does. It's doubly hard to lose myself in these environments when they look this bad. It's hard to appreciate these designs when they're lost in this mush pile. And it's all just so confusing. One, the game doesn't look even almost good enough to justify performance this bad. We're used to overly ambitious games that are maybe a little too pretty for their own good. You know, the devs put so much work into packing these games with so many little details and utilizing all the shiniest new techniques that the games have kind of a hard time keeping a steady frame rate or like the highest resolution possible. It's a thing, we're used to it. But nothing about Monster Hunter Wilds, I mean nothing about Monster Hunter Wilds is particularly ambitious. No single element is that impressive. No single
I'm curious how they want me to
looks
shave 3 seconds off
good.
that time.
The environments are artistically detailed when taken at a glance, but they're not technically impressive by any means. The game is bigger and more open compared to previous games in the series, but this is not even close to a huge living and breathing sandbox world. It just doesn't make sense. But even more confusing, this is Capcom we're talking about. If anyone in this industry is known for making gorgeous, impeccably optimized games, it's Capcom. They've worked miracles on even the weakest
wouldn't that be
hardware.
why it's
Speaking
expected
of
though?
Switch,
Because
Monster
it's
Hunter
Capcom?
Rise looked impossibly good on that
ASCP,
system.
everything's
and
going
still
bad. I haven't got a
managed to
single platinum
maintain
relic
a
yet.
steady frame rate. It's genuinely one of the prettiest games on Switch, looking and running better than many of Nintendo's own in-house titles. I just would never in a million years have expected Capcom, of all developers, to make a game that runs worse than basically any other notable AAA game this generation. I could be wrong, but nothing's coming to mind. My only guess is that they just don't have a lot of experience with bigger games. When crafting scenarios with relatively small scopes, they excel, clearly. But perhaps the more open nature of Wilds, as slight of an upgrade as it feels, was a challenge they simply
I gotta
weren't ready
maintain
for.
my turbo.
Maybe even just getting rid of some of those seams and introducing these weather systems and tracking all the monsters on the map in real time. Maybe that was enough to put a huge strain on their game engine and they just didn't have the time they needed to properly optimize? That's all I can imagine. Something about this project took them totally off guard and they just couldn't figure out what to do. I really don't know, but whatever the case, it's a real shame. Despite those baffling performance woes, however, and despite some conflicting design choices and the usual mechanical and information overwhelm inherent to the series, Monster Hunter Wilds still manages to offer countless hours of incredible fun.
I thought Dragon's Dogma also had
on where you
performance
stand on the
issues.
whole
Dragon's Dogma 2?
streamlining debate, but that core gameplay loop is as thrillingly addictive as I could ever want. I'll admit, I'm an extremely casual player and still absolutely a Monster Hunter newbie. I'm less and less likely to play these huge numbers go up games with each passing year. So despite how many hours I could potentially get out of this game in another life, I doubt I'll be grinding
this
my
Monster
way
Hunter
to the
wasn't on
upper
Switch,
Hunter
was it?
rank echelons and mastering every mechanic on offer. And yet, boy, I just keep finding myself booting up this darn game. I tell ya, whenever I get a spare moment and I just want to zone out on a game, the idea of smacking around some big old beastie is far too tempting to deny. I have decided that I am definitively
Cyberpunk on Switch
done
too? No.
playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I have no idea when I will actually stop playing Monster Hunter Wilds. Boy, oh boy, they know
Probably
how
right
to
after
get
this
you,
review,
don't
'cause he
they?
hasn't made any other videos on it.
Those are my thoughts on Monster Hunter Wilds. Are you a bright-eyed newcomer like me? Or perhaps a disenfranchised old-timer? Whatever the case, let me know down in the... Oh, come on, man. You gotta... What was I saying? I don't know, whatever.
Buy
Video
this
over.
game Capcom gave you for free? Something like that. Yeah, I've heard that too, that the engine can't handle it. It reminded me of when EA was forcing all of their developers to make every game on their Frostbite engine, even if the engine couldn't really handle it because they didn't want to pay licensing fees for Unity or Unreal. Gotta use their proprietary engine, dude. Alright, a few of these videos they've just been hanging around here for a minute. But this next one's about Mario Kart. There's this Monster Hunter Wilds review. Such a big fan of it. So big of a fan, again, he never went back to it. Never did.
I have consumed the Mario Kart World Direct with my eyeballs and brain.
You were disappointed.
Which are actually kind of the same thing. The eyeballs are actually part of the brain. It's the only part of the brain that is external. Isn't that interesting? I have assimilated the information. I've processed it.
You need to let Frostbite go.
Formulated opinions about it.
They did it already?
And I'm now ready to communicate those to you. As I've said multiple times now, made a whole video on it. You know, really hoping for this Direct to kind of reveal something that we didn't really know. Some kind of big thing. Just some kind of element that we weren't catching on to yet that might help justify the price and all of that. This Direct, it really did. I mean, it didn't really have anything like that. There was no, like, light bulb moment. There was no, like, big reveal or anything. But it was still, like, it was still pretty good. It still gave a good amount of stuff. I guess I'll save, like, the overall thoughts for the very end. And I'll just kind of go down the list of the stuff that I want to talk about. First of all, the courses still look great. I mean, each thing they give us about this game, each new trailer or whatever, it just looks cooler and cooler. I still really absolutely cannot wait to drive around these courses. This one in particular gave a lot of really big shots of, like, the landscape. It really showed off the grandness of this place, and it's great because that's really what I'm looking for. You know, I'm an openness, like, junkie. I want there to be just a huge world to explore, tons of place to navigate and explore, and just kind of mess around in. And you know what? This even gave some more, like, concrete details about more interesting courses. I liked that. You can go see my reaction video to see how much I enjoyed seeing the Boo Theater. It's not just like a spooky Boo mansion,
Boo
but it's
Cinema,
an actual theater,
not Boo
and you drive into
Theater.
the screen, and then it's like a movie. That's like a really, really interesting idea. And I don't know how much we can expect to see that level of creativity in these other places. I mean, like, again, I am really enjoying what I'm seeing, but that's a real gimmick right there. Like, that is so much more of a concrete, creative idea than I think maybe any other Mario Kart course in history has ever given us. So I don't know if there are going to be more like that in the game, or if that's really just like one really wildly creative idea. I'm not sure, but I think it's amazing. I love it. But yeah, I don't know. All that to say, the courses look great. I should move on. And again, as always, whenever they give us anything on this game, I see even more, like, Mario Batty characters. Just every single individual time I look at the screen, I see another one or more that I just did not even register were in the game, and just make me laugh all over again. This time in particular, it was like, they're called conch doors, right? From 3D World. That's very funny. Would not have ever anticipated they would be in Mario Kart. There's like the dolphin. You're just a dolphin driving around. And then, like, what are they called? I always forget what they're called. Those horrible, awful little monsters from Super Mario Sunshine that launch you around. I hate those guys, but it's still really, really funny that they are in Mario Kart. Speaking of baddies,
how does he not know the Pianta's names?
Such as cars that drive around shooting bullet bills, and then Hammer Bros that just kind of like rain hammers down on you. I really like this idea. It seems to me like the sort of thing that could be anywhere. I don't know if it's going to be tied to specific courses, or if this is something that you can just kind of expect in any old place. I hope it's the latter, because I don't know, I think it's cool. You know, we're used to every course really being its own separate, isolated thing, and so I like the idea that now you can have a little bit more of a dynamic experience with how you can affect different courses. And I'm not getting my hopes up that they're going to allow us to like really fine-tune and customize this stuff. But I do like that idea. You know, in the same way that you can play and turn items on and off. I hope there's at some point some way to like choose which kinds of hazards are present where. I don't think I saw an option like that when they were showing off the options, but whatever. I still think it's a cool idea. Hazards that are
turning
more
intermissions
than
off,
just,
which is a good
like,
thing.
You know, this track has this thing, this hazard.
No, I need a hard right.
You know, it talked about the regular modes, Grand Prix. It didn't really have a lot of new stuff to say. I am a little disappointed because when they first revealed this idea that you're doing the Grand Prix, and for the first time, you have to actually like drive between the courses, I kind of thought that that would be integrated into like the gameplay, the point, you know? I thought there'd be like, well, what if the place between the places itself is a race? And when you know, if you get there to the next race before everyone else, can that give you a little bit of a advantage in some way? I don't know, even if it's just like get some
the
coins.
advantage is that you're in first. You're in first in front of everybody else.
Affects the next race. You know, kind of like between rounds. We get that in a bunch of different multiplayer games and things. It doesn't seem that way. It really just said
3D games were a mistake.
You just got to get to the next. You just have to manually drive to the next place, and I don't really see the benefit there. I could see that in fact being kind of frustrating because if it's not accomplishing anything, it's just kind of wasting time. So I don't know. I don't know if there's still something.
The scientists were made playable in the final content update for CTR. Yes.
Later or something, but yeah, I don't know. It also mentioned that when you beat all the Grand Prix, a special certain level opens up. Obviously, it's going to be Rainbow Road. My hope now is that it's not just that. It's not just you've unlocked a Rainbow Road. Happy birthday.
It will be just that.
It's I don't know. I guess I can't anticipate anything big like some big new mode or I don't just some little something extra special just to make it a little bit more interesting. At the same time, it's perfectly likely that this, if I have to guess, I'd say this Rainbow Road is going to be another really long one.
You have to hold the first
take
turbo.
us back to like
you can't get under
64, where that Rainbow Road is just really, really crazy long.
Same for trophies,
it's like
Zookie Wookie. It's needed for 100%.
What's the whole point of this game is the Grand Prix are all linked together. So if you had a Rainbow Road that itself was like 3 courses in one, then that could be kind of cool. That could kind of feel sort of special as a way to kind of close off the Grand Prix mode, make it feel a little bit more like a little single-player campaign kind of thing. This Direct went over new items, and it's funny, some are like, you know, fine, and then some are very, very interesting. On the more fine side, you have coin shell. It's cute. It's a cute idea. You know, you throw a shell and it just makes coins, and you can get the coins, or everyone else can get the coins. I don't know, just puts more coins on the track. That's fine. You know, ice flower and mega mushroom feel, you know, not super inspired. You know,
Mega Mushroom was in Mario Kart Wii. How do you not know that, Arlo?
Or ice flower.
Fake fan.
Ice balls. Okay. It doesn't
Ice
really,
flower
it's not
was in
that
the mobile
big of a
game.
difference, but that's fine. Mega Mushroom, I'm honestly surprised, has not been in the series before. It's almost baffling. You know, like seeing it here. I'm like, sure, we've always had Mega Mushroom,
what are the
right?
top comments for this?
But then you have some other ones that are a little more interesting. Hammer, I really do like how you can shoot a bunch
Hammer was
and
in
they kind
mobile.
of sit there on the track. So yeah, you can kind of like cage people, sort of. I mean, it's not going to be that easy to like manipulate the track, but it's still a cool idea. It's an interesting dynamic. I like temporarily changing a piece of the track and people having to kind of account for that. And then Kamek, I suppose that's how it's supposed to be pronounced, at least according to this guy narrating. But here it just had the players just kind of like transforming into different enemies. It seems like it just, yeah, I don't know. Transforming players into weird stuff is kind of a fun idea, but it kind of sounds like he was suggesting that other random stuff might happen too. It could just be like something random happens. And if that's the case, I'm fine with that. I like that. I like the surprise element. But then definitely the best new item. I mean, obviously it's the feather. Because, like, I don't know. It's just kind of a big deal. And, you know,
Feather
that
was in
leads
Mario
me into,
Kart 8 Deluxe.
Another really, really big thing they talked about here is just, like, you can charge jump Like when you're going, essentially you can build up a boost even when you're going straight.
I don't know why I'm surprised.
And when you let it go, you do a little
He says
jump.
he's not that
I've
into
already talked
Mario
about
Kart.
this before, but one thing I really am excited about is how in this game it's it's just so much more Mario, isn't it? You're driving a car, but now you can hop around all over the place, and I already felt
these
that
two cars right here,
this marked a very,
Mortal
very
Enemy.
Dramatic, just kind of, I don't know, new era of
Feather
Mario
was in
Kart.
Super Mario Kart,
This
yes.
one really seems like it's going to be very
What's he
wildly
into
different
anyway?
to play, and I would say
Metroid, Paper Mario,
much more fun.
and
so
Pikmin.
so yeah, you have the charge jump.
Yeah, Metroid, Paper Mario, Pikmin. Yeah, he's in the 3 IPs.
So
Only
you can
3.
get up onto rails, and it helps, and it makes sense because of the big open world and because of all the rails and the wall jumping mechanic. You need to be able to just jump in some way. You need to be able to get some vertical.
Imagine knowing
jump
someone who's not
just sometimes
into
to
Mario
help you get
Kart at
around.
all, not
And
even in
then
small doses.
The feather gives you a
Yep.
much bigger
That's
jump and a
Arlo,
much more
unless it's
immediate
time to
jump
shill.
rather than charging it up, and that helps you reach new places, especially I'm sure when you combine these jumps together. And it also helps you avoid shells and whatnot, which I think is really great. I really dislike, you know, as I talked about in the other video, I dislike how definite blue shells are. I like the idea of giving the player at least some kind of ability to avoid them, and so yeah, but to all the jumping and the feather and stuff, whether it's blue shells or red shells, just a little bit more freedom of movement. And yeah, I don't know, I think all that stuff put together, it just really changes the game. I don't know, I really feel like this does mark a really big turning point in Mario Kart, and you know what, we could talk about the amount of content and the justification for the price and all that stuff, but I feel like, if anything, just this new gameplay and how much flexibility it offers, it just looks so much more fun than all the other Mario Karts I've ever played. I feel like it's going to be impossible to go back. It really does kind of feel like the newest, best Mario Kart. Why would you ever play an old Mario Kart? Look how amazing and cool this is. I don't know. That's just my opinion. But yeah, point is, I think charge jump is a really, really big and amazing change, and then the feather kind of feeds into that.
Because the new Mario Kart doesn't have Maple Treeway. That would be why.
New item really is just gonna give a lot of flexibility. Moving on though, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Just a lot of little details. They mentioned auto accelerate and like smart steering. And what I want confirmation of is that these things will not be turned on by default. I still never understood that. I didn't get it in the Wii U one. I did not get why it was still present in the Switch one of 8 Deluxe. Why would that be the default? Why would that be on by default every time you boot up the game? Everybody has to remember, we all start the core. No, sorry, pause, turn off smart steering, accelerate, smart auto accelerate and all that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they won't be on by default. I guess, was this the official announcement of the Joy-Con 2 wheel? I guess so. I always laugh at these things. I know plenty of people like them. That's the thing. People do buy them. I just don't get it.
That's a sapphire.
I really don't understand. I don't
Alright,
know.
that's a gold.
The motion controls, they're just frustrating. It's like I've seen people try, especially kids. Every time you give a kid the controller and they're trying to,
how can I optimize that?
You don't know how far you have to turn it to get your maximum turn. So everybody is just like
fucked up with that
jerking
3-second
their arms
box
around
that was
way
up
too
high.
far. It's just frustrating. It needs to be like anchored to something. I don't know. Moving on, they talked more about the whole food costumes thing, and yeah, it really does just seem like throughout the world there is food.
53.
And whenever you get the food, each individual food gives you a specific costume, it seems. And I don't know if, like, is this only in free roam or is this also in regular races? I really don't know, but it does seem that once you get the food, you unlock the costume. So it's something of a collectible, but it also seems like the kind of collectible that you're gonna get pretty quick, pretty much just once you race every course. I guess that means you'll have every costume. Not really sure, but the way they gave it to us here really does just kind of seem that simple. There is the rewind feature. How weird. How strange.
Arlo loves it.
Apparently, at any point, you can just rewind and move yourself back, you know, try to get a certain
spin
jump
because
again.
that's gonna break my moment.
But this is not limited to like free roam mode. This
probably
is just
should.
kind of any time, and if you do it during a race, the other people keep going. You just rewind yourself, so I guess you have to be like, if I miss that shortcut, is it worth it to go back and try again? Am I going to save that much time with the shortcut? I cannot imagine that ever being the case. It's just weird. I like it. I like that it's an option because it's an option.
Oh, I think okay.
Just never would have guessed that
might
Nintendo
know what the time
would give
save
us
is.
that kind of option. Seems so strange, but whatever. Then they talked about modes, mostly basic stuff.
Rewind
No,
feature
they
is
did
for
not
babies. That's
reveal
why it's
some
in.
big, huge, new mode. It's all the stuff that you would expect. They talked about multiplayer and options, and it seems like there are a good number of options. I'm really not gonna until I'm playing the game and I'm playing with people and trying to set up a game, I'm probably not gonna know whether or not they've given us, because a big problem with 8 Deluxe was just not enough options. There was a lot of stuff that we wished that we could have done and we couldn't. So yeah, I'm just saying, at this time, I do not know if they have fixed that problem, but at least the little list they gave us here, it seems fine. Seems like a pretty good number of options. I really like how you can essentially choose which courses you do. You can kind of customize your own
Invisible wall.
little Grand Prix-ish multiplayer thing. Pick which ones you want to go between. Pick whether or not you're doing the in-betweens, and I don't know. I think that's cool. And then teams. Teams is a cool idea. I'm revealing my ignorance. Were there teams in the other games?
Yes.
I can't remember.
That's how we did that tournament.
I can't remember. There absolutely might have been. But if not, hey, look, they're adding teams. I think that's a
you might
great
be
idea.
right.
They talked about battle
They're
mode
not.
again. It seems to be more or less the same kind of thing, which is a bit of a bummer. I was kind of hoping that this game would have its own unique spin
Thanks for the idea.
on the battle mode. Just some new thing.
The unique
especially
spin is
because now
removing
we
all
have
the
these
battle
big,
modes from
wide
Mario
open
Kart 8
spaces,
Deluxe.
So just kind of do something new with it, especially if you can play
Nobody plays
with way
battle
more
mode anyway.
players. Doesn't seem to be that way, but I don't know, whatever. My biggest question, if you saw my Mario Kart 8 review, is just I just want to be able to turn off the time limit on the battle mode. I don't even know if this is something I actually want anymore. This goes way back to the N64 one. I just really loved that we would have these really, really long matches and we're all trying to chase each other around, and it just got really ridiculous. And after that point, it was always timed, so you never got longer than 5 minutes or whatever. And at this point, I don't even know if I actually care that much. But I'm gonna just go on believing that I still care. I really want them to give us the option to just turn off the time limit. Here, we only saw time limits. I don't know if you can turn it off, but whatever.
I'd agree with them on that. Just to bring it back to that Nintendo 64 era.
Locally, with System Link, that is disappointing. I mean, come on. In this game,
Nobody
you
has
can
friends
have
in
up to
real life,
24
Arlo.
players online, but only 8 locally. And you can do 2 players split screen, but even considering that, even if you can have 2 people per system, you can still only have 8 players. It's not even 8 switches with 2. Oh, well, then you could do 16 players. No. It seems that locally you can only do 8 player matches, and that feels a little ridiculous to me. It's the biggest Mario Kart ever. It's all about the social. It's all about, come on, 24 players. That's a ton. Don't you want people getting together with these big matches? I don't know. Perhaps there is somehow a limit to what is possible with local connectivity. I'm not sure, but that is disappointing. Then I went more into online play, talking about the online, free roam mode where you're just hanging out with your friends. And my biggest question has been, how seamless is it? Is it going to be like Animal Crossing? You got to pause everything and wait for a player to load in. It does seem pretty seamless. It says you can just open up the map and see where your friends are, and then you can go over to them. I don't know if that means you have to select them to load into their thing, or if it's not going to be completely drop in, drop out seamless. I know that there's always going to be some little barrier that's the Nintendo way, but I don't know. I'm really hoping that if I open my gates, as it were, other people can just kind of join me and it doesn't interrupt me. People can just kind of hop in and out. And I hope it's the kind of thing I can just sort of turn on in free roam mode Like if I am free roaming, I can just have this thing. Like my gates are open or my gates are closed. I don't want it to be like a separate thing. I have to enter online free roam.
Gliding is slower than running, so I don't want to glide for too long.
Basically, I just want it as seamless as possible. It does seem to be pretty good from what we've seen here. And again, I will say that this does still seem really cool, the idea of doing this online. Just, I don't know, turning Mario Kart, of all things, into this, like, kind of ongoing social activity instead of just a thing where you're just playing matches, but now it's a thing that you're doing for like a while. You're all dropping in and having this ongoing shared experience, and you're talking at the same time. It showed off the camera how you can just see your friend's face reacting with the facial expressions in real time to what's going on. I still think that's very cool. I'm still really excited to do that. It really, yeah, it's not a
watch this be the route
for couch multiplayer, but it really does come pretty darn close. And then the biggest thing I was looking forward to seeing,
the gym was at the end too. I can get the gym during the time trial. Let's do it.
They didn't
Let's
exactly
do it just
reveal
for
like what I was
uniqueness.
kind of theorizing may be the case with basically turning free roam into its own kind of sort of campaign where there's like NPCs all over the place and a bunch of individual challenges around the different tracks. It's not quite like that. I am a little bit disappointed because, as I said in that video, I feel like that's the perfect idea. I feel like it's perfect. You're just driving around and each course is its own little thing, and you can have different challenges on each course.
I shouldn't have to suspend like that. That's doable with just a slight jump.
About that. But they did, however, reveal that there are things to do in free roam mode. There are just like little challenges spread throughout. So it's kind of halfway to my idea. There are like P switches all over the place, and that will just kind of turn on a little challenge. There are these coins to collect, and there are hidden panels that do stuff too. So there are more collectibles than just the food. There are random little challenges, which is still pretty good. It still gives you something to do. It still gives me the impression that this big world is worth exploring because there are at least all these little, as long as it feels
I choked right there anyway on the third
as long
box.
as it gives you some sort of solid collectible, or
I'm gonna get that Death Route gem
or Gem Pack gem. Not just for the fun, you got to earn something for it. And if that's the case, then yeah, still pretty good. It's still like, yeah, it's still something to do while you're out there. You're not just roaming around wishing you had someone to talk to on game chat. It's still something. And so we do come to the end. We do come to the overall thoughts. Overall, it is good. It's
nah, you're
good.
disappointed.
Yeah,
you wanted a big old
good.
secret,
You know what?
secret mode.
Does it now justify the price now that we essentially know all of the new features? We essentially know all of the content. I don't think there are going to be any other surprises revealed to us.
Surprises, Rainbow Road.
Does it justify
Wait
the
for
price
DLC.
tag? I don't know at this point. I don't know.
Sweeping.
I don't even know if I care to even.
If he was
keep
convinced,
talking
he would
about
say
it.
yes.
I don't know. At the same time, though, I do still really like how it's shaping
I gotta
up.
hit that button
I
at
still
the
think
end.
it looks really good, even if I'm slightly
Obviously.
disappointed and feel like they could have done a little bit more with the big world. I still think
And
it
singing
looks
Rainbow
amazing.
Road for
again,
the new Rainbow
if anything,
Road.
Just
let's make it happen.
Just the world itself, the seamlessness, and the moveset, the new mobility. That to me is enough, at the very least, to make this like the default Mario Kart that I play now. I feel like this
Wouldn't it
is
just be the
easily
default Mario Kart because it's the one on the new
biggest evolution of the
system?
series that we have seen.
Why would you ever
I
go
don't
back
know,
to the
would
old
it be
one?
fair to say ever? Is that once more revealing my ignorance? I just feel like each version has been such a small iteration. Whereas mechanically, this seems to be the biggest. It seems to be like the most changed. The most changed.
I'm just glad they
to
got
the
rid of
raw
card customization.
gameplay. And I am very, very positive about it. It feels more
trying to
like
slide out of my
Mario
spam.
Kart than ever. Your cart is now like your body, basically. You can jump around all over the place and wall jump and grind, and I think it's great. It's a lot of mobility, and I think it's cool. But this is a long
Remember when
video.
Crash Nitro
I don't
Kart
know
did
what to say
anti-gravity carts before Mario Kart
about
8?
Mario Kart. This is weird. So I guess I better end it. Yeah. This is a pretty good direct. Game looks cool. Bye.
Nah, he wanted more, but he has to shill for Nintendo as a Nintendo partner, so we can't shit on it. Hey, I would have liked for there to be a bit more to, but more for the mystery aspect of it, and it not just being like, oh, we've shown you everything in the marketing, not necessarily for oh, let's justify the price point of the game. You're gonna buy it anyway, Boron. Ann says he won't, but we know that he will. Still excited for the game. Do you know we're only 2 weeks out from it? We got the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe final tourney that's going to be taking place Memorial Day weekend. What? What are we doing here? I hit the button. It happens as soon as the mask runs out. But there we go. He's not a big Mario Kart fan, but the recap wasn't the worst recap in the world. This one is Metroid Prime 5 may already be in development.
It seems that early last year, one Nash Weedle started a rumor, and I suppose I
should be able to finish the route, finish the level on that route.
But the idea was that Retro
because it's got
Studios
time crates.
Was developing Metroid Prime 4 and
I'm caught up in on the
Metroid
Christian
Prime
doc.
5
I'm not. I forgot what part I left on.
This person claimed that Prime 5 was planned for release in 2027 and, of course, would be a Switch 2 exclusive. He also said something about having more vertical elements, some sort of gravity stuff, vertical exploration, something or other. A term I'm seeing thrown around is 6DOF, which I had to look up.
I do when I'm fucking up.
It seems it means 6 degrees of freedom. I still don't exactly know what that means or whatever, but yeah, that's basically the idea. And there's a little bit more to this we'll talk about in a minute here, but of just the simple idea that Nintendo is doing 2 at once and that we're gonna get Prime 5 in a couple of years, that rumor, I have reason to dismiss such a rumor. And I feel that there is reason to also entertain such a rumor. I'm kind of going back and forth on it. On the negative side, it is one of those rumors I'm always talking about where is this really something that someone heard, or is this just an idea that so many of us have had that the quote-unquote rumor kind of materializes? I know it is coming from Nash Weedle, but that could be because it's an educated guess. Because, like, of course we've considered that, you know, of course we like the idea, especially because there's something of a precedent for Metroid Prime games. They did the first 3 games within a really, really short period of time. They were clearly working on that whole trilogy pretty non-stop. Prime 2 came just a couple years after Prime 1. And whenever a big, cool game that we've waited a long time for comes out, there's always the hope that they just jump right into the sequel using a lot of the same assets and ideas as we go on and on and on about it. We hope for it to happen. And you know what? It still does not happen as much as I feel like it should, as much as I would expect it to, because it's a money-saving thing. I don't get it, but whatever. It's almost a too good to be true scenario, you know, and that's one thing that makes me skeptical. We've waited so impossibly long for Prime 4. So the idea that, like, oh yeah, I hear they're also working on Prime 5 and we're gonna get that really soon too, like, of course, you know, that's a red flag right there. Yeah, too good to be true. However, the reason that it is also tempting for me to entertain this idea is because they've spent so long working on Prime 4, and because
Cyrax knocked out by another locale.
Metroid, it has not historically performed very well. So you have to wonder why Nintendo would be investing so much into it now. This has been such a long development process. They've been developing this for at least 8 years, incling the couple years
some goofball that lives near him.
Scrap. And a few years ago, we kept
the
getting
last
these
guy that
stories
A-logged him that
about
lived
Retro
near him
Studios
died.
hiring these industry veterans, these people who have worked for other big, huge studios, making huge, very graphically impressive AAA games. We've had devs from all over, someone who worked on the Tomb Raider games, someone who worked on God of War. And if, like, especially now that we know Metroid Prime 4 is a cross-gen game. It was built with Switch in mind. It's getting a Switch 2 edition that has like higher texture resolution and you know, better features, and it runs better, but it still is a Switch 1 game. And we have always had to wonder why Nintendo would invest in these industry veterans with so much experience making these big, huge games for more modern platforms if they were just gonna make a Switch 1 game. Like, why would they even need that? You know, and that's why for a long time I was convinced that it would be a Switch 2 exclusive, or it would be cross-gen, but the Switch 2 version would have its own like unique assets. But it really doesn't. So it's like, why would they? Why would they be putting so much into this game when they know that it might not even do that well if they didn't have some sort of bigger plan? So yes, the idea that they are, we're gonna give them Prime 4 and it's gonna be available for the Switch, and that's cool, but like that's old tech, you know? That's still a lot easier to develop for. So why wouldn't we roll this into a bigger project? Why wouldn't we do that thing where like, yeah, we're
at least I got the gem path
in this game. Why not make multiple projects with these ideas, with the...
Yeah, see, I'm thinking about like, okay, so to do the other path, the mask always wears off by the time I get to that door. The doors are always open as long as you got invincibility. But you don't have enough time to do it. So you have to stand by the button. You gotta give the button like a second to reset, because it resets when the invincibility goes away. And then a door opens. I feel like that's too much time wasted.
These game engines and whatnot.
God of War Ascension.
Why
I
not
don't think
cut our
people like
teeth
that one.
on Prime 4 while also working on the much bigger, more grand Switch 2 exclusive Prime 5? And then, of course, just the idea that they have done this before. They made a complete trilogy in a relatively short amount of time. That doesn't necessarily mean that that would be the right decision moving forward, or that they would necessarily want to. I know we would all want them to. But at the very least, just the fact that there is a precedent for it. Retro Studios themselves, whoever is left who worked on the original trilogy, they already have that experience of starting with something, iterating on it, and building out something kind of bigger from that without starting over from scratch and waiting years and years and years between titles. So I want to believe it. I really do. You know, I hate the idea that Prime 4 will come out. It'll basically be a Switch 1 game, and then it sells whatever, and then that's it for, like, who knows, another 10 years? I don't know. I like the idea that it's not just going to be a one-and-done return for the series.
I think they got long-con plans for
There's
Metroid.
a plan to continue this story.
Started with
especially
Samus
because,
Returns on
Metroid has
3DS.
so much potential for stories. I loved that the original trilogy was an ongoing story. You don't get that with a lot of different Nintendo series. Only a privileged few get this ongoing story sort of thing, and I think Metroid is just it's just perfect for it. So all of this has returned to the discourse because Nash Weedle has kind of piped up again, sort of reconfirming some of the stuff that he was saying before, because he was saying that they were working on both because in the same way that the original trilogy came so quickly, the ideas were kind of carried over, and then how Metroid Prime 3 Corruption used motion controls, and then they released Metroid Prime 2.
This is the faster run.
Version where you could do
you ideally don't do any of the runs until you beat the game and get the power-ups unless you run.
The entire point is that right now we're seeing these Switch 2 exclusive control options, like mouse controls. The idea is that they're going to take that and utilize that a lot more in Prime 5, which will be a Switch 2 exclusive. I'm slightly iffy on that idea, because I feel like to truly embrace the new controls, you would kind of have to make them necessary. And he is pointing out that the interesting thing about mouse mode on Switch 2 is that the Joy-Cons are not just mouses, Mises. They still have like accelerometers and gyroscopes and stuff in them. So you could potentially use that to get an even more interesting and fine-tuned experience. You could do even more with them. I really don't know what that looks like, especially if you're like keeping it on the table. But I suppose that's the idea. But yeah, again, I don't know. I don't think they're going to require that. They're not. I would hope that they would not pull a, make the same kind of mistake that they used to make, that I think they're mostly done making, of like giving us a great new game and absolutely requiring that we use the new weird control scheme.
Skyward
thus,
Sword?
like alienating a huge percent of the audience. I don't know. I think they're kind of done
Alienates
with that.
Phil.
And as we've seen with Prime 4, it's all about options. You know, they've understood that, like, yes, there are people who want to play Prime games with traditional controls, not weird tank controls like on GameCube, not pointer controls like on the Wii. They want an option. They want to be able to use the stick if they want, or gyro, or mouse, or whatever. So I don't know how much I buy into the idea that, like, it's going to be necessary. But basically that is the idea that Nash Weedle is proposing after seeing all of this interesting control stuff that the Switch 2 is using. He's just kind of doubling down on the idea that we're going to get Prime 5 in a couple of years, and it's also going to somehow play into
I gotta
all
shave off
the
4
new
seconds
control
from that.
schemes or whatever. If that's true, yeah, I would definitely hope that it wasn't like you have to use mouse mode. I could still see it being like an option where if you use mouse mode, you're just going to get more precision. Maybe they will integrate more movement, gyro, tilt, whatever, to give you just a higher degree of precision. At the same time, though, I'm still waiting to see how mouse controls affect the game itself, because I don't know, like Prime games, they've not been like these fast-paced first-person shooters. I'm still really curious to see how the design has changed and how the game isn't either too hard without mouse controls or too easy with it. You know, I really don't know. There's a humongous difference there, but I guess that's a little bit of its own kind of tangent. So I really hope that Nash Weedle is correct, whether it is an actual insider information, or just a really good educated guess. I certainly, obviously hope that it is true, that we get Prime 4 and then Prime 5 just a couple years after that. It would please me greatly, personally. But again, it also really does seem like a decent business decision. Of course, there's the chance that Prime 4 comes out and it sells terribly, and they're like, uh-oh, it wasn't a good idea to invest in this big thing. But for the most part, I'm hoping that it does okay. I'm hoping it does well enough, and who knows, maybe if Nintendo invests in making these games really big and really exciting, maybe that alone will attract people to the games. People like big, exciting games. They like stuff like that. So I'm hopeful. And I mean, and again, just me. Is it literally just me personally? If they wanted to make Prime 6 and close out the whole trilogy a couple years after that, I wouldn't be too upset about that.
Thank you, Arlo, for once again reading internet rumors that may or may not be true. What's this next one? Pre-order info? Did he even pre-order his Switch 2?
All right, before we get started, I'm sorry, I do have to say something.
What?
About that darn Mario Kart video. Look here. Look here, you. I'm sorry.
Look, listen.
Coming on a little strong. Here's the thing. I don't play a lot of Mario Kart. I have not played every game. I missed 7 and
oh,
Wii,
he's responding to the one
there that is not really tapped into, and I haven't played.
He's responding to the criticism of the Mario Kart video we just watched.
I say that a lot. I try to start most Mario Kart videos with that knowledge, but here's the thing: I also get made fun of for like too many preambles, disclaimers, caveats, so I figure I don't want to do it every single time. And yet now I find myself in a situation like this where I have made a number of errors in a video about Mario Kart, and I apologize. Yes, now I know the Mega Mushroom was in the Wii one. That's why
Sent the apology email.
Familiar, but I didn't register that at the time. And yeah, and I
lot of flukes there.
The feather, I knew that was in the Super NES
I'll
one.
accept
I
the
didn't
gold.
know if it had been around for a while. It was an 8 Deluxe, but just the battle mode. I played a bunch of 8 Deluxe, but I didn't play a lot of the battle mode. So yes, I forgot. Yes, I'm sorry. Here's the
Arlo,
thing.
you
I hope
lied.
that there is at least
You lied to
some
your audience,
value,
Arlo. What you think about that?
All, in my opinion, on Mario Kart World, and just it as a game, design-wise, and how much I'm excited to play it, and all that. And going forward, I'm sorry, but I am going to make more mistakes. I simply am, and when that happens, I humbly request that if you take a quick
Mario
glance
Kart
at the
Wii is,
comments
according to some, the
and
best
you
Mario
see
Kart ever.
that
How did you not know the Mega
hundreds
Mushroom was in that one?
And hundreds of other people have
How did you not
already
know the
corrected
feather was
me
in
on
the Switch
something.
one?
Maybe just consider not. That's all I'm asking is just consider going a little bit easy on me. Just a little.
Go easy on Arlo,
on to the
guys.
topic of
He's
the
not a
day.
big
We've all been
Nintendo
holding
fan.
our
He's just a
breaths,
big
waiting
Nintendo
to see
shill.
what Nintendo was going to do in terms of pricing and pre-orders. They delayed Switch 2 pre-orders. They were supposed to happen on April 9th, but then they had to delay them in the US and Canada. And Nintendo has finally given us an update. They've given us a new date. Pre-orders will officially open in the US and Canada on April 24th. It's a little under a week away at the time of this recording. And we weren't sure if when they open pre-orders again, they might have to raise prices on the system or the games or whatever.
They only raise prices on accessories.
And the good news is, mostly prices are unchanged. The price of the system itself is not going up, and the prices on games are not going up. So yes, that is
Bowser
nice.
knew he couldn't get away with
Especially
that.
The games, that's already a sore spot for a lot of people. However, some of the prices of the accessories are going up a little bit. Here in the US, the Switch 2 Pro controller was going to be $75. Now it's $85, so going up by 10. That's a pretty significant bump. Some other stuff is only going up by like 5. Basically, across the board, it's like 5 to 10. A pair of Joy-Cons was $90. Now it's $95. Oh, $100+ for
Holy
Joy-Cons.
shit,
after
for
tax.
Joy-Cons?
That stinks.
And you'll pay for it.
Charging
And you'll
was
like
$35. Now it's $40. The strap was $13. Now it's $14. A wheel set was $20. Now it's $25. The camera was $50. Now it's...
Problem is, that's the last medieval level. That's probably the last easy plat I'll ever get. No!
How you doing, dude?
Big ups, Pim Pam. Welcome in, Pim Pam. We're listening to Arlo talk about Switch pre-orders, Switch 2 pre-orders, and how they raised the prices on the accessories, including a $10 bump on the Pro 2 controller. Honestly, the Pro 2 controller being $85, I would have expected that to be the default price before the prices got raised. 74? That seems a bit low. Surely we can go higher, Miyamoto.
55. The dock set. Oh,
Coco can't go swimming.
110. Now it's 120 for a dock carrying case and screen protector. Was
Okay, but it
35,
comes
now
with a
it's
dock.
40. All-in-one carrying case.
But like, did you hear that? It's like, oh, it's just fucking $100 for a dock. Okay, but it comes with the dock.
Case and screen protector was 35. Now it's 40. All-in-one carrying case and screen protector was 35. Now.
Okay, he said and carrying case and screen protector. I was gonna say screen protector, $35, $40. I gotta listen better.
It's 40. All-in-one carrying case was 80. Now it's 84. AC adapter was 30. Now it's 35. And the official Samsung microSD express card for Switch 2, 256 gigabyte, was 55. And now it's 60. So considering the whole situation, these price increases are relatively small.
He's sweeping.
Considering they could have dramatically raised the price of the system.
$10 is make or break for some people.
Kind of like, oh, it's not fun, but it's not as bad as it could have been. And really, I think this is just one area where they increased these prices here just because they kind of figured they could, because everybody is looking at them and wondering if they're going to raise prices. So they're like, okay, so that means that everybody knows raising prices is on the table. And yet, if we raise the prices of the games or the system, there's going to be a really, really big backlash. So I think right now, raising the prices of the accessories and slightly is kind of a very strategic move, because they know that they are going to be making less money going forward than they wanted to.
And that not everybody's going to buy every accessory.
It may not be easy to make money in this territory in particular. They know that it's
because of the
it's not
tariff
going to be
thing?
necessarily just smooth sailing, and they know that they're going to have to increase prices somewhere. To me, this was like the lowest friction way to do that. You know what I mean? To just barely start introducing the idea of charging even more for stuff. And I'm not like defending that. I'm just saying I think that's
He's not sweeping because he told us.
This was the best way for them to make some extra money while making people the least amount mad. You know what I mean? And so we could look at this as good news, and it certainly is good news, at least for the moment. The problem is that the whole tariff situation is still ongoing. The final decision has been delayed by like 90 days.
Say Orange Man bad.
And so this is all pure speculation on my part, obviously. What isn't? But to me,
it's
you know,
Rump's fault.
I like to be positive, but in this case, I am very, very cautious. This to me does not mean, oh, don't worry, the Switch 2 is going to be $450 and that's it going forward. Oh,
Crash just explodes.
The games are only going to be as expensive as they already are. I don't see this as like confirmation that everything is going to be okay. To me, what this is Nintendo delivering what they already promised. They told us the price of the system, they told us the price of the games, and they don't want to go back on that promise right now, especially because like they just announced it all, and they know that if they go higher, it is going to impact sales here. Like the prices, even as they are, that's already probably going to have at least some impact. Ultimately, I think at launch, there are still going to be millions and millions of people who want Switch 2s, regardless of the price. You always get those, you know, the hobbyists, the enthusiasts, or whatever, early on.
Just finance it through
Klarna. I really think this is just Nintendo trying to get ahead of the tariff thing, because if the tariffs go through, like, that is going to change things, but if that's not going to happen for like a few months, I think the plan right now is just, nope, sell them a bunch of, like, basically sell as many Switches as possible in the US before all that stuff happens. Because there have been rumors for a bit now
that Nintendo is now
stockpiling units in this country to get ahead of it. They're shipping them here.
Why are you asking me about your memories?
Ridiculous prices. So that maybe at launch they can sell a nice big chunk of units for a fine price and make a fine amount of money on them and get that going. And then if all the tariff stuff goes through and it becomes
Can he stop with the cutesy language for the tariff stuff? The tariff thing? The tariff situation?
Go from there. If that all happens, I do anticipate a price increase, because here, you know, they've given a little statement. They're saying like, here's the new pre-order date. The console and the games are the same. We do have to adjust prices for some of the accessories, but then they say other adjustments to the price of any Nintendo product are also possible in the future, depending on market conditions. Like, basically, yeah, if things get really bad and tariffs dramatically cut into their profits, then, like, I do foresee price increases going forward. They're just not doing it now. They want there to be, like, a nice little launch. They want to sell a nice little chunk of systems here. But, like, yeah, I'm not counting on things staying this way. Because as we've talked about, Nintendo, in this situation, they're in a weird situation where they may have to raise their prices, but, like, again, everybody might. It's just that we're all looking at Nintendo right now. You know, they're like
Nintendo
the
did it first.
Company, at least in the gaming space.
Nintendo took the hit, so everybody else is going to look at it, and they're deciding what to do based on Nintendo's actions.
Of this major economic thing that's going on. And so, like, they don't want to be the first ones to scare everybody and raise their prices. You know what I mean? Like, plenty of other companies, if not all of them, may have to end up raising their prices, maybe even dramatically. The Japanese economy is not doing well right now. Yen is really weak, so we're seeing a lot of Japanese companies, even ones that are pretty successful. They do make a lot of money, and yet they're feeling that hit to their profits. You know, Sony has been regularly increasing the price of the PS5 and PSN service in a bunch of different territories. Like, it is coming, and we may see a dramatic increase in prices in just about everything.
Yeah, I know. They raise prices first in countries that aren't the US.
Nintendo's
but some
like,
people would say
if and when that
those countries
happens,
don't matter.
We'll deal with it then. let's not try to deal with it now and draw the ire of absolutely everybody. It's gonna be a lot more comfortable to do that if everybody else is doing it too, and it's very clear why it's happening. So all that to say, I want to see this as a positive, and it is, at least for the time being. But I'm not counting on it staying
DSP.
this way. And I mean, if anything, this really
you guys
is
like his Civil War discussion earlier today?
A really just, I
only heard a little bit of it.
It may be really hard to get a Switch to anyway, because if everyone is all whipped up into this frenzy thinking like this thing may be way more expensive down the line, we may get like this. I mean, they're throwing the slop in the trough, and all the bigs have all got to go for it at once, and this may be the only slop we're getting for a while. So I don't know. There may be something of a frenzy to like get to pick clean all of the supplies of the Switch 2 before things potentially get worse. But as always, we just gotta wait and see what happens. Everything is very up in the air right now, and it is very frustrating and unsettling. In fact, after this, I've got to go and record a little note to put at the beginning of a video that's supposed to go out today. But now this has happened, and that kind of changes the conversation. So now I gotta do that. It's all craziness. But yeah, I don't know. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a great day. And if you're hoping to get a Switch 2 at launch, if you're hoping to snag a pre-order on April 24th, I wish you the best of luck.
So that's how old the video is. But you know, it's still relevant today. Okay. This one's a weird one. It's just called This Stinks, but it's not a ramble commentary video. It's on the main channel.
This video is brought to you by Raycon. Hello,
I love
I'm
Raycon.
Arlo's mom. Am I really Arlo's mom?
He's trans.
Or just Arlo in a wig doing a bit? Is he ready to commit to this new lore? Like, is Arlo's mom like a real character now? I don't know, but I do know that Arlo just got me these lovely Raycon everyday earbuds.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
For a better Mother's Day gift. Whether you're retired with a million hobbies or a working parent of an unspecified yet very large number of monster children, Raycons are perfect for the
Ryan?
mom on the go.
Arlo?
Fast charging gives
Arlo
me
was
90
Ryan
minutes
the
of
whole
playtime with
time?
only 10 minutes of charging. And with a full charge, I can get up to 8 hours, 32 total using the charging case. That's a whole lot of Japanese psych rock and podcasts about shipping containers. The everyday earbuds are also so comfortable because they're designed to fit any ear. I use the same size silicone tips as Arlo. He has my ears. They have many other lovely features as well. Active noise cancellation for when Arlo's dad is mowing the lawn or playing
Are we also going to see Arlo's dad in this video?
Multiple sound profiles, multi-point connectivity for connecting to multiple devices at once, and the ability to easily take calls from my mustard dealer. I mean, supplier. Arlo genetically and behaviorally inherited his frugal nature from me, so I very much appreciate that the everyday earbuds cost about half the price of other premium audio brands. And you can go to buyraycon.com/Arlo or click the link in the description to get 20% off site-wide. So take it from me, a mom. Give the gift of Raycon this Mother's Day. Who's that out the window? Sanjo! Sanjo, get that horse out of here! One more thing before we begin. Sorry,
yeah, it's a legit show segment.
But on the morning of the day this video was set to go out...
Oh, wait, this is the video... Okay, this is the video that the last video was talking about.
Nintendo updated the pre-order date and confirmed that Switch 2 system and game prices are remaining the same for the time being. And I know I go a little doom and gloom in this video about potentially astronomical prices and all that. And to some, this new information might make my takes feel a little less justified. However, it seems to me that prices very well may increase dramatically after launch, depending on all this stuff, all these fluctuating fluctuating market conditions, and like after the first batch of sales,
Basically,
the
he was
supply
too
here in
lazy
the
to
US
update the video.
really may dry up. Things are still very up in the air. I'm not feeling very confident about any of it, so I feel that the points I make in this video still stand, and I still want to give you this video as originally recorded. Just wanted to get that out of the way. Thank you. Let's finally get to the video now. Oh, it's yummy.
When I get the picture of Coco seething in the layout, I don't remember. Maybe from a crash thread on 4chan? I don't recall. It was just in the reaction image folder.
Don't use that one. So, let's get this out of the way first.
Uh-oh. It's a video about the tariff sting.
Is so much bigger than video games. This tariff thing
Political
is
video.
ongoing. I don't know, maybe by the time this video...
Hey, Scrumbles, what do I think about Synthetic Man being in the lolly? Well, I went over it in full on the last stream. He needs to walk everything back and cap and cope and sweep it up.
Goes out, something will have changed.
Like
that would certainly be nice.
30 minutes
but
going
we're all
into
just
it.
kind of holding our breaths and waiting to see what happens. Because if things go through as proposed, expensive Nintendo games may be the last thing we're all worried about. This could genuinely have a devastating impact on the U.S.
He's
most
neither
of all,
confirm
but,
nor
like,
deny
really,
it. That's
that will
true.
affect other countries.
I don't think he's into it, but his non-committal stance on it is more so because a large sect of his audience is apparently into it, going off screen caps of his chat. And from his own words, I think he's afraid of his own audience and what they'll do if he outright disavows it, because the second he talked to that Kirsch woman VTuber lady, they doxed him on KF, and it wasn't a regular KF user. It was someone who made an account just to post that information on there, i.e. a la the Bank Leak guys and the Comcast poster on the DSP subforum. And it was more than likely an actual fan of his that felt betrayed by him talking to a woman. So imagine if he disavows his fans even further by going full ban 999 on his chat, when he's cultivated an audience and his chat has been cultivated as a place where he can go to talk about anything. They'll just start calling him a Janny who sweeps everything up. I think it's a bit too late to start laying down some ground rules, but that's what he should do. Here, I checked you, and you said when you're removing a lot of content community according to the GPN, you ignored the comment not once but twice. When was that? Are you asking me to remove GPM? I need Goon's transparent take here. Are you saying GPM is a danger to the community and I must remove him to the from the community now?
Trees as well. It's
I need your honest take.
Basically,
and whether or not you would be consistent. If you genuinely believe that, would you be consistent with your own community, Goon? Would you also ask Juzzy to remove GPM? Is it time to ask Tevin what his response is on the GPM question?
If the current leadership gets its way, we could be in a really, really bad situation. And we may look back and laugh at the fact that we were once grumpy about Nintendo charging $80 for Mario Kart. However, I'd like to put the greater picture aside just for a bit. I would like to selfishly ignore that just for the duration of this video and look at things from the perspective of a Nintendo fan. Because as a Nintendo fan, yeah, this kind of stinks. No one could have possibly foreseen how perfectly horrible this timing would end up being. Nintendo likely delayed the Switch 2 from last year, and they could not have possibly predicted.
In regards to GPM, Goon, you said that it was a bad look because people were in his chat talking about it. And even you said he should probably ask his chat not to talk about that. On this basis, on the GPM question, I would say that GPM does not come into the Dinkus community posting oohs and emojis of a crying person. I don't have a factual fucking basis to go off on to suggest the GPM is an actual danger to anybody, but possibly his parents. That would be my response to that. I'm sweeping it up for GPM. That's my official take. Just as you said you would sweep up for me when you asked the question about the Goomba porn.
That it would land at the worst possible time to launch any kind of product at all.
Is GPM the Derek of the Dingus style community?
Animal Crossing
I wouldn't say so.
Just as they couldn't have
for GPM's playlist of little human girls.
At the very start of a global pandemic that keeps everyone.
I have to add the qualifier human because I haven't checked GPM's YouTube channel.
In their houses. Now the scales are kind of tipping the other way. The Switch generation was so huge, and Nintendo's biggest challenge was just maintaining that momentum, just hitting the ground running. And now this. Like, you could not do more to sabotage the launch of this system, to take the wind out of its sails. I mean, come on, all the tariff stuff was announced the same day as the big Switch 2 Direct. It's unreal.
Trump was
and
A-log
it's sad
in
because
Nintendo.
even without the current global economic kind of crisis, the situation would have been bad enough. Even without, like, inflation and the weak yen and all that stuff, I don't know, maybe Nintendo would have still come at us with $80 games and a $450 system. Maybe this was the plan from the start. I really don't know. But even that has been enough to kind of spoil the fun.
I'm sweeping for GPM because this is a purity test, and even if Synthetic Man says dumb shit and makes bad arguments, he is right not to ban. But, well, it's already too late then, because he already banned people. Okay, disregarding, it's a multi-pronged situation here. The lolicon thing isn't the only reason why people are mad at him. They're also mad at him because he talked to a woman. He had already banned people for making fun of the woman. So disregarding that, he still banned people for a completely different situation. Thank you, Pastor Remote, for the raid. He capitulated, he bent the knee. So okay. Should he have allowed people to shit-talk the VTuber? Did the VTuber go too far in politely requesting that as a guest on his channel, you know, to tighten the leash on the chat and to have people not make fun of her? Should she have put on the big boy pants, given that she is a apparent allegedly based adjacent streamer, and she should have taken the hits from the chat head on? She should have face tanked the Synthetic Man Chud community. Should she have understood what she was getting herself into? Was Synthetic Man wrong for being courteous to her in that moment? Kirsch is a lolicon too? No! He has a model of her as one? I can hear Dingus smiling in this debate, thank you. No, I appreciate it, because Goon does hold my feet to the fire. I gotta maintain my consistency as a creator that nobody cares about. Synthetic Man said he wouldn't ban fans if he knew they were actual pedo. Now, he did say that. He absolutely must walk that one back. Actual pedophile who molests children in real life. He somehow found a way to say that even he would not ban actual criminals who are, for some reason, spending their time in YouTube chats on the run from the law. Maybe for one stream, you should not shit on my guess. Okay, she should probably face tank it. Sorry, I read the second message first. If Synthetic Man banned him, he should unban him as a courtesy. Maybe for one stream, you should not shit on my guess. That was my take too when I talked about this off stream with UNF. That he should have been transparent at first, because I don't know if you know how it went down. She came to him in DMs and said, like, "Hey, respectfully, since I'm going on your channel, can you can you not tolerate this? Can you ban people who are being mean to me?" And he accepted, and then felt bad about, like, so then the collab happened. Then people make fun of him for talking to a woman. Then, to get back at her, and to win the favor back with his chat, he shits on her for a bit. Then the day after, he feels bad about it. That's when he goes to her chat and starts simping for her. So my thing was a little bit similar to what you're saying, is that he should have been transparent straight up before the collab, not hidden behind DMs, not out of nowhere banning people who are mean to her, because he is being courteous to her in that moment, but it's hidden from his chat and they don't know that. And then he bans them. I'd say it would still suck if you're a longtime regular there, because before this, I don't know if he was known for really banning anybody. But it would still suck, but it would only be for that stream. And you would have an explanation why, even if you didn't like the explanation. Over the time, the VTubers should probably realize my chat savages and they will shit on you for being a female. But there's that too. There's that too. It's like, okay, I don't know her too much, but surely she knows this sector, right? She's currently fighting with Anna Valens and all these other washed up people trying to leverage VTuber Gate over her. So you think she would know this song and dance? I kind of get why she would make the request in DM, but I also think it's kind of like, well, you know where you are, right? You know what you're getting yourself into? If someone in your chat says they are a violent criminal, would you ban them? Well, I would need more information. Or like if you're just saying, hey, I'm a violent criminal, I killed somebody, I probably wouldn't ban you just for saying that. I would need some sort of basis or evidence. But that's the thing. I could see someone hypothetically joking about how they killed someone in a chat, but I can't really say that you would ever, unless you're Mr. Girl, that you would ever joke about yourself being a pedophile, like openly. Like why would you make jokes about that? It just makes you look bad. It's just bad OPSEC. What scenario I would then proposition this? What scenario would you find yourself in a chat joking that you're a pedophile? The people who have done that I know of in this sector would be Mr. Girl and Vito, who have both admitted to being pedophiles, but then swept it up by claiming it was a joke. But that's the thing. When someone tells you like they're a snake, you just believe them. So when Vito told everyone that he was a pedophile on Twitter, they just believed them. And then later, when he got so much shit for it, he tried walking it back and said that it was a joke. Asking me to investigate chatters, is this guy actually some sex offender? Well, I know that it's not realistic for people to investigate chatters. That's what I said when I first talked about this, that it's not realistic to investigate all of your chatters, and literally nobody does that. However, if you're presented with the information and it's credible, and it's a very easy, smart thing to do, and it's a W, I don't see why you wouldn't go for it. In the case of DSP, they presented him with the tangible facts on Derek, and Derek had a very tangible presence in the community in that there was really no way you could be in that chat without having to see Derek or inadvertently communicating with Derek and having to tolerate Derek's presence day in and day out. And then it just became something that was in your face. Hey, speaking of GPM, big up GPM. Welcome to the stream. Goon is trying to gaslight me in real time to getting rid of you from my chat forever, and I was sweeping for you. I had the golden broomstick out for you, GPM. Okay, sorry, because that message popped off some of what Goon was saying. Chat were going after her for months, and she asked, could you tell them to knock it off? I did hear that, because they were wanting to get her on for weeks before she finally agreed to. At that point, I don't know, if they were badgering her for it for weeks, and she just wasn't going for it, she probably should have just said no. I wonder what made her relent. Violence is different from pedophilia. Well, pedophilia could involve actual physical child abuse, but I see the general point you're making, yes. Let's see, I think it's a virtual signal because pedophile criminals on the run fighting time to chat in my stream. Come on, go report them to the police or YouTube. His chat we're going after... Oh, wait, I just read that one. If Zerka's in my chat, I gotta ban him for being an edgelord. There you go, Digger. That's what Zerka does. If I send you stuff GPM likes on Twitter, and it's sus as hell, do you ban him? Wait, what did I do? Actually, I'm sweeping for him and advocating that you don't ban people like him for being lolicons. Go call the police then. Stop asking me to purity test ninjas in my chat. Didn't they hide the likes on Twitter, though? How would I know that it's something that GPM liked? Jacob's Dingus, we did Boss Expedition 33 now we're in the last act exploring. Congratulations. Damn, I kind of lost the point I was making. Oh, about the joking about being a pedophile. No one would do that, reasonably. When people tell you that they're just joking about it, most people just accept that what they're saying is like, they just take it at face value. Like with Mr. Girl and Vito. When people joke that they're like a violent killer and they would like, oh, I'll kill you, oh, I'll beat someone up. It's easier to take as a joke or a figure of speech or an expression. I think that's kind of a false equivalency. Like if I say in my chat right now, like, oh, I want to kill the developers of this game. You don't actually think that I'm being earnest about that. GPM says, unhinged on Twitter, I retweet porn and comment on it. Okay, Goon says, well, GPM, there you go. Dinger said synthesized man needs to oust the lolicons in his community for saying ooh, then emoji, apparently. Something stupid as fuck like that you would expect from purity test dummies. But even you said that it would be a bad look and that he should tell them to stop posting that. So even you accept to some extent that it's a bad look and he has to walk it back. Because I remember you did say that. That he should just tell, hey, cut it out because it's looking bad for me. But is that not still him kneeling? I'm staying out of this. I'm too tired to debate. Bye. That's fair, GPM. I can see why you would do it because it's bringing me smoke. I think it's not really possible for him to do it without really making a segment out of it because he doesn't typically ban people prior to this arc. That's why I don't think that would go over well. Whether one thinks it's the right thing to do or it's a purity test. I don't think I was supposed to lose it there. Hey, platinum! Yes! I should debate with Goon the whole stream if I get platinums that easily. Although with Sitman, his rep is in the gutter already. He's already known as a Nazi Chud, whatever the hell. Okay, consider the people... Remember who made the documentary on him? Dead Name Domain? So, you're right. It does bring more smoke and ammo. So it would be in his interest to want people in that chat to knock it off. Especially if he himself isn't into it. Which I haven't seen anything credible to suggest that he is. I don't think he's into it. But I think he knows... people in his audience are into it, and that it would be bad for him to tell them to go away because he says they give him money. I don't know how he crunches the numbers on it, but those people would revolt if he told them to go away because he's gone so long in his streams without telling them to go away that it would come out of nowhere. But if he keeps them there, it's just, like you said, it's gonna bring him bad smoke. It's just disgusting in general. It's degenerate. And it's gonna come back to the people who are going after him. And I forgot I had made this point last time, but it's gonna hurt him in trying to expand his audience. Expand? Because people don't like to see that shit. And that's just the truth. I would just flat out say don't horny post in a stream chat. In general, lolly stuff or not. I don't need to know what some random dude in the chat that I'm in gets off to. I have the Godwinson approach. I don't know what that anime thing is. But to me, that looks very suspicious. Okay, which one do I want to... See, I did the medieval one. Arabian... And I did Deep Trouble. I think DSP betrayed Derek. DSP should have done the Trial of Derek stream where Derek can face the accusations. That would have never happened. Instead, he just bent the knee to his fake friends at the casino, which at the time included Joshua Connor Moon. the owner and editor of the Kiwi Farms. And with the booba. And we need your take here. And if you don't say something, Goon is gonna accuse you of sweeping. Should Synthetic Man get rid of the lolicons in his chat, who are probably brown? Let's be honest, they're brown and they wish they were white. Wait, this rate, I'm gonna have to restart the Arlo video. I forgot what he was talking about. Yeah, sure, whatever. Persia would buy or something. That's pretty blunt. I was expecting a wall of text answer. Imagine if I got some new clouded fake friends and they were like, man, Dingus, he's a degenerate trans VTuber. And I was like, Dingus has been nothing but a homie to me, man. I ain't doing it. I would respect you for saying that. Why would I hang out with people who call me trans, though? They get roasted continuously by these fake fans and ban Dingus weeks later and they gloat how I got snaked. I'm trying to think what would be the optimal approach there. You said just hold the trial of Derek. Basically, your idea is DSP should have banned on his own terms, on his own territory, on his own stream, in a funny, humorous manner, and not being reliant on the Kino Casino to goad him into doing it. That would have been the most optimal look. I would agree with you. However, with the stipulation that it should have been years ago and not now. Thing is, I am laying back in my chair with a tummy ache and you want me to wall of text you like some kind of animal. Like I need to expound on some guy I don't watch. Like I'm more concerned on if I should go into the office tomorrow. Why I'm still riding that fence. You should. You should go into the office tomorrow. Alright, but to sum it up, yeah, DSP should have banned Derek on his own terms instead of being talked into by casino people into doing it, and Derek was too much of a presence in the chat, and his proclivities were known, and although DSP should not be expected to research all of his chatters because it's unrealistic even for someone with as small of an audience as him, and no other streamer does that, the information got to him regardless, and even with that being known to him for years, he pretended not to know about it and played dumb and could have banned it on his own terms without having been talked into by his pals into doing it, but instead he stalled out for some reason, and when it finally came time for that to happen, he had to be talked into it by people who don't have his best interests at heart anyway. If my fake friends want me to ban someone, the person getting banned should be able to say his piece. We'll never know now if like a stream like that would have happened. I would say no. I know that's what you want to happen because it's the funniest outcome. But this would require Derek to get on a mic and on a camera. And I think even DSP knows deep down, if it came to that, like, I don't see DSP agreeing to that. It's a funny outcome, but is it a realistic one? Derek could just chat? Okay, you didn't mention that before. I still don't think that would be as funny. Obviously, you mentioned that scenario on the presumption that Derek would be on the mic. For accusations that serious, wouldn't you want Derek to be on the mic? Because then, doesn't that become a criticism? Why is Derek only in the chat? I think that would be the first thing people would bring up. If these accusations are serious, and they are because it's Derek, why is he only in the chat? I think DSP would eat shit for that. The thing with the Derek ban is that even without the playlist, he did in fact break a lot of chat rules. That too. Derek got way too much leeway. Even Jade doesn't get that much protection. I would say too that Derek had playlists of little human girls. You know, people's daughters, people's sisters, people's nieces, actual humans existing in reality. That's what brought it to like a super serious level of like DSP. This is just not a great look. You have to get him out of there. And he knew, and they sent him the shit, and he still didn't do it. And on top of that, even if he wants to take the libertarian stance, which when you bring it to the human realm, you probably shouldn't do it. But even when it came to that, he still had to be talked into doing it. And he pretended like he just did not know. But he followed Derek on Twitter. And even disregarding that, he still broke the rules of the chat anyway. Followed, past tense. He unfollowed. You didn't know that? That's why people are saying, you know, that he knew. Because he followed Derek on Twitter, and then one day, he did not follow Derek on Twitter. Now, is there any hard evidence that DSP specifically unfollowed Derek because of what he saw Derek retweet? No. Unfortunately, we don't have that. He never brought it up on stream.
I had to unfollow you, Derek, because you were just retweeting so many videos of porn stars and little girls.
No, DSP never said that. But with the context clues provided, I think we can safely come to the reasonable conclusion that he unfollowed Derek because he was retweeting videos of porn stars and little girls. I followed him for a day for last, but holy shit, man, he liked and responded to too much porn. And yeah, DSP just didn't want to see that. But he pretended that he knew nothing. Again, it's a slam dunk that he just didn't go for. Which is what I'm saying about Synthetic Man. It's a slam dunk for him, but he just didn't take it. And by not taking the slam dunk, once again, it gives ammo to people that don't like him, that really, really don't like him. Slam dunk my ass. If Synthman is in a gutter rep-wise, the purity test is a spiral of death. Okay, but say he says outright, because he says right now that his stance is non-committal. Say he commits to not banning for that. It brings smoke, and then he loses his YouTube channel, and then that's his main source of revenue. Was it worth it? Like, hypothetically. he pisses off the wokoids. His channel is removed, and there's no way to get it back. But at least he didn't bend the knee. Was it worth it? I always missed a dinosaur. People get their channel removed for lesser things, and this is a reverse sellout question. You're saying you don't think a scenario like that is likely. The side isn't even the one bringing up the issue. It's the other people in the chat demanding that you start banning other chatters. Regardless of hypotheticals, he already did that. He already banned people for shit-talking the woman VTuber, so he's already broken his stance on that his chat is not a place where people typically get banned for stuff. So in a way, as I had said earlier, the genie has been... You can't put the genie back in the bottle. He's already started banning people. And the rebellion has already started. Yes, he did get shit for it. He'll suppress free speech for anything reason. Well, I hate to be there, actually, but free speech is, you know, only protection from the government, yada yada, this, that. I get the colloquial explanation. I don't think he has the mettle to put into practice the mindset and mentality that he would like to exert, if that makes sense. Just judging by his reaction to the current saga. To desire to exert an energy of being laissez-faire, but then you ban people who make fun of a woman that you talk to. But this is only because you cultivate an audience of people who don't like women, or at least don't think very highly of them. And then you play into it too. You play into it, but then you still you play into it, but then you still entertain the woman's company for whatever reason. Maybe you like her, maybe she'll bring her audience over, and that's a benefit to you. Ikepatic. We're relitigating the synthetic man question. We're talking about that mod in the chat. He was banned for starting with shit with other streamers. He talked about it, including Kirsch office streams. Okay, anything about the situation off the streams, I'm not up to date with.
Is the United States a fill and what I say goes?
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about. Okay, Anna's provided his wall of text response. I was just joking, but I will read it anyway. So I don't know a whole lot of past bits I heard. Sith Man is very anti-anime. That shit is just going to stick with them or whatever for the foreseeable future. I think it's just an inevitable result of people of a right-wing disposition tending to lean to anime. Because, well, maybe not even right-wing, but like just anti-woke in general. You tend to lean towards Japanese animation because it's not woke like Western shit. Whether it's anime or fucking mecha, you like Gundam or something. So I think that's, I wouldn't say perennially linked, but it's just kind of like, it's highly likely that if you cultivate that audience of people who hate woke alphabet people stuff, but you ask them what they actually like, Japanese stuff is probably be high on the list. And I think that's why, because I think he's pretty anti-anime. Because I've seen his anti-Coomer Gooner rant, his anti-Nikkei rant, calling his audience brown Mexicans who wish they were white. And generally the only anime thing he himself likes is anime. But because of the content that he produces, he's cultivated an audience who tends to prefer anime over Western-produced media. Because it does not often, as Western media, does not often eschew Western progressive values. Look at how well Ethan Van Sciver, as he shat on Eastern media, decides only to somewhat concede at an attempt at a revel of the Western comics industry through his frogs that just kind of stalled out. Man shit on things like Common America because he didn't like how it was too girly, as many things are in Japan. It's just, bro, just fuck off. So you don't like capitalists, you can't interact with them on stream? Almost like Assad and the Ethan situation, the purity test. No, you're right, Dingus. Anime is right-wing, especially online. Well, I wanted to clarify anti-woke because people have been saying, oh, actually, Synthetic Man he's talking libertarian talking points. So if you really want to think about it, he didn't like Common America because he fucking hated the creator for stealing his thunder during Comicsgate and actually getting shit out on time. Comicsgate really didn't like manga. You would always tell them about how manga was doing so much better than comics, like American comics. Even though they hate American comics, they wouldn't like for you to bring that up. But I would say that's how he got into that situation. Because that was the content that he chose. And even though he wasn't personally into anime, because that was the wing of content he selected for himself to put out, that was the audience he ended up getting. And then within that audience, you can't choose who watches your stuff. You can't choose who consumes your content. But within that stuff, within that sect of the anime audience, you get people who are into the hentai and the degeneracy and all that stuff. Rather than put his foot down and say, hey, I'm gonna get smoke for entertaining you people here. I know I usually am free speech and all that. It would be a bad look if I kept you guys here. So don't bring that up because I don't like it and most normal people don't like it, and I'm trying to grow my brand to get more people to understand that Western slop is dumb and DI, and I can't do this if you guys are here every fucking day making me look bad with the smoke that you are bringing. Now, would this be capitulating and bending the knee and be almost a complete betrayal of the sentiments that he otherwise espouses on a daily basis?
That's absolutely correct, Expand Dog.
Yes, JC and Phil, you're right. It would absolutely be it could absolutely be perceived as a betrayal to the audience. Which is why he should have put his foot down early on. Doesn't Synthetic Man like Futanari though, and that's anime though? He does like Futanari. Why is there 6.5k? Did Trump put tariffs on your stream too? Oh, no, I raised the prices on the redeems a while ago. I was like, what the fuck? I thought your 6.5k meant botting. Getting botted? But no, you're talking about the redeem price. Alright, but to sum up everything, once again, I still, because of who he is, and the smoke that it could bring him, and just because it's easy to do, and people would not hate him for it, outside of his own audience. But again, this is an L that he's simply gonna have to take. He still should have walked it back.
That ass banned.
What? Thank you, JC, for redeeming your own vacation to Bandworld. You meant to do yourself, right? Because you're talking to Knock. You didn't do the one that was choose to ban someone else. Hey, Astro. Okay, he said yes, give me the bean. We will see JC back. Damn, it cut into my summary, though. My derail, no, I'm reading fucking Scrumble's comment. No, not my derail, my summary. To re-rail my summary. Banning actual, legitimate, confirmed, fucking no, to the point that you don't need to have a 3-hour debate on, like, the ethics of it. Actual banning pedophiles is good, actually. So he should walk back the, what does it have to do with me? Why should I ban them comment? And he should tell the Lolicons to knock it the fuck off because, what could he argue? Oh, wait, yeah. It's not against the letter of the law, but it's absolutely against the spirit of the law, and I'm not into it, and nobody's into it, really, and organic people that I'm trying to build my audience in, because I'm trying to get out my anti-woke message, wouldn't be into it either, so they're gonna be turned away by you constantly fucking talking about it in the chat there, and I know I've never banned you people for that kind of stuff before, and I know you're gonna hate me for changing the rules and introducing this out of the blue right after I started banning you, because I was talking to women VTubers, but this is how it's gonna be now. Suffer. That's my take. Synthetic Man, Sapa. I don't think you need to explain. There are exceptions I think everyone rational can understand. I don't think his audience would be rational enough to take that well, though. And my proof for that is, again, he talks to the woman VTuber the same day his house is doxxed. By someone that, I don't have proof, but I presume is a fan. Because they did a Comcast-style, bank leak-style, make an account on KF to dump the information. He didn't have very many haters or detractors on his own aisle prior to this. I don't really accept the notion that was a lefty. That was a lefty who made the account on that website that they all don't like and posted that information. That's a straw man of the situation. You don't need to ban them if they're pedo criminals on the run. Go call the police, don't call me. I would say no, actually, I would still ban. I can't. I know you're trying to get me on it, but no, you're still getting banned. Sorry. Banning pedophiles is based, actually. I'm not surviving this. I got it! How am I getting more platinums when I'm fucking sweeping here than any other point in the stream?
It's time for a celebratory bubble blow. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Midas.
Thanks for the engagement today. Appreciate that.
I should sweep for GPM more often. I don't know who the lolicons brought up in Sim chat. All that people brought up was saying the crying emoji. They do say, I've seen screen caps that indicate that they do say the C word. They do. Here's the thing, and I brought this up the last time I said it. There are people there that are into it from what I've seen, but there's also people who join in on it, and I don't think they're in on it, but they think it's funny to join in on it. I would not ban Michael Jackson from my chat if he was in there saying the hee crying emoji. You wouldn't ban Michael Jackson? Sweep it up, Jenny Johnson. Alright, time to lose this one. That's why you can't take the purity test seriously and start up. That's why you can't start taking these internet chats seriously and start purity testing Frogus. What would your advice be to him then? What was Puppet Man saying? We may as well restart the video at this point. Just ban the topic. Basically goes back to what I said last stream and what I said in my summary just now. And the fans would just have to face tank it. And it wouldn't matter anyway. It's like, oh, now you're banning people. Well, fuck it. He already took the genie. He already took the genie out of the bottle when he started banning because of the VTuber lady. He's already started banning fans. So you'll either have to stop talking about it or eat even more bans. That's the last time I would address it, Bayan. I feel like I'm on like I'm repeating myself, but I think I've conveyed my point across pretty well. Maybe? Question mark? I think it could be a whole segment chatters on trial, but he gives slap on the wristbands at the end of the stream, so it barely matters. But then you're just calling more attention to it. And now people can say this guy puts his stream chatters on trial, and no other streamer does this, unless you would put it in the same conversation as the people who do ban review segments. But only big streamers who have lots of bans do that. And it's more for the purpose, it's not for the purpose of actually reviewing the bans and unbanning people. Isn't it just more done for laughs? So I guess you would get laughs out of this situation too. But ostensibly, on the face of it, it would be for seriously litigating whether someone should be banned or not. I'm fine with sweeping for that whole topic. It's not a where does it end if you censor this. It's specifically bad. It has been agreed and can go. The swollen dingus used a gas emoji from a girl in Xenoblade that was 17 years old. Get that ass banned. Digger is banned in 2 hours. I just have to. I would have to accept the ban. I would have to eat it. How did I miss the box? But yeah, I agree with Knock there. I'm not gonna be moved on it. If you're an actual pedophile and child molester, like, you're banned. If it's about like, oh, you're not consistent. Well, would you do this for like a murderer? This and that. Well, it's like people don't joke that they're pedophiles. They just don't. They literally don't. I would not cultivate that kind of shit in the community, and that's Synthetic Man's problem, because he did cultivate that shit. Well, I'll be fair here. No proof that he cultivated actual, real life, touched a human person, child molester. For him, he did have the take saying, I wouldn't ban a real life one because what does it have to do with me? He did say that. But as far as his audience is concerned, it's just for anime fucking drawn lolicon. Would you give him the smoke that he can draw to himself? He should still ban. And you don't lose anything by doing it. Like, who gets mad at you for saying, yes, I banned him because he was a pedophile and I didn't want him in my community? Face people, get out of here. You little goober. Well, those lolicons were apparently giving him money, according to him, and he says they were a third of his audience, but I don't know what his numbers are on that. I think he was just speaking generally. But okay, he did say, I don't want to ban them because they give me money. But that's a bad look. Dude, not even Derek gave Phil money. At the time that he was banned, he used to. Well, I know people are going, oh, he used to do it with his mom's credit card. That was years ago. I'm just saying, at the time that he was banned, Derek was not giving Phil money. A third of my audience are lolicons and Nazis and brown people. Do the Nazis and brown people just not give him money then? What is this? Why don't they tip? Why do only the anime pedophiles give him money? This is why I can't take the numbers seriously. The lolicons give me money, guys. That's why I can't ban them. Okay, but like the Nazi chuds and the brown people don't give you money? How much money do they give you that it's like a sincere risk to your business operations that if you cutting them off is such a big issue? You can't do it because the financial hit is too great. How would that not be seen as like a disgusting move? Yeah, I can't do this one thing that people would say, oh yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I can't do this one thing that people would have no issue with because getting rid of these bad people would be bad for my business because they are the people who give me money. What? Consider this. If Derek had still given money to DSP in the current era, if he was still actively giving money to Phil and not relying on subs, would people not make it a point that DSP, you won't get rid of Derek because he gives you money
every month for your membership, and you're such a greedy pig that you can't risk losing even one membership, even if it belongs to a guy who has playlists of little human girls. Derek was a bum though. I know, I'm just saying, if we lived in a timeline where Derek was not a bum and was this fucking rich, crazy rich Asian. What's that fucking show, movie? Crazy Rich Asian? If he was a crazy rich Asian with money to spend, yes, I'm gonna give Phil all my money. If he was a crazy rich Asian and he was just giving Phil money out the ass, would people not then use that as a point against Phil? Phil, you're entertaining Derek in your chat, and he has playlists of little girls, and he types out the name to porn movies in your chat, and he's annoying, and he broke the chat rules, and literally nobody likes him, and nobody would have an issue with him getting rid of him, because he is a pedophile, and it's a slam dunk, and everybody would love you for it. You would still get trolls and hate and detractors, and people would say you actually took too long to do that, so actually nobody would love you for doing that, but it would be a good look ostensibly on the face of it. You would actually get to say DSP got rid of someone and he didn't have to be talked into doing it by anybody. And in this hypothetical, Phil doesn't do it because Derek gives him minimum of $5 a month.
I did buy the emblems.
Anyway, thank you for the triple raid. UNFW1 with a party of 1 viewer. William the Alchemist with a party of 2 viewers.
There is no going back.
And Cerulean86, party with 10 viewers. Thank you for the raids. There's definitely no going back now that we started talking about this situation. Thank you for the Gauntlet triple raid. Shouta with the 10-bit cheer with the emotes. We're relitigating the Synthetic Man situation. But to quote the French guy, it's better to take money from the PDFs because it's better that they don't have money. Would Phil make that argument if he was... If in this timeline, Phil is pushed on it, would he make that argument? What Call Me Astro is referencing is JF Garepi, the guy who killed his potato by sending her to the woods to go live out and be free, even though she's, mentally unwell. He took money from Jeffrey Epstein and said it was okay. His sweep and cope was that it was good of him to it was good of him to take money from Jeffrey Epstein because in his eyes, it was him depriving the pedophile of money. And actually, it's morally righteous to deprive pedophiles of money so that they have less money to spend on other ventures. But I always saw that, I and everybody who heard that just saw that as him attempting to morally square himself away with taking money from literally one of the worst people ever. They absolutely would, yes. I think if Derek gave him money, it would be even harder for DSP to get rid of him. Given his stances on money, I think so too. Is he still free? Is he not in jail? He never went to jail. JF has been on the run for months. But yeah, that was JF's take on the matter. Actually, why did Synthetic Man use that argument then? It works so great for JF. Fucking Synthetic Man should have said, I can't ban these people. They give me money. And actually, it's a good thing that I take money from them because it deprives them of money that they could use to commission disgusting drawn degeneracy. Fortunately, he did not use that argument. And even if he did, Josh has heard the JF excuse as well. And I don't think he'd be any easier on him if he heard that argument coming from Synthetic Man. Yeah, they never charged him for anything. For all intents and purposes, JF got away with it. No updates have come out. The family has no closure. The family of the potato has to deal with the internet fucking talking about her. They're like true crime podcast. JF was warring with like this true crime podcast. It was like it had to be like a less than 20 viewer true crime podcast. And he was in their chat arguing with the hosts? But yeah, nobody was falling for the Kool-Aid when he said that. That was obviously just him it was him trying to square himself away mentally. Whether you believe that he always thought that, or that was just the excuse he came up with in the moment to appease Richard Spencer, who he was talking to on that podcast, it's obvious cope to square himself away morally with taking money from a guy who has a pedophile island. All I'm hearing is no latest segment on Dinger calling out people in his chat for being degenerates watching lolly anime all night on Discord. That's not true. Dinger would stab the hell out of you. You're on notice, Anime Night viewers. Wah! Ultimately, he should just put the kibosh on the topic. See, I don't even know what the platinum time is. Wait. Did I hit all of them? There's no look back function. I probably shouldn't have even stopped. But yeah, in conclusion, banning pedophiles equal based. A lolicon at this time does not break the letter of the law, but it absolutely breaks the spirit of the law. I don't know what that anime thing is, but to me it looks very suspicious, and normal people don't want to see it. And you're not going to grow your organic audience by having people openly discuss that all the fucking time with your chat. So if you have a chat that openly engages in that because you cultivated an audience of that, you fostered the audience by being anti-woke, which tends to bring you people who enjoy anime, and then with that brings you people who enjoy anime a little too much. You should tell them to quiet it down, because it's gonna bring big smoke my way, and nobody likes talking about that or seeing it anyway, and it doesn't break the legal letter of the law, but it absolutely breaks the spirit of the law, and nobody fucking likes it. The end. What am I doing? I missed that too, Craig. Okay, and I'm actually restarting the Arlo video. But okay, I'll be nice, because we'll skip the sponsor.
Charge, I can get up to 8 hours.
Yes, 8 hours with my Raycons.
Update for go see video now. Oh, it's yummy.
I'll use that one.
So, let's get this out of the way first. This situation is so much bigger than video games. This tariff thing is ongoing. I don't know, maybe by the time this video goes out, something will have changed. That would certainly be nice. But at this point, we're all just kind of holding our breaths and waiting to see what happens. Because if things go through as proposed, expensive Nintendo games may be the last thing we're all worried about. This could genuinely have a devastating impact on the US most of all, but like really, that will affect other countries as well. It's gonna kind of affect everything. Basically, if the current leadership gets its way, we could be in a really bad situation, and we may look back and laugh at the fact that we were once grumpy about Nintendo charging $80 for Mario Kart. However, I'd like to put the greater picture aside just for a bit. Like I would like to selfishly ignore that, just for the duration of this video.
That's why I wanted to restart it. I couldn't even remember if Trump had been brought up
from
yet.
The perspective of a Nintendo fan, because as a Nintendo fan, yeah, this kind of stinks. No one could have possibly foreseen how perfectly horrible this timing would end up being, Nintendo likely delayed the Switch 2 from last year.
Sorry, I didn't lower the volume of the
Could not
game.
have possibly predicted that it would land at the worst possible time to launch any kind of product at all. It's the reverse of the Animal Crossing situation. Just as they couldn't have foreseen Animal Crossing launching at the very start of a global pandemic that keeps everyone in their houses, now the scales are kind of tipping the other way. The Switch generation was so huge, and Nintendo's biggest challenge was just maintaining that momentum, just hitting the ground running. And now this. Like, you could not do more to sabotage the launch of this system, to take the wind out of its sails. I mean, come on, all the tariff stuff was announced the same day as the big Switch 2 Direct. It's unreal. And it's sad because even without the current global economic kind of crisis, the situation would have been bad enough. Even without like inflation and the weak yen and all that stuff. I don't know, maybe Nintendo would have still come at us with $80 games and a $450 system. Maybe this was the plan from the start. I really don't know. But even that has been enough to kind of spoil the fun. I mean, a little controversy here and there is whatever, you know, like look at Pokemon. Like those games come out hugely controversial, but then they still sell just fine. But I think there's a chance that Nintendo has crossed that line just a tad too far in this case. Like knowing that the biggest Switch 2 games are going to be $80 here in the US, not even 70. 70 was already increased, but 80, that has, I think it's just triggered a fear in people. It's just a scary idea. But the thing is, it's not just the brand new games. It's not just the biggest games. It's these Switch 2
Arlo
editions.
cultivated an audience, not by talking about anime porn, but by talking too much about Paper Mario.
Is industry standard, but then stacking that on top of these original prices, these original MSRPs, which have not lowered at all, even on these super duper old games. So now you're looking at old, really old 8-year-old games, and you're looking at this $80 price tag. We're just seeing $80 all over the place. Nintendo is showing that, like, this is only gonna get worse. We're never, ever gonna give in. We're never gonna lower the price on anything. We're always gonna charge the maximum amount we possibly think we can. I don't know. And that's just in the US. Like, that's to say nothing of other territories.
His Paper Mario video that sprung up to the top was the one shitting on the Wii U game.
It's just like, I don't know. I think they might have crossed that line. It just sort of seems like too much for too much of the population. People are literally deciding, you know what, I just can't do it. Like, I just genuinely can't afford. If this is how much games are now, I can't do it anymore. It's always been a lot. It's always felt like a little bit too much. Even back with the Switch generation, it was hard to shell out that much, but we did it because it was just not quite too far enough. But now, things are only getting worse. Our money is worth less than ever. Stuff costs more than ever. Many of us are struggling just to pay for like food and rent, and now games are that much more.
Maybe forgo the
games. Part is very like boo.
You can't pay rent. Like games are a luxury. You don't have to have Switch 2.
Who cares? But whatever. I'm gonna
this is coming from me. This is me saying you don't have to have the new Nintendo product.
Big, huge Switch 2 Direct, and I've got Topic Arlo now. So like me and Kane, we're just pumping out videos like absolute crazy. We just work like absolutely all day, just morning to nighttime. You know, all those videos. I'm feeling super proud of myself, and like the Direct itself, aside from like the price stuff, is all really great. I'm feeling really incredibly positive about Nintendo, about these games, about the Switch 2. Everything is great. And then I turn off the computer and I flump into bed and I spend like a couple minutes looking at comments. that thing that you're not ever supposed to do, but I did it anyway, and I must say that it was pretty demoralizing doing all that and being so happy and so psyched, and then seeing that just every comment was about the prices. It was all anyone could talk about. I guess that was kind of the moment when I realized, like,
so many comments about the prices demoralized them?
Fun, awesome day, this wonderful event, this holiday, this happening, this once in a generation celebration.
Arlo, but the games are $80 though.
Wasn't that anymore? You know, it just kind of wasn't. And that was just like the baseline. That was without considering the global economic situation that we are now in. People are already this mad, and now Nintendo may have to raise prices even further here in the US.
No.
Like,
Say it
considering
isn't
how much
so.
they may have to pay for every system or game that gets shipped here, we may be looking at, I don't know, $100 games, $700 system, wouldn't surprise me. And if they feel that they just cannot justify that, they can't just do that with a straight face, they might just not sell very many Switch 2s here at all. They might just not. They might throttle our supply because they're just losing too much money per unit. It may be next to impossible to even get one, and to, you know, selfishly make it about me again.
GTA 6 will be
imagining a
$100.
situation where I just
can't convince me
get a
that it
Switch.
won't be.
Like, this is literally my job to talk about this stuff. And what if I just can't? Or what if I get lucky and I manage to, but like no one else here can? You know, I don't know, this is my livelihood. This is how I pay my bills and provide for a bunch of my family. And then obviously there is just the fun aspect too, you know, like I said, it's been slow for years. Like me and Kane, and then like all of
GTA
our
6 is
YouTuber
120.
friends
I get
too.
the
Like,
sub if I don't.
It's
Sarah,
been
remember
slow,
that.
and we were all just so excited about this new
Quick, Patrick,
generation
write
of
that one down.
Nintendo, and we would finally have just a bunch of work to do. We were just so excited to just jump in and be overwhelmed with stuff to do and talk about. And now the future is kind of up in the air. You know, we're all just kind of not sure what's going to happen. And it's looking kind of bleak. But obviously, it's a bummer for every Nintendo fan. It's a bummer for all of us. Nothing is more exciting than the launch of a new console. Like that's it. There just is
$150 for the
nothing
digital
else
deluxe.
more
I believe
exciting
it.
than that. So
The collectors
to have
can be
this
like
whole thing
$300.
that we've been waiting so long for, to have it just soured like this, it's really unfortunate. And you know what? Besides all the price stuff, I came away from that direct feeling really hopeful.
There's so much content in GTA 6 is worth
this is a
$300.
point that I've
That's
been
what
wanting to make.
the Nintendies are arguing now
this
for
right
Mario
here
Kart.
is the video that I wish I were making, but if you just
Mario
look
Kart 8 will
purely
sustain
at the
itself
content
with
Nintendo
post-launch
has delivered to
content
us, just
that will all
purely
be
the
free,
games and the info,
therefore justifying the $80 price tag.
I really honestly think that the Switch 2 signals a new era for Nintendo. And like the Switch already was. Like it already was a new era for Nintendo. That was Nintendo returning to the glory days as a company, as designers, as producers. They improved.
Didn't I argue that? Yes, that's why I reiterated the argument that I said months ago when the game was released
so far,
or was announced.
It communicates
Yes,
even more.
Yes, I did just
of a
reiterate the argument I said earlier.
change. Nintendo, they used to be
I'll
so
kneel
weird.
and
Like,
capitulate
so weird.
and take my L and eat my humble pie and crow if it has fully paid DLC. Like there are DLC packs and whatnot. Because I was thinking it would go the Battle Pass route.
They would give us these things, and there would be these problems or these big lacking areas, and we would scream about it, and they would just ignore us. But now it feels like they
If
are
it ends
very
up being another
purposefully
booster course
hunting
pass,
down
which is
these little
different from
problems, these
individually
areas
sold
where there was a
DLC
lack,
packs,
and they are fixing them, and they are showing
still
us
sweep.
that they are fixing them. It seems like they really want to do right by the customer. Like there's this big emphasis on hardware power. Like what is that? What even is that? 120 hertz refresh rate? They're showing off Metroid Prime 4 and telling us how it's got quality and performance modes and runs at 120 FPS and HDR and everything. Like, what is that? That's not the Nintendo that I thought I knew. And then the games. Like, the games are just so grand. They could have just done any old thing with Mario Kart. We would have bought it anyway, but instead it's this big, huge, very
Arlo
new,
gets the games
very
for free, but
innovative,
okay.
It's something very big.
That's
and
what he
new for
doesn't
the
tell you
series.
when he
And,
complains
yeah,
about
like
these.
DK. I don't know.
He
There's
talks
just
about
so
the
many
prices
more like
and all this.
and safe
Please keep in
games
mind
they
Arlo
could have
gets
done.
everything for free.
But they're doing so much.
And then when he doesn't,
it's so big. It really
like everybody
does
else
feel
who streams,
like
he writes it off on his
Nintendo.
taxes.
I don't know. Like I really am floored. I really think the golden era of Nintendo has only just now
Everybody with an asterisk.
begun. But that conversation.
I've said it before, but that kind of that's what bugs me when he LARPs as the fellow layman.
I gotta read the room.
It's very clearly
Nobody
not.
wants to hear all of that. Now is really not the time. Like, basically, when it comes to just the system and like its features and its games and all that stuff, like the on-paper stuff, I feel like we have every reason to be excited. I really do. Like as a YouTuber and as a Nintendo fan, I feel like this could be the most exciting time in nearly a decade since the beginning of the Switch generation. This moment that we are living in right here, right now, this had the makings of being
Basically, you guys should have been excited and hyped.
A Nintendo fan highlight for me and for so many other people.
No way! He's blaming you for complaining about the price. Am I hearing this right? He's saying this should have been a moment of celebration. You should have been excited. You should have been hyped. You should have been sweeping it up and ball washing for Nintendo. You should have been over the moon with the news, but instead you had to be a little pissant. You couldn't be excited. You had to complain about the prices, and now this is a black stain on my career. I need to hear this one more time. Did he actually say that?
And Nintendo fan highlight for me and for so many other people.
Nintendo fan
the
highlight
makings of being a career highlight for me, a Nintendo fan highlight for me, and for so many other people. And instead, we find ourselves here. It's still here, but it's not the here I think we were looking for. And it's a bummer. It really is. As a Nintendo fan, at the very least, I am disappointed with how things are turning out. And you know, I'm sorry to you guys as well. I really am. Like, this is supposed to be a fun thing that we all get to share, because it's not just about the games. It's not just about
meaningful
the system.
moment time.
It's about this whole thing, this whole like sense of community and fun that we all get to take part in. You know what? I'm trying to stay hopeful. I'm trying to remain positive. I think that even if you're not feeling very positive, being at least somewhat positive can be very powerful in situations like this. Maybe some of this stuff will blow over or
I can't tell if he's upset at Nintendo or the fans.
I don't know.
Is this a rhetorical question?
Yeah. At the very least, I'm trying to remain focused on just the good parts, you know, the game.
I'll tell you what, this is relevant. This is relevant. So this is we can categorize this video as someone sweeping for Nintendo. In order to make up for having you guys listen to so much Arlo tonight, I will be a charitable man, charitable dingus. I will get a video from the other aisle, which I already had planned regardless. We're gonna listen to someone who blames the fans. And we'll see whose take wins out. Who's wrong? Who's right? Who's spurging out more?
The games look pretty
That'll be the next
cool.
video.
I'm still excited about the games and the system. You gotta do what you can. It's just a shame.
And who's spurging out more? The answer is me.
Will I even be able to get my hands on a Switch 2?
Yes, they'll give you one. You're fucking Arlo.
And if I do, is it gonna cost me like $1,000?
It'll cost you technically nothing after you write it off.
And a controller. And if I do get it, like, how many other people in the U.S. will be able to get one? Am I gonna be making reviews for games?
Power of Klarna, you can get it all, baby.
Play? And I have to say it. I'm looking at a few years from now, and if the powers that be continue to torch vital government agents.
If I recall, he is in Washington State. If you're trying to make comparisons to Phil.
And run our economy into the ground, will we even be talking about video games at all? And what about my Pikmin? You know how Arlo loves his Pikmin. The funny monster loves his Pikmin. Woo! And a Nintendo. Oh, doodly-doo.
Arlo took like a year to put out his Pikmin 4 review. Yeah. Wait, he did put that out, right? I didn't imagine that. Okay, I gotta correct myself. I must have imagined one of the Topic Arlo videos. Arlo did not
in fact, review Pikmin 4. He only did a couple of preview videos for Pikmin 4. Arlo did not, in fact, review Pikmin 4. I'm sorry, I lied. I lied. It was his most awaited, long-awaited game. He did not review it. Okay, but now we're gonna take it to the other side. This is another video. Now, this is a person who's gonna blame the fans. This person is staunchly anti-Nintendo. However, whenever I play videos from this person, you guys, the audience tends to hate him just as much, if not a little bit more, than even Arlo. But this is entitled, "Are People Seriously Surprised by Nintendo's Greed?" The greed is massively strong. Nah, it's not the DK guy.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Downward Day.
It's
And on today's edition of the Downward Diary, I just wanted to offer some of my thoughts on one of the bigger ongoing controversies in the world of video games. So Nintendo has been getting ready for the release of the Switch 2, and they ended up confirming a great fear of a lot of gamers, where the prices of their first-party titles are going up. As things stand now, the new Mario Kart game is set to release with an $80 digital download. And thus far, there's been a lot of online backlash and resentment towards Nintendo for setting this new precedent where it appears that the AAA gaming industry is really set on creeping the price of new games up into the $100 range. For almost a year now, we've been hearing rumors that GTA 6 is planned for release with a $100 price tag. And this
More like
Nintendo news is
$150.
all of a sudden making that possibility seem a lot more like a reality. It appears that the age of the $100 game may soon be upon us. Suffice to say, people are not taking this well. As soon as people saw that $80 Mario Kart is a real thing, a lot of them seem to have reached their breaking point. A lot of people are so offended that they're saying they're going to boycott
Just listen to his
Nintendo
argument
and
here.
refuse to buy the
You
new
might agree with him.
Switch or any of the new games. And before I get into what I have to say, I just want to state for the record that it's a good thing for consumers to stand up to corporate greed.
The customer's always right. That's what everybody likes about it.
I think people are justified in being upset and offended by the situation. I'm personally someone with no patience for anti-consumer practices, and I think that my existing body of work on this channel should speak for itself in this regard. Last year, I posted 2 videos criticizing Valve, who most gamers hold up on this hallowed pedestal as being this guardian angel of consumer relations. So I think it should be pretty evident when I tell you that I am no corporate bootlicker. So believe me when I say that what I'm going to talk about next has nothing to do with any sort of desire of seeing corporations somehow walk away with even more money. But when I saw all these people collectively come together and shout, "Why would Nintendo do this?" my first reaction was honestly, why wouldn't they? Like, honestly, ask yourself, what is legitimately stopping any of these video game publishers from raising their prices?
Not
Because
wanting to
if
be
you
the first
ask
one to
me,
do it.
It's pretty much nothing. Oh my gosh, guys, can you believe it? How can Nintendo possibly think they're gonna get away with this? I don't know, maybe because you literally let them get away with it the last 17 times they tried something exactly like this. And this is the part I
So this is the crux of his argument for the rest of the video, is that Nintendo is greedy because you, the consumer, enabled them to be greedy. You are, well, he doesn't say total responsibility. You, as the consumer, have partial responsibility for allowing and enabling Nintendo to become as greedy as they are.
find so frustrating about this whole situation, where yes, people are justified in being outraged. My question is, where was this outrage for the past 15 years? How come I almost never heard a peep from the gradual degradation of standards in the gaming industry towards making everything more anti-consumer? This has been an ongoing process for at least a decade, but only now that that magic number of $80 has been reached are people actually bothering to care. And again, I'm not trying to come off as blaming the victim here, but since when are people acting like they're just discovering that Nintendo is a greedy company after all this time? Like they somehow had this spotless, consumer-friendly reputation up until this very moment. If you seriously look at the discourse around this and see what people have to say, many of them are acting like this is the first time Nintendo has done anything greedy, or that Nintendo has somehow crossed this arbitrary threshold of greed that is all of a sudden no longer acceptable. Like, alright.
I think people like to put on the blindfold or give Nintendo a bit of leeway and slack because they like their games.
I guess this is where we're drawing the line in the sand. And that's why, to me, part of the sentiment behind this whole drop the price movement feels a little bit squirrely. It's as if the Nintendo consumers complaining about this whole thing are approaching it with some sort of fake obliviousness, where they're acting like Nintendo's decision to raise the price of their digital downloads to $80 was some sort of unforeseen, spontaneous tragedy, rather than what it is, which is a logical and predictable outcome from a long pattern of bad behavior. Guys, I'm sorry if this is the first time you're hearing about it, but Nintendo has been doing stuff exactly like this for the past 15 years plus. But up until just now, the gaming consumer base has been seemingly content with letting it all slide. Nintendo fans in particular seem to have this remarkable selective memory over the company's misdeeds. OMG guys, $80 for a game. How
I don't
could
have
they
a selective
do this?
memory. I just
Well,
know
how
what to
about those
sweep and what not to
$80
sweep.
controllers you guys have been buying for the past 8 years that have a significant chance of being defective? Like, does anyone
I
remember
use a
the
Pro
whole
controller.
Joy-Con drift
Argument swept.
controversy? Or has the magical amnesia kicked in already? Oh my gosh guys, Nintendo's releasing 10-year-old games and charging full price for them. Well, yeah, they've been doing this during the entire Switch's lifespan as well. It's just that for
that's
some
the
reason
remastered
back
version?
then, no one bothered to complain about it. Guys, can you believe they added a button on the controller that you have to pay money to use? Oh yes, how can I forget the Nintendo paid online service that used to be free? I wonder who was responsible for rewarding the company from transitioning a free service to a paid service. It couldn't
Microsoft?
possibly have been us, the consumers, who very eagerly sat there and gladly paid for the Switch Online service when it came out. And I've already personally covered all these issues before on a now 4-year-old video on the main channel. Nintendo's
yes,
greed
his
was very obvious and
anti-Nintendo video.
documented back then.
I don't think I ever watched that one on stream, but it was pretty good, minus a few issues that I have with it. Because he comes from a position of the Smash community. Fuck, what else was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Oh, Microsoft enabled Sony and Nintendo to do paid online because they showed that you could, charge people to use the internet that they already pay another company to use.
So why should it be a surprise now? When I first heard the news that Nintendo was going ahead with $80 games, I was not surprised in the slightest. Because if you actually pay attention, this is totally in
Just
line
like how
with
Nintendo's
they've
enabling
already
other
been
companies to
operating
do
as a
$80
business.
games
So
by
it's
being
no
the first
wonder
person to do
why
it.
Nintendo is asking for even more money. At every step of the way thus far, the consumers have been willing to pay them off. So why should this time be any different? You have to realize that in business, every action is an interaction. Every single sale comes down to two opposing sides. And this is a tough pill to swallow for so many people. But consumers have a degree of culpability when it comes to steering
that's his main
businesses
idea.
towards more greedy decisions. 4 years
You
ago,
didn't vote with
I was
your wallet.
originally inspired to make the Nintendo video to convey this exact message. Because this was a time when Nintendo was being excessively cruel towards many community grassroots projects. They'd been on this warpath of ruthlessly shutting down various emulators and fan games. But what truly made me sick about the whole situation is this seemingly total lack of regard from Nintendo's consumer base about how the company was blatantly mistreating innocent people. It wasn't even like these Nintendo fans were indifferent. In many cases, they would outright defend Nintendo's actions, almost like they had a desire for Nintendo to be able to abuse their copyright and intellectual property rights to an even more severe degree. I remember all of this, because the moment I chose to comment on this whole situation publicly, I had Nintendo fanboys coming out of the woodwork to attack me for what they perceived as a slight offense to their corporate overlord. And I know for a fact that many of those fanboys who attacked me back then are now bitching and complaining about $80 games today. Where now, all of a sudden, it's a real problem when Nintendo's corporate abuse is affecting them. So again, you'll have to forgive me if I find some of these theatrics about $80 games to be a little bit insincere. All these guys now want to have the conversation about affordability and accessibility. You didn't really seem to care about any of those things, while Nintendo has spent the last 25 years trying to destroy emulation and make it illegal. If you want to talk about accessibility, quite literally the only way for much of the world to experience most of Nintendo's back catalog of games is to play them on an emulator, because the company refuses to offer a legal means of purchasing them. When it came to defending emulation from Nintendo's attacks, most of the consumer base just turned a blind eye. I mean, after all, Nintendo was just exercising their legal...
I would say when it comes to the back catalog of games, a lot of that is with rights with the third parties. And the third parties would rather you pay $60 for their own ROM collections. Konami and Capcom are infamous for this. I would say as far as first-party catalog goes, pretty much all... Well, GBA offerings could be much better, along with Game Boy and Game Boy Color. But if you go by NES, SNES, and N64, the big first-party Nintendo games are almost all there. I'll say 90 to 95%, with some glaring omissions in N64 that, in my opinion, seem to be like they're sleeping on them for a very rainy day. Is this the dinger sweep? Yes, it is. What's wrong with it? Debunk me. Back in the day, they could have Sega games. They could have like Sega games, and you could play like Castlevania and Mega Man on the Virtual Console. But nowadays, they probably wouldn't be able to crack a deal like that and get it legally available through the back catalog, because Capcom would prefer if you buy the $60 Mega Man Battle Network collection instead.
Legal right. Just like they're exercising their legal right now to price gouge you for a digital download. Ignorance and inaction have consequences. $80 games are a consequence of gaming consumers not sticking up for themselves when the rug was already being pulled out from under them at an earlier time.
That's my point again, and that the viability of making the entire back catalog legally available is not just dependent on Nintendo, but with third parties who would rather not want to play ball and would just want you to buy the ROMs from them directly through their own devices. And I have precedent for that because the ROMs that are available in those ROM collections are not available in Nintendo's Rent-A-ROM service.
People really think that Nintendo is making this absurd, financially ruinous decision. I don't. I think it's going to pay off for them, just like everything else has for the past 10 years. The people in charge at Nintendo are not stupid. You don't get to be the #1 company in Japan by having a bunch of stupid people make the decisions. Nintendo knows their own audience better than anyone else. And they know the truth, that Nintendo fans and Nintendo fanboys are loyal to a fault. That most of them will follow the Pied Piper off a cliff if they lead them there. And who knows, maybe this is the last straw for a lot of people where they finally break the spell. And for once, Nintendo actually gets punished for their greedy, anti-consumer behavior. I would like to see that happen. I'm just not really sure if it's actually gonna. There's certainly a lot of backlash and boycotting going on right now.
Yeah, I hate when DSP says
more than I've
fanboy
ever
too.
seen before.
Because it makes me think that we're
wonder
still
that once
in
the new Mario
2008
and
or
the new
something.
Smash Bros. And the new Zelda start to come out, if all this supposed solidarity is just going to be a bunch of smoke and mirrors. So for all you Nintendo fans out there who actually want to prove a point, when the time comes, you all had better put your money where your mouth is. Or else
I sure
you should
will.
just stop wasting your breath and stop wasting my time.
You're wasting his time. Which is the gold. Pretty good video. There's a lot I agree with him on that. Though some of it seems to be him kind of venting after getting shit for his Nintendo video, but that was like 4 years ago. Come on. But yeah, that's the point of view from someone who blames the fans. Again, partially for allowing it to get to this point. And I would say he does make some good points. But for stuff that where specifically he's arguing about making the back catalog available, there's too many asterisks. The companies aren't going to play ball like they did back in the day. Back in the day on Virtual Console, you had more third-party games because a service like that wasn't really offered before. And it's kind of like how back in the day only Netflix existed, but nowadays you have like 20 fucking services you all gotta subscribe to, and you sometimes some of these services all carry these exclusive products, these exclusive shows and movies, and it's just not all on one centralized service anymore because everybody wants their own piece of the pie. So you can't, I don't think you can go back to how it used to be. Why get Castlevania on NSO? Well, you can just get the Castlevania collection, the ROMs. It's all $40 right now. It's on sale. I think he's a whiny bitch that let his ass show in a video way too much. His feelings were hurt. He just wants Nintendo to suffer. Suffer. He even said at the end, Nintendo should be punished. Just because you buy a game doesn't automatically make you an activist. All the same, just because you don't buy a game, it doesn't automatically make you an activist either. I'll go back to, oh no, Saru wasn't here in the chat when he made this argument. I was talking with Saru about this, and it pretty much came down to your ability as one person to felt Nintendo regarding this. Like, people do this with Apple already. My power as a singular human being to felt Nintendo is not anywhere near stronger than my power to felt Apple for the evil things that they do. A lot of it a lot of it is bravado, where it's like you're making a statement. Consider that all the hoopla over dropped the prices. They were rating their chat. Am I safe for the ban? Yeah, you're safe for the ban, GPM. Goon was just holding my feet to the fire. What was I? No, they were rating their chat. They were rating their chat, rating the hashtags. They're still rating the tweets about it, but that didn't get Nintendo to budge 1 inch. I think voting with your wallet makes sense, but nothing will ever come out of it. Voting with your wallet has kind of an activist... It's got an activist connotation to it. But if you don't like it and you just don't buy it, I don't really think that's... Unless you're vocal about it, is that actually an activist stance? Like, if you don't like $80 and you don't like $450, $500 consoles, and you don't buy it because it's pricey, and you just say, hey, I'm just not going to buy it. I'll probably buy it later. Is that you taking an activist stance, or is that you just not buying it? Like, is everyone who doesn't buy a Switch 2 just voting with their wallet? I think that phrase should come attached with it an actual verbal and vocal stance. Did I try to Switch 2 today? I saw a pic on Discord. No, that was just a picture I stole. I stole a picture on the internet of a new render at some kind of event for Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong. He doesn't want Nintendo to suffer. He wants the fanboys to suffer for shitting on him. Wow. It does kind of sound like that a little bit. Goon says, blaming consumers is only half true. You can individually stand up, but whales exist. Feel like dingus who will buy the Switch 2 no matter what exists. True. Dingus doesn't have the balls, GPM. Yes, I am a coward. Alright, but we heard from both aisles. Where were we? What is this? Let's do a drama video. This one is entitled... I've been sitting on this video because he entitled it, Thanks Discord, It's Been Fun. And I have no idea what the hell he means by it. And I feel like when I open this video, I'm not gonna like what he talks about in it. But here it is. Thanks Discord, It's Been Fun.
I don't like this idea that
what does he
all
like?
Good things eventually go bad. You know, I don't like it. I mean, on the one hand, you could say, oh, well, I mean, all things must end. All good things come to an end. Oh, sure. Like, you know, in just like a universal kind of way, nothing can last forever. Sure. That's all right. But like this idea that in like the media sphere, entertainment, it really feels like if anything is around long enough, it goes bad. You know, like if there's, I hate it. I don't want to feel that way. And obviously it's not true in every single case, but golly, it's true in enough cases that sometimes it's such a It's a defeatist.
Oh, I gotta
attitude
count
to
that
have.
one.
You know, I don't like any kind of attitude that makes you just throw up your hands and be like,
It was
"Oh,
outside
well,
of time
oh, well,
trial, no.
Everything stinks anyway. I don't like that. But it is frustrating when it feels that way, especially in the case of like, you know, like the industry, all of the industry, I don't know, everything, the world. It's really owned by just like a handful of corporations, and
Who runs those corporations, Arlo?
They make things hard for us. They want to make their money. They want the whole entire concept of publicly traded companies, as I've talked about a bit before. It's kind of ruining everything. You know, shareholders, people who invest in a company, they want to see money, they want to see returns, they want to see them higher and higher and higher and higher and higher all the time, no matter what,
think that was the optimal
at any
route.
cost. And it's just it makes things bad. Products and services that start good inevitably go bad because they need more. They're not happy with some, they're not happy with a lot. It has to be more every time. And so it's a shame when the underdog, against all odds, makes a big splash and really establishes something
What is the
good.
main idea
You know,
here? Why do
take
we hate
something
Discord?
like ride share
Besides
services,
everything
you know?
else?
At first, it kind of feels like this, oh, you're returning some power back to the people. You're enabling people to be able to do this thing. And there's a lot of examples like this, a lot of different apps over the years where it's like, oh, are you tired of paying for this kind of thing or this kind of service? Well, now people can do it
thought this
themselves.
would be an
Power to the
anti-AI
people.
video.
Yes, and then those companies get bought and they become corporate and things just go bad. It's a tale as old as time at this point. It just happens again and again and again. And you get something like Discord. All of these other social media platforms are just going to the dogs. We don't have like one big message board, like unified website that everyone wants to use. All these other like corporate services, like they all have problems. And then Discord comes along. And suddenly we have this thing, and it's kind of like an IM service, and it's kind of like a forum, and it's basically exactly what we needed. And you know, it seems to be tailored mostly toward gamers, and so it's cool. It seems so simple, and yet it really did fill a niche. And so it's been really upsetting to see Discord very purposefully just marching toward that cliff, marching toward that future where they are a publicly traded company and the greed becomes completely unchecked and they have to make their service bad to make more money. It's just amazing to see them doing it on purpose. Basically for years now,
everyone should use KF. I hear they took in a lot of refugees from 4chan.
To be one of those big yucky companies. Like it is the goal of the people who own and operate Discord to become a big, gross corporate giant, as many companies did in 2020. They expanded like crazy. They wanted to become a big, huge thing, and everyone was at home talking about video games, and so it was cool, and they wanted to get all big, but then, you know, the bubble kind of burst, and they had to lay off everybody, and they have been
and the refugees are bad.
Expressing interest in going public. Which is so depressing. It's just so depressing because we know what that means. We know what it means when a company goes public. It means shareholders. It means people who are now invested in the company who know
the
nothing
shareholders
about its
make all the
products,
grooming
know
on
nothing
Discord
about
go
the
away?
people using its products and
Yes?
services. They're just in it
Wow,
for the money.
I think I like
and so
shareholders.
They apply pressure to make more money, more money, more money, more money, and it gets worse and worse and worse. It just,
All right, Arlo, tell me why they're bad.
Discord has been wanting that, which is so weird and sad, and it really does just mean that the people who own the company, I guess it was always their plan to just make as much money from it as possible, to just kind of like sell out and then be like, whatever, at least I got mine. Like, forget all the people.
I watched some other videos
who are
Discord
affected
merchant.
by this.
I just got done with an emblem.
I got mine. I guess that was the plan all along.
But yeah, it's very much the
They're
Arlo
really
backlog.
looking to do it here.
I can't deny
pretty
it.
Soon, and they have even brought on a new executive, a new CEO to help foster this service and bring it into this new era. And you know who they got? You know who they got?
Who?
They got an ex-Activision CEO. You want proof that Discord is like actively trying to be like an evil corporate company?
Was he fired from Activision because he wasn't
woke? You get an executive from Activision.
Sounds good to me.
One of the nastiest companies in this video game industry. You couldn't have tried harder. You know what I mean? You could not have made a more direct effort to become an evil corporate company than to go for someone from Activision.
Without even checking.
It might as well have been Bobby
I can
Kotick.
guarantee you he has Blue Sky.
It wasn't Bobby Kotick. It was some other guy. I don't even care who. Whatever. It's some guy from Activision. That's all you need to know. Whatever. It's a guy with a name. But like, an ex-Activision executive is now basically in charge of Discord.
Okay, but why is he ex-Activision? Was he fired? Did he quit? What did he do?
If your goal was to go public and
can you tell me what was his job?
No, you did it. You did exactly what you needed to do. It's just that from our perspective,
was he based? Was he cringe? Was he fired because he was too based?
And that's what's particularly sad about this.
Was he fired for saying, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't do Call of Duty every year"? Who is he?
You're gonna kill it. You're gonna kill it because you want more golden eggs. Right now, you have a good service.
I just like the implication. It feels a bit Weasley to say, "Oh, he was from Activision, so that means he was automatically the Antichrist."
That has really carved out that niche real well. Like they could not have.
It's a very midwit take. What specifically did he do? Why was he let go?
Mostly gamers that use Discord. That's still so much of the population, and they have it. They have us. Everyone uses Discord. They have a very, very rare and precious opportunity to just have and hold on to this platform that is so successful, and it's resonating with so many people. It's
that
the
level wasn't
standard.
too bad.
It's the stinking standard
if I
of
put my heart to it.
communication in this industry, in this hobby. So to want to gut that goose, you know what I mean? Just to actively desire being in that.
I don't know, if this ex-Activision guy comes in and all the shareholders come in and they're like, guys, we're public now, so we gotta put up a good image and we gotta get rid of all the groomers and the furries and anything else that's bad. What would Arlo say then?
Space where you have to just...
What about that Roblox guy? That Roblox guy, Josh talked about this. Roblox guy puts out a bot. The bot scans popular Roblox servers and gets rid of predator accounts. Discord gets rid of the bot, and everyone says, "Oh, actually, that was a good thing because the guy who made the bot, he says some pretty wild things on his YouTube channel." Arlo, what is your take on this? Was it right of Discord to ban the anti-predator bot, or was it wrong? What is your take, Arlo? Will we see more of this, Arlo, if the shareholders get in control of the company? In my opinion, it's a kids game and kids play it. So, first of all, kids shouldn't be on Discord at all, period. But we don't live in that timeline. So since we're in the timeline where kids unfortunately use Discord, a bot that scans very popular servers that kids are likely to be in for Roblox, a kids game, and you can scan these. I don't know what the algorithm on it is, but if it works as intended, why would you, the server owner, not want such a thing on your server?
Keep making it worse. Because, and I know, like, we say that kind of tongue-in-cheek, oh, they're gonna have to make it worse. That is how it happens, though. It literally just is. Every single, I don't know, service, every platform I have ever used.
Hey, Beer Joe.
As it has grown, as it has become
Arlo's
more
crying
corporate,
about Discord.
It has only gotten worse. Only worse, only worse, only worse. For every convenient feature they add, they remove a previous feature, or they introduce a bunch of other awful... I mean, there's a million different ways that you can make a platform bad. And at the very, very least, we just know that when this company goes public, now all these people are going to be saying, okay, so you're making this much money per whatever, per quarter, I don't know. You're charging this much for Nitro? Okay, charge more. Okay,
So sounds like something the developer should also use,
They're
right?
just going to keep raising the price over and over and over and over again. They're probably going to pull features from the free side and put them behind Nitro. They're going to introduce.
See, I'm asking myself that in my head knock because I had invincibility mask, and that does make Crash a little bit faster. How was that slower than the first attempt where I wasn't invincible?
The free side and put them behind Nitro. They're gonna introduce more tiers. They're like, basically, they will never stop trying to find newer ways to get more money from us. You know, ads in Discord itself, probably an option.
There are already ads on Discord.
Sure. Maybe it's wrong.
Whenever
Maybe
they want to promote something, it shows up in the bottom left corner. I gotta close it out.
Imagining all the bad stuff that they're gonna do, but like, I don't know.
I can't even easily close it out. It requires like 2 or 3 clicks.
This situation, there's only one way it can go. That is literally
that shit was happening before they went public.
Of most publicly traded companies, that is the nature of completely unchecked capitalism. When a company is run by people who want nothing but money, it's what they're gonna do. They're gonna squeeze that golden goose for all it's got. And they're just going to keep squeezing and squeezing, and eventually people will start to leave, and that will make them squeeze even harder, and maybe they'll never kill the goose completely, you know. That's
yeah, I know. I lose time with that triple stack there.
Like this,
but I need the
things
additional
would just
mask.
go so wrong that everybody just leaves, and they go, "Oh no, we've crashed the company. We better make things good again," and then they fix it.
I'm safe.
But that's the problem when you have the platform. You can never get everybody to move completely.
I got the right idea.
There's never going to be one perfect replacement that everybody goes to all simultaneously. It's not going to happen. Enough people will stick with Discord, and so now all they're doing is, fracturing the community. They're squandering that opportunity.
They didn't mind fracturing the community when they went to Blue Sky.
Platform, and instead we'll break away, and there will be other platforms, and we'll all be scattered amongst them, and we will be unhappy at that because now there is no longer any one place where everyone is. And I don't know. It's just a shame.
Arlo hates anime.
It's just a shame.
I don't think he's into
literally their goal.
Fucking lolicon.
It is actually their goal.
He hates Fire Emblem. He does not like Xenoblade.
The platform will stay good.
Anything non-Nintendo anime he doesn't talk about at all.
Maybe they realize that they have something good here. They don't want to scare everyone
I guess Monster.
away.
Well, okay, he reviewed Monster Hunter, but that's like realistic anime.
Once you got investors,
and the characters sound in English like they come from anime.
You live,
but the art style is realistic.
For those investors, you exist to generate as much money as possible for those people. The capitalism game says make more at any cost. Any. It does not matter what you have to do to make more money, who you have to sacrifice. Make more money. Do it. That's the only thing that matters. And that's, I don't know. It stinks. I don't like it.
Man, what a rambling ass video. But it is the Ramble channel, so I don't know what I expected. I thought it was going to be anti-AI. I want another anti-AI video from him. Then we can really stir up the chat. Alright. A little bit of a disappointment there. Let's hear him talk about a company that he actually does kind of like. FromSoft.
FromSoft just announced that Elden Ring has officially shipped over 30 million units.
Mamma mia!
And now you know. That's it. That's the news. See you later. Oh, no, wait.
No, please leave.
Can't just give you the news. We're going to talk about the news. Got to give
you
the
No, you kind of don't.
That's really why you come here. So I naturally have a lot of opinions about this. I myself am a very big fan of From Software and its games. Elden Ring in particular, I would say, is a game that I greatly enjoyed. Still haven't beaten Shadow of the Erd
Wait a minute, you're right. Why is this video this is like the video he made right after that video.
I've never completely given up before.
Capitalism, unchecked capitalism bad, but based FromSoft.
And then I always end up pulling through, but boy golly, I don't know what to do about this one. Anyway, 30 million units, and sure, that's technically shipped That's not necessarily sold. You know, it means that the number sold is somewhat less because there are certain, you know, they shipped to retailers. So throughout the world, there are copies of Elden Ring sitting on store shelves or whatever. But like, it's still, it's pretty darn close. You know, like it's close enough to 30 million. And you know the game is going to keep selling. So basically, essentially, it's sold 30 million copies.
And
I'm
thinking you're
does
coping,
make
Arlo.
It, among the best-selling games
does not
of all
mean
time.
sold.
I actually pulled up
Nothing
the list
burger
here,
news.
just to see where it was. It's fairly low on the list here on Wikipedia. I don't know exactly how many games is on here, but it's on there. It is on there. Did you know Ark Survival Evolved is the 4th best-selling game of all time? I had no idea. I knew it was popular, sure, but like number 4 ever? 79 million for Ark Survival Evolved. That's crazy. I had no idea. No, so yeah, it's pretty low, but on this list, but still on this list at all. It's around like Diablo 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Black Myth.
I got
Wukong.
gold
Wow,
the first
that's
time,
30.
right?
That fast too. That's incredible. I'm sorry, this stuff interests me too much. We'll do the whole video just looking at these numbers and games later. Oh, it's right above Super Mario Odyssey.
Unbanned from soft games for the Dinger streams.
That's really interesting. 30 million. So that's great.
That could be.
I mean, I've already talked here and there before about what
I got a really nefarious idea. No, not nefarious. Actually, a genius idea.
There's the fan in me. There's the fan that is just happy to see that the game is doing so well. Happy to see that the company is doing so.
We're gonna do Extra Life charity goal 2025. Dingus unbans from soft games if the charity goal is hit. Let's fucking go, bud.
Well, because yeah, I'm crazy about these games. I really, really am. I started with Dark Souls, and it was really hard, and I didn't get it, and I thought it was kind of stupid, but I just, like, it kept pulling me back, and eventually it clicked, and I got it, and then later Elden Ring. Yeah, like, that was, like, that's
it better
what
be
made
early.
me fall in love with this style of game completely. Dark Souls kind of primed me, and then Elden Ring.
He's already putting rules on it.
That was it, and then from there, I have been slow.
Dingus, you are not allowed to unban FromSoft games from your channel for $1,000.
Going back through
but
the older
it goes
games.
to kids with cancer.
So I am happy to see that these games are doing well simply because I am a fan of them. But then even further than that, to me, this is a great victory. Also, as I don't know, as someone who is fascinated by. Just a lot of it's
1K
game
is fair,
design.
5K is not fair. Okay.
Just like the art form of video games, and then even
we can hit 1K. We hit 1K last year.
Perspective, you know,
that's
I
fair.
really
I'm fine with 1K.
When somebody can create a product that really resonates with a lot of people and accomplishes a lot artistically.
Oh, I got hit.
And manages to reach a really big audience without just ticking boxes, without trying to be as broadly appealing as possible, you know, without trying to scam people out of their money. Like, it's
scam.
FromSoft is just, I mean, I could go on and on and on, on and on all day about how cool I think.
See, Discord merchant, you already gave away the joke that we hit the goal for 1,000, and then it's like unban all FromSoft games, and then I announce, yes, next Tuesday I will be playing a FromSoft game, guys. I'm not gonna tell you which one it is so that you guys can speculate what it could be, and then the day comes and I play the Adventures of Cookies and Cream.
Because, yeah, like, you know, for a brief summary, you know, they made Demon Souls, and it almost didn't get made because people didn't get it. Was it Shuhei Yoshida? I can't remember exactly who, but you know, one of the Sony executives was just like, "This is awful. This is a bad game," and I can see that. I can
Some haters might agree with him.
I was that person when Dark Souls Remastered hit the Switch and I played like the network test. There is that part of me. It's like, oh, this is bad. This is just like when you don't get it. You don't get it. And you, of course, you still see plenty of people just will play the game and be like, no, this is trash, this is awful, this is overrated. And like, I
it's not a joke and be a true and honest fan. Thank you.
Because it is an experience, like, I don't know. you really gotta, never mind. We don't have to go into what makes it work. The point is, I didn't get it, and then I got it. And so it's just so awesome to see this style of game that is so weird and so divisive and so different from most stuff that came before.
Oh, shit.
You know, when it came out. Now, obviously, it's a whole entire genre. But like, but that's the point. There was this thing, and it was seen as bad, and not a lot of people bought the first few iterations at first because it was so weird, because it was just so divisive and hard to get a handle on. But then, like, Hidetaka Miyazaki, you know, he basically like created or helped create this. I mean, it would go on to be a new genre, but at the time it was just a weird idea. But like, he knew he had something because he is a genius designer, and he just knew he had something. And whoever could click in to that genre, or that idea, that style, if it clicked, it clicked really, really hard. And I think he recognized that. And even when other people were saying like, no, this is bad, it's not selling enough, it's stupid, I played it, it's too hard, he knew he had something, and he kept pushing. And this company just kept going for it, kept iterating on it. They went from Demon Souls to Dark Souls. You know, in Demon Souls, it had its audience, and then Dark Souls had its audience, and that audience grew, and it was getting to the, hey, we actually may have something here.
He actually does have a lot of subs, Astro, yeah.
Since then, they have only worked on just iterating and improving this formula, which has gotten it into the hands of more and more people. It has just grown.
I love how he's woke-splaining FromSoft really as a person who only played Elden Ring, that Dark Souls network test for the Switch version.
They don't like new stuff. They want to capitalize on the old stuff because it is seen as less of a risk. And so sometimes new stuff will be canceled prematurely, because if they don't see immediate results, then they don't want to bother anymore. But like some of the biggest success stories in history across basically any medium, you've got a thing that's like, you know, maybe it's an okay success, or maybe it's a complete failure, and yet if it gets another chance and the creative team behind it, they get to like foster it and turn it into something big, it just, some ideas have such huge potential, but you have to see it through. You have to actually iterate on it. I mean, just recently, one of the guys who worked on the Ace Attorney series said that like the first game really didn't do that well at all, and Capcom kind of like didn't want to keep doing it.
Well, yeah, they didn't localize it until the fucking DS.
They just kept going, and with each new entry, it was just getting a bigger audience. They were making the games better, they were capturing the attention of more people, and that just grew it. And if they had given up on that first game, then there you go. And so now you look at FromSoft,
shit, how quick do I gotta be?
You look at all the way back at Demon Souls, that could have been it. But they kept pushing, they had something, they fostered it, they developed it, they grew it, and it was just at this boiling point, and they're like, all right, let's take the formula.
Did you know Astro, when he goes to conventions, he brings the puppet with him?
And let's see if we can make
and then when he does panels, it's as the puppet, and you don't see his body.
Without sacrificing what makes this formula
basically
so
what I'm saying,
you know,
is we don't know if he is soy in appearance, but he probably is.
Who, you know, think, oh, I went too far in this direction, or I don't like how broadly appealing it is. I like, yeah, you know, like these games, they get a little bit more approachable with each new one. The old games could be very obtuse and very difficult. So you'll get people who feel one way or another about the way that this formula has gone, who may not like it, but for the most part, though, like I really do believe that Elden Ring holds on to everything that it needs to. You know, it holds on to every little bit of the formula that was the most important, and then just did a bunch of stuff to really open it up to a really broad audience. And the open world wasn't just to get a new audience, it was also just, it felt like the next logical step for the formula, and it really did bring a lot to it. And I don't know, whatever, I could go on about the design of Elden Ring forever, but I just think it was genius. It was too genius. And FromSoft's whole thing is like, they make games, and they don't only make games in this exact genre, and even when they do, like they deviate, like Sekiro was a pretty big deviation, but for the most part, you know, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1 through 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, they've all got a pretty strong
Almost
formula
made
to
it.
them.
Almost clinched it.
And each one, like, they don't iterate humongously. They don't reinvent themselves every time. And, you know, people poke fun at FromSoft for reusing a lot of assets and ideas and how
They do,
throughout
though.
all of these games, so much of the DNA.
What's wrong with that?
is
Nintendo does that too.
identical. And like, yeah, you could say, oh, you're being lazy or whatever.
Most
but I
devs
mean,
do
as
that,
I've gone on
actually.
about a lot, I like it when companies are economical. I like it when they can get away with doing less work and the product does not suffer for it at all. You know, like, great. You got to create this game without a ridiculously exploded budget. You didn't have to spend $200 million on it or whatever. You got to save a bunch of money. And you're still giving me a game that I consider like a masterpiece, you know? I mean, if anything, FromSoft fans tend to like the repeated stuff, the reused stuff. We like this sense of familiarity, and there's all sorts of little themes and memes and whatnot that run throughout the games. I don't know. It's just great. So yeah, like, business-wise, I think it's awesome that they had an idea and they just kept pushing it because they knew they had something, and they're just so good at what they do. Like, business-wise, design-wise, just, yeah, as game designers, they're so good at what they do, and they really had something. And and with Elden Ring, it was just like the perfect storm. It was the perfect payoff for all of this stuff that they had been building up to. And, you know, a lot of us were looking forward to the game for a really long time, and they delivered, and they delivered. And it is just crazy to me now, looking back at such humble origins with Demon's Souls. And of course, before that, they've been a company for longer. You know, they worked on a bunch of other games before that. But at least like this arc, you know, this formula has really become their DNA. It's become their main thing. So just seeing where it came from all the way to now, 30 million copies is really
We've been through a lot from soft
especially
fans.
for a series that
Only touched
started
Elden Ring.
so obtuse,
Probably
so
not even gonna touch
weird,
the Dust
hard
Bloods because he was
for
disappointed
people
that it was revealed to be a
grasp. How
multiplayer
can
style.
you possibly take that and develop it into something that reaches so many people, that becomes one of the most popular games of like a generation, without letting go of that original identity, without losing sight of what makes the series, the genre itself? I don't know. It's just, it is a success story by every possible measure, every possible metric. It's just an awesome thing. And it makes me very, very happy to see. At this point, I'm really just curious to see how sales are gonna go, like, moving forward, because they did Elden Ring, that was 3 years ago, and since then, you know, it's gotten DLC, but I don't know the exact numbers for the DLC, and obviously that's gonna be less than the base game numbers. And they've done Armored Core, which is not a Souls-like game. And now they're doing Night Rain and Dusk Bloods, which are multiplayer games, not really like traditional. So like, I really don't know what the next traditional FromSoft Souls-like is gonna look like in terms of
Probably should
sales.
just kept
We really
running
don't know
there
what their
because
plan is.
I
It
stopped a
doesn't
little bit
seem
for
like
the
they were
button.
really
I should not have
excited
done
to
that.
just do an Elden Ring 2. I don't know if the next game is going to be smaller, kind of a return to roots, or something like totally different, another like kind of a sort of the same but sort of a deviation like Sekiro was. I don't know, but like, I am so curious. I really cannot wait until they produce another game that's more or less just like a standard Souls-like, whether it is another Elden Ring or something smaller or whatever. I just want to know if they can maintain this growth, you know? Like, they've been growing and growing and growing, and people have just been going back and buying from the backlog from the previous games. And then Elden Ring was this huge explosion, but when something has such a humongous cultural impact, you get a lot of people buying it who come away disappointed. I mean, look in the comments of this very exact video, like pause right now and scroll down, and you will immediately find someone who has a big, long story about how they heard all the hype and then they tried it themselves and they think it's actually the worst game of all time. Like, there are plenty of people who...
Is he Nostradamusing his own
didn't end up doing
comments?
it. And because, it's Elden Ring. It's still it's FromSoft. It still is quite difficult. And I'm not just saying that the difficulty is the only reason why someone wouldn't like it. You have perfectly valid reasons to not like it. Fine. I'm just saying, plenty of people came away like, I don't get this at all. So like, if they did Elden Ring 2 right now,
he's predicting comments that don't even exist yet.
Even more, or like, would it do less because, like, I don't know, 5-10 million of the people didn't end up liking it? I don't know. All I'm saying is I just can't wait to see moving forward. What are their games gonna sell like? Is this a peak that they will not be able to achieve again? Is this truly a lightning in a bottle moment? Elden Ring was big and they did grow to that point, but you know, from there they can't really expect anything to sell that well. Like, that was kind of a thing, you know, it was a thing for a moment. Or will the next game sell 40 million copies? I really have no idea.
It'll probably sell pretty good, Arlo. You know what, even the Duskbloods will sell good. Even though people have turned off that one now, this multiplayer thing. But for the first few minutes of that reveal, everybody was like, whoa, how did Nintendo do it? And then when they found out it was a multiplayer thing, they were like, oh, that's how they did it. Fuck, I missed the mask. What's the point of the video? There is none. What's Eric talking about? We're taking another Arlo break. I know, we're doing Arlo segments in bits, in pieces, in phases, if you will.
From the producers of Avatar, another live-action bender, and the distributors of Softcore China, comes the 4-part British crime drama miniseries Adolescence. Originally known as the film Boyhood here in the States, but the British had to come along and colonize that too, just like when they stole The Office. At least with this, they tried making it their own with a new gimmick.
I heard one segment of like,
British boy. I
am aware of precisely one thing about this movie, or film, or series, or whatever. British TV hosts were arguing about it.
It's the story of some little wanka stibbity-stabbing a schoolgirl with an unlicensed knife, and the whole fallout of that. The co-creators, Jack Thorne and Stephen Graham, have gone on the record saying they were inspired by the murderers of Elian Andom and Ava White. Tell me if you can spot the difference.
They're the same picture.
There is no difference. There's
no difference.
Picture. Racist. To be fair, I did a little more digging on the Ava White murderer, and it seems like for once Netflix casting might not have swapped them there, unless he's one of those quote-unquote Asians. Can't quite tell. What I can tell you is that the casting director sure wishes he were Asian.
And I just felt as I was moving through the industry, I didn't see many people like me. And I still don't see. In order to sort of believe you can go into something, you kind of need to see yourself reflected.
You heard her, lads. Time to get on in there.
I'm regional. I'm from Birmingham.
And I'm white. Speaking of Asians, a bit of trivia for you. Did you know Elliot Rodger was actually British? Born in London, raised in Sussex. To no one's surprise, Britland is apparently the breeding ground for incels.
Planet of the incels.
All right,
especially those Asians. Ever heard about those tutoring gangs they've got over there? Wild stuff. Now, I say the word inspired for Adolescence, you know, a fictionalization of events, but according to the country's prime minister, it's more of a documentary.
At home, we are watching Adolescence with our children. I've got a 16-year-old boy and a 14-year-old girl. It's a very, very good documentary. This violence carried out by young men, influenced by what they see online, is a real problem. It's abhorrent.
Who's doing the knifing, Mr. Starmer?
Well, who's doing the raping?
Someone doing the fusion, Don.
I mean, it's abhorrent.
Oh my god.
And after watching this documentary, I must say, I'm rather frightened. These stab-happy Brits, they could be anywhere. And you, my precious viewers, you might not be equipped with the physiognomic knowledge to identify one of these angry Anglos.
I know, I'm such a violent person.
Bleeding out on the asphalt. That's why today I'm going to give you my cheat sheet to help you identify a Brit by
whatever I
alone.
can to defend Nintendo.
So remember, step 1, look up fetal alcohol syndrome. Step 2, that's it. They're all FSAD babies. Did you know the UK has the 4th highest level of prenatal alcohol use in the whole world, with up to 79% of British women just slamming them back during the pregnancy? And of all those lush lasses, about 1/3 of them are drinking at Big Ben binge levels. These are some of the most ethanol-soaked fuckers in the world. And don't even get me started on the coke residue in their water supply. On that note, let me walk you through the start of the show now.
Police!
Did you say fun police?
Oh shit, someone in that house must have done something serious, like a tweet. Now, if you haven't already guessed it, this show is meant to take on important social issues like fragile masculinity and inceldom and whatever, but if you were to ask me what the hell I was looking at in these first few minutes, I think this was meant to illustrate the horrors of the nanny police state, because Jesus Christ. You want a picture of the future? Imagine overweight squawking ladies commanding servile men to kick your door in forever. You might have noticed something special about this footage, like why all the camera angles look terrible. All this, it's one continuous take, baby. We've got a oneer. All 4 episodes. Everything is one Steadicam following formula. Impressive, isn't it? Unless you're me. This is likely going to be the hottest take I give in this video. But here goes. The cinematography here. The camera work, for the most part. It's distracting and not that good. Oh boy, the red coaster come. Okay, this all in one take. Look at what they did. Wow, meme needs to die already. Something being harder to do doesn't make it better to do. Something being more elaborate doesn't make it more refined.
R.
Understand me, oneers can be very cool used sparingly and or appropriately, like some of the masterful long takes in Children of Men. Or there's one at the beginning of Godzilla.
He's got a back catalog going back almost a decade.
Well, and there can be fun had in experimenting with a style and narrative that ties.
And he's not changed one bit.
Hardcore Henry. It's when you try to force it through the entire runtime of a project by injecting it into every single scene, even if it does extremely little to benefit said scenes, then it begins to look just as forced as it is. And I thought the Death Note chase sequence looked bad. I can appreciate the amount of effort and coordination and talent it must have taken to pull all this off, and at the same time, not appreciate looking at a shite ton of motion blur in a medium where I can't fucking toggle that screen rubbish off. Here's looking at you, 1917, but not really, because I'll get motion sick. Just cut this. This does not look good. It does not have a good reason, and it's smeared all over 3 of the 4 episodes. You don't get it, ER. It immerses you so much into the story.
I love this nerd character. He has quite the lore.
Does it though? Not exactly sucking me into the moment to be following the back of some woman's head with her little bobbing.
And nerd character probably has a better arc than anyone in this movie.
Nor does it suck me in when I have to watch them bob from the. What the fuck? Seriously though, how is this actually immersive or expressive or revelatory or anything other than a rigid commitment to a gimmick for no other reason than the act itself being impressive? Well, I suspect a fair few people will disagree with me on this, and that's fine. Y'all just have a stronger stomach for this shit than I do. Quite literally. But before you dismiss me outright, first you must watch the latter half of Skibbity Toilet episode 68. Then tell me with a straight face this show on Netflix does it better. Maybe I'm not even joking. I mean, how can you be sure? So this is Jamie, our baby-faced killer. He's taken very slowly to the police station to be processed, and you watch him be processed. Then we see the CCTV footage of him stabbing his victim, a schoolmate, Katie, and that's about it for the first episode. No, sorry, not about it. That is it for the first episode. I have nothing else to summarize for you that carries over into the next. What I've just said is the entirety of the first hour of this show. We're made to process the process of processing a 13-year-old murderer. It's really easy to say, oh, this sounds like it was written by AI, but that's basically almost always wrong now. The current benchmarks for AI creative writing are easily better than most things I read from real people nowadays. But regardless, this first episode 100% does sound like it could have been output by Gemini Flash in about 3 seconds. There are moments of humanity that shine through, like the dad begging the public defender to tell him what to do in this situation. So much of the rest of the episode is the audience being dragged through the system, the kind of checklisting stuff that ChatGPT excels at, with only glimmers of creative flair.
You know how many times she was stabbed, Jamie?
7 times.
Rookie numbers. Multiply that by 4 and you get
28 stab.
Next episode.
Can you tell us about her?
You only got a kid in the school?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's off if you didn't know.
The fuck? This girl was Katie's best friend, and her only purpose in this narrative is to spout random bullshit.
He didn't get your cheekbones, did he?
I don't see what that has to do.
Can you tell me about him?
Completely random bullshit. Yet another scene you could easily remove, and you'd never have a clue was missing, aside from the edit needed to cut it.
Everyone knows it. I don't know why I'm talking. When you guys should reach to sorry another guy that killed her.
Look.
Can I go now, low school? Bit of politeness. Well, I really feeling polite today. Can I go now, Miss Low?
With friends like these, who needs friends? Damn. Dread Case decides she suddenly thinks someone other than Jamie killed her friend and takes matters into her own fists.
Oi! Ryan! What have you done?
Fucking girl, get it!
Just got banged by a girl, you sausage.
Banged by a girl?
Just got banged by a girl.
These people should have never been allowed to speak our God-given language.
It's crazy, you know, when you're your brain tells you to do when you're a kid, right?
Yeah, you're popular in school, though.
I mean, would you like to have your guardian here or a solicitor, right?
No, thank you. Were you, like, really popular? I got all my teeth. I don't know why they matter so much, but they do.
Okay, so just a recap of what you just witnessed. This kid, Ryan, his friend's just been arrested for murder. Ryan knows this. This guy right here, he's looking for the murder weapon that Ryan supplied the murderer. Ryan also knows this. So Ryan's response is to ask him if he was a ladies' man and questioning why teeth matter.
I don't know why they matter so much, but they do.
Not in Britain, they don't. Then Son takes Officer Dad aside and explains to him, I shit you not, what red pilling is.
You've been looking at Insta, right? You've seen what she wrote. Pills, the blue pills means you see the world as it wants you to.
That's from the Matrix. You've been watching
Let
the
me
Matrix.
ask you something, mate.
Red pills.
Have you ever watched the Kill
truth.
Stream?
It's a call to action by the manosphere.
No 13-year-old boy at any point in history has ever uttered the phrase call to action.
Which is where the 100 comes in. The 80 to 20 rule.
Wait, I thought red pilling was about the 1361 rule.
80% of women are attracted to 20% of men. Woman. We must trick them because we'll never get them in a normal way. 80% of women are cut off or... Oh, she's saying he's an incel.
He's 13.
13 and he hasn't been banged by a single woman yet. What a loser.
He takes hearts, right? What color? Red means love. Purple, horny. Yellow, I'm interested. Are you interested? Pink, I'm interested, but not in sex. Orange, you're gonna be fine. It all has a meaning, Dad. Everything has a meaning.
Huh? Is that what the different colored heart emojis mean? That's why they give vets purple hearts? We really did defeat the wrong enemy, didn't we, Patton? Well, despite just being told there's an emoji-coded language he doesn't know about, Officer Dad doesn't actually ask for any more help decoding the messages, doesn't ask why his son's such a big fan of the Matrix, doesn't even ask what the manosphere is, just lets his kid go. And I get it, scenes like those would have been the epitome of cringe, but if you're not gonna go all the way, don't blue heart me like this.
Katie was bullying Jamie.
Oh, no.
That's what it was. Incel stuff, you know what that is.
No, I don't know what that is. What is it?
Involuntary celibate stuff. It's the Andrew Tate shite.
And there it is, Mr. Matrix himself. Physiognomy check. Oh yeah, 100%.
We hate
That's
that
a
guy.
Britain through and through.
Do you know what I don't like about all this? The perpetrator always gets the front line. A man raped a woman.
Lady who works in the field of criminal investigation is peeved that crime makes the headlines. Gee, I wonder the fuck why. But to be fair to her, in almost all of these highly publicized murder cases, this isn't even true. It is the victims' names we remember, and not the perpetrator. The proof is that so few actually remember the names of the North Africans and Arabs who actually commit these crimes that you can make a Netflix show pretending it's native kids doing them instead. And when you're called out on it, just say, oh, but it's not really about that, despite your show focusing entirely on this specific type of crime being committed. Oh, it's not really about you being Jewish, Mr. Thorne. You're just misinterpreting them.
We followed Jamie's brain around this entire case. Katie isn't important, Jamie is.
Yeah, because Jamie's committed the crime. He's the one you need to pick the mind of to figure out why he did what he did. This is just basic empathy. Are you kidding me, people? Is the writer autistic or something? Oh.
Is he?
We've got the video.
I'll take that as a confirmation.
You know what he did. You're not going to know why, mate. Look at all the things we've seen. You are not going to know why.
You were
I can't get hit there. I need to save for invincibility.
2 minutes.
Incel stuff.
Officer Dad and Mish, go to question Ryan again. But little fella has a 200 IQ moment and jumps out the window. The ensuing pursuit was one of the 3 times I laughed watching this, because once again, thanks to the one-take gimmick, the characters have to run as fast as toddlers for the camera to both keep up and not shake so much that the motion blur ruins everything. Well, more than it already is.
What does the word incel mean to you? What? Incel.
I think there are a couple better questions to ask your runaway. Like, I don't know. Why were you running?
Why are you running? Why are you?
If I were trying to sell somebody the show,
told
I would
me to.
definitely pitch it as, hey, there's this epic chase sequence where a cop runs down a kid, catches him, and starts yelling,
what does the word incel mean to you? What?
This show is a comedy goldmine of quotes. That's right up there with,
They leveled up.
they put, oh my god.
Go home, gamer girl.
Where's my knife? I just want things that really work.
Bruh, you went to all that trouble skedaddling just to admit to everything anyway? Well, you got what you fucking deserved there, Ryan.
Resist.
I am arrested on suspicion of conspiracy.
I haven't run like that in years.
Is that why you run like an obese man? Twice again, because of our wonder gimmick, we're made to sit through an entire minute and a half of Officer Dad walking stressfully to his car, getting into his car, sitting in his car, until finally something happens. Only it's really just another nothing burger, or nothing chippy?
I'm gonna get some chips and a can of Coke. I wanted to know if you wanted to come.
So that the filmmakers can have the time to attach the camera to a drone, and yep, we gotta wait another 2 minutes for it to make its journey
Shroom
to the
Duke of Raid.
quote scene of the dad putting down flowers at Jamie's murder spot. I don't know, maybe y'all feel murder.
Thank you, Shroom Dukem, for the massive raid during the insane finger-destroying segment of Crash 3. I'm 75%. We're nowhere near done. Well, what if we were? Give a shout out for Shroom. I may as well do it now. We're gonna hold the poll. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not forgotten. But now is as good a time as any. Before it gets way too fucking late, you better wake the fuck up. If you're coming in from the raid, you get to commandeer what the next dingus nostalgic nonsense game will be. Holy shit. Get ready, get your points ready. Get point withholders, please respond. Point withholder, you're withholding. You're withholding your points, bud. Okay, allow additional votes for sure. I'm gonna put up the available options. And this will start as soon as Crash 3 concludes. So options are, because we just did Sly 1 to 3, got done with Crash 1 to 3. The options are now Sly 4, Spyro 1 to 3, Ratchet 1 to 4, or Jack 1 to 4. I say Jack 1 to 4, but the fourth game is the racing one, which is called Jack X. So it really should be 1 to X. Fuck it, I'll put 1 to X. 10 minutes. You can scam with your points. You could win big. Go ahead. The poll is open. 10 minutes. Yeah, let's get some votes. Let's get some votes in.
First by 2 minutes of drone footage. I don't. I might have been impressed if the next scene we were at the restaurant that Officer Dad and his son were going to see them.
When I say Jack 4, I mean the racing one, not the PSP one.
This, meh. The next episode begins with the rapist. Whoops, my bad. British isn't my first language. I meant to say this psycho grooming Jamie in detention.
Don't posh on you. No, just not from where you're from. What do you call red? If you don't call it slice, red. You're posh. If it makes you happy that I am, Jamie, then. What do you call your granddad? But you call him Grandpa. I do not. I bet you don't. I call him Pop Pop. What? Do you? Yes, I do. Wow. Jesus. I don't know why. Okay. Maybe he asked me to call him that. I'm not sure. You're just really posh.
I found this bit particularly realistic because, yes, these absolutely deranged people will jabber on about poshness levels until the
sanctity of democracy is being subverted again.
We're then treated to an hour-long
I'm not looking at the results.
Conversation.
I want to be surprised.
And honestly, this is the only time the one-take gimmick impressed me. Rather, it's not really the oneer that impresses, but the kid actor does a stellar job here. He's out acting pros. Shame this shite is boring. Let's get to the juicy stuff, like where they have the grown actors ask the underage actor about sex. Now that's the stuff I expect from Sex Pest. I mean, Netflix. The conversation, unsurprisingly, takes some pretty bizarre turns.
In particular, how does it make you feel looking at naked pictures of people you know? Powerful? Do you feel like it gives you a power? No, it's just weird.
Personally, I think a
Do
society
naked pictures of myself count?
And having them pretend to be
I know
murderers
me.
or rapists for the entertainment of grown adults, I think that's
What a
a really
nonsense
weird
question.
thing. But that's just me, I guess.
Jamie, I asked whether you were attracted to women. Do you think women are attracted to you? What sort of questions are?
Yeah, the hell kind of question is that?
Do you think girls are attracted to you?
Keep dumping points. Keep dumping points. Maybe the person dumping against you will run out of points.
Yeah, this kid's an abomination. Can barely stomach his facade.
Don't give up.
Should have cast a real looker like this guy.
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Loader!
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Loader!
I'm ugly and I'm proud.
You don't know. You're pretty. This isn't about me, Jamie. What? You don't think you're pretty?
This is actually a 10 out of 10 in Britain land. Little Jamie slips up.
We're understanding what I did. No, fuck off! I like a fucking trap in here. You.
What? You sure you don't want to step in, buddy? Yeah, this kid could have actually banged this lady
28
times before Baldy out there would have him a cheeky little peek.
What the fuck was that?
This kid's crazy.
Psychologist lady takes out a bunch of Instagrams to peruse, and Jamie decides to try his winning tact, scaring the trousers off the lady.
You look a bit red. Did I scare you when I shouted?
Yeah.
I did ask her out after the photo. I went round and said I was sorry that they'd done that to her. She just laughed and said, oh, I'm not that desperate. And the emoji messages came after that? Yeah.
Remember, fellas, the worst she can say is no. And remember, ladies, the worst he can do is... At this point of my self-abuse, I was growing more than a little frustrated. I'd just been lectured at by the writer through his flatter-than-cardboard, but definitely no washboard character about just how upsetting it is that society focuses so much on the criminal offenders and less their victims. And then he puts me through a fucking hour of psychoanalyzing the pint-sized criminal, with only a few scant minutes of focus on the victim, but from the criminal's point of view anyway.
She was a bullying bitch, right?
Pick a lane, bruv. The right one.
50 milliseconds faster.
That victims go ignored, then so utterly ignore the victim in your narrative. When this episode does bring up Katie directly, it's the framer as a bully who tried to torment Jamie and sully his reputation just because she felt he was beneath her. Is there some incel rage you're internalizing, Mr. Thorne? What's going on here? He certainly likes his women insufferably weak, because after Miss Great Britain's disturbing encounter with this remorseless 13-year-old boy, she has herself a little cry.
Jamie, this is our last session. What? But what I would encourage you to do, whatever happens next...
Don't you even like me a bit? What did you think about me then? Decide, come on!
...was really useful.
Don't you go fucking tell anyone that is!
Hey,
don't you dare!
Oh, come on.
Don't you go fucking get the fuck off me!
This would be funny if it weren't so bad. Nonetheless, this is easily the best episode in the series, and funnily enough, it's probably because it's the one most Hollywooded up. This 13-year-old kid suddenly becomes Hannibal Lecter toying
we can
with
only
this
hope
poor,
it's within the week.
fragile little lady, rather than this being the most mundane exchange between some fat, hardened cow grilling a shell-shocked kid who's mumbling 1-2-word responses.
Then I'll have to put like cream on my hands for my eczema to recover. Oh, you're out of points. Shit, my bad.
Is anyone going to finish that? Final episode, episode 4, begins with Jamie's dad's birthday. And blimey, he's getting a little handsy with his wife, isn't it?
Yeah, only when I'm doing you a file.
No.
Oi.
Christmas as well when you got your silver on in there.
You can see where Jamie got his incel dumb from. Then, a surprise gift. Someone painted Nong? Nonge? Fuck is a nonge?
No, he meant to write dong.
Oh, nonce. Spelled in Bourbonics, I see.
Take 3 pictures and email them to Sam. She's in my email contact.
Well,
maybe he's illiterate.
Eye contacts, but we have this overly long nothing conversation between mom and daughter before we move on with the story again. But to make the wonder work, the conceit this time is that the dad forgot to bring a sponge with him to wash his van off and stood outside for a few minutes staring blankly at it, I guess. Okay. Another goofy thing they've got to do is leave the front door hanging open throughout all this. I'm a little OCD about shutting doors, so this is probably a lot more immersion breaking for me than others. But hell, when anyone opens the door with the intent to shut it behind them, I think most of us just shut the door first, don't we? But
keep point dumping. We're barely halfway through.
So. Anywho, dad decides to take everybody on a birthday trip in the Nonce van for a wash. I guess they don't have car washes or anything in the UK, so they head to the Home Depot. Or what's the Brit equivalent? Home Depot. It takes them over 7 banging minutes to get there. Dad asks for help from a kid working there who just happens to be part of Red Pill Gang, and he's all, "Don't worry, mate, we're all behind you. Fuck these chav whores," or something like that. I don't know. I don't speak British. Dad sees red, paints the van blue, and there's another 7-minute drive home. At least something narratively relevant happens on this trip because Jay calls up. Jay? Who the fuck is Jay? Because Jamie calls up to tell his dad he's pleading guilty. The fam is, understandably, not too thrilled about this, so no going to the pictures.
I thought we'd leave out the pictures.
Really? And y'all get in our case about sidewalk?
See, I've known you since you're about
it's called the crosswalk.
Hold the tape back, Jamie.
Because you're crossing the street then, innit?
What the actual fuck is bump fluff? Now, my fellow Americans, you're not going to believe this, but bum fluff isn't actually referring to their arse hairs, but instead the hairs on their chin. These are the people who will bang on your bums about calling it a sidewalk. Another really long back and forth scene, which you can boil down to parents realizing that giving their kids unrestricted internet access, despite knowing all too well they're granting them an unfettered flood of pornography and God only knows what else, is wow, kind of not good.
Oh my
And
god,
hey,
whoa, that
hard
was
agree for
3
me.
seconds
One day your kid's
quicker.
watching Markiplier's Slender Man playthroughs, the next she's luring her friend out into a forest and stabbing her 19 times.
Show me the time for that then.
We're left with a good several minutes of dad crying, and that's it. That's the show. 10 out of 10. I won't sit here and earnestly say, boy, all that crying was a bit nothing, ain't it? I'm sure it would emotionally resonate for me if, you know, I could view this series as anything more than a shameless piece of propagandistic bum fluff. ER, it's not propaganda. It's just state-mandated Netflix viewing. Oh dear.
Nah,
It's
58's
structured
not
like a
platinum. I gotta get it
story.
under
It plays out
56.
exactly like a PSA, only stretched to its absolute limits in runtime. A boy kills a girl because she banged him in the wrong way, and the parents realize, oh, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't have let the computer raise our kid. Bang her? I did not hit her. If you were trading stories around
I
a
did
campfire,
not.
eating delicious hot schmoes,
Oh, hi,
would you
Dingus.
really hit the boys with this? Yo, so there's this kid, right? And he kills a schoolgirl who was bullying him. Oh, yeah? Yeah. And he goes to jail. Damn. And then, well, he stays in jail. Oh, okay. Is there any more? He was insecure about his manhood. Go talk to your wife's son now. Can't wait for season 2. Oh, come on. I was only joking. I will earnestly say that I don't think it's really propaganda. It's cowardice. This show, which you should put in massive double quotes, as the British don't, it's one big shield from criticism of itself. It takes a real contemporary societal problem and not only hides it behind the safest buzzwords of the day, but it uses it as a defense from criticism of its own bare bones, haphazardly structured narrative because, come on now, who would really openly ridicule this life and death issue?
I do!
You don't think knife crime is important enough to address? Listen, guy, not everything is supposed to be some white-knuckling crime thriller. Not everything has to be a Marvel film. This is serious business. That's why it's so crucial that we play pretend about it. How else are Netflix parents gonna know to connect with their kids or something? And it does all this while employing a film gimmick so logistically complex that you can't...
Ladies and gentlemen, the poll is over. Golem has scanned 60,000 points to invoke Sly 4 as the next game.
Use the creators of half-assing things, even if it doesn't look very good and doesn't utilize the
system
format
is
very
rigged.
well. They wasted so much
This is
time
the system
setting
we
up all the
have.
dominoes to fall
By
exactly
gum,
right.
we gotta
So you
stand
gotta
by it.
give them that much.
How about stab yourself now?
Storytelling is hard. Don't be fooled by people that they've done the legwork just because they made it harder.
Democracy works. This poll proves it. Thank you guys for voting in the poll. It looks like we will already be returning to the world of Sly Cooper to ruin it yet again. Wait, it wasn't ruined for the first time. To ruin it for the first time with the PS3 entry. Big ups OIO. Welcome in. We're watching videos and watching me lose pathetically in video games. Big ups ER for the Arlo palette cleanser. Yeah, knife crime, bad. You can't own a butter knife in the UK. You can't even own a pair of scissors. Box cutter? Don't even think about it, you fucking psycho. Go to jail. 2 decades. And no bangers and mash for you at the cafeteria. The only banging you're getting is with diameter. Over the table there, bud. Alright, but the palette cleanser is over. This video is about Oblivion Remastered. Suffer! Thank you again for voting in the poll.
I was prepared to be grumpy about and uninterested in the Oblivion Remaster. And there are a few reasons.
I shot too
Mainly,
soon.
it's because I really do think, like, we're all joking, oh, this has been the
Vote with your
worst kept
wallet.
secret
You're voting with your points for this poll.
gaming. I think that might be true, though. I don't know. I really think this might be just the most crazy example of a game being leaked so far ahead of time that it's absurd. It was last year. Last year, I was coming upon articles about how there was going to be an Oblivion remaster. And here's the thing. The problem isn't just that its existence got leaked early. It's that even back then, I don't even remember how long ago it was. I feel like it had to have been at least like half a year or more. It felt like it was earlier last year. Even then, the idea was that this remaster would be something that was like shadow dropped on us. It was like Oblivion remaster coming, and it's like it's imminent. It's coming any second now. It's gonna get shadow dropped. But like they were saying that since the beginning. So like, I don't know, if you announce a game too far ahead of time, then that can kind of kill hype a little bit. This was that to the extreme. It was, hey, an Oblivion remaster is coming any second now, and then it just didn't. Months would go by, I'd see another article about how it was coming any second now, and then it wouldn't. So by the time recently, like earlier this month, we got a bunch of rumors about, oh, it's really coming this time. I was just sick of it. I was just completely sick of hearing about it, feeling like it's coming at any second. And I don't know why this was such a poorly kept secret. I really don't understand it. Like people were like, predicting, no, it's coming this weekend, and they were like, well, I didn't even follow all of it. There's like a website leak or something. Some publisher accidentally reviewed. It's just nobody was able to keep even a single aspect of this thing's existence secret.
It's
like at all.
Todd Howard's fault.
And I don't get it, but I was just sick of it. Even you know, a week ago or whatever, it was like, no, this is really it. This is actually it. It's actually going to be revealed this time. I don't care anymore. I just don't care. Shut up. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of hearing about this. So that was one reason. I'm just kind of like done with the whole thing. Microsoft finally actually revealed it. And big surprise, it's releasing today. Okay, good. At least we didn't have to wait any longer. At least
you can't even cheese it a little bit.
The shadow drop did at least happen. But then even beyond that, I wasn't really sure if I was going to be interested because I did play Oblivion. It was my first Elder Scrolls game. It was my first like open world game, really, like back when sandbox games, open world, like it was just not as much of a thing. You know, I didn't play Morrowind. I hadn't played anything like that before.
Fake fan alert, didn't play Morrowind.
And I really did enjoy it. However, I am one of those people. That was a very divisive issue. I'm one of those people.
Don't worry,
who
I
feels
played no
that the
Elder Scrolls games.
Was nearly ruined by the leveling system. I will spare you the entire rant, but for those who are unaware, the leveling system in Oblivion it's messed up. It's really messed up. It's kind of like you know how like in Pokemon, you can just play the game regular and that's fine. But
how did I get 33 seconds the first time around?
Make sure your Pokemon are extra powerful. You want to like exploit the game's features. You got to do like EV training and stuff. You got to like dig into like the meta and figure out how
I see the new icons
to maximize your gains on each Pokemon.
I did not.
Oblivion
like the
kind
orange
of
GameCube controller and the green N64 controller.
Like it required
good choices for
that you.
No, if you had to pick an alternate color choice for the controllers, those were good picks.
In a not intuitive way. Like if you do what the game says and you treat
they're pretty good. I like them.
Like it's there's like primary skills and secondary skills. So put those on things that you like, that you'll be doing a lot. No, and again, I'm not going to explain the whole thing, but basically, if you did not exploit it, if you did not understand it and exploit it purposefully, you would only get minimal gains to your stats, but your actual level would go up. And all of the enemies in the world scaled to that level. So basically, I played the game for dozens of hours. I don't know, maybe even 100 hours or more. And I got to this point where my character was not strong enough anymore. I literally couldn't play the game anymore. Enemies were too strong because I played the game the way that the game told me to play. And I want to go on that rant. I want to give you the whole entire thing. Personally, not everyone feels this way. A lot of people think it's fine, but I don't know. I had to stop and ditch my whole entire game. I was furious. I feel like Oblivion's leveling system was... I had to stand on this soapbox eventually. I've been talking about video games forever. I've not had an opportunity to air my grievances here, so it's happening here at least a little bit. I think the original leveling system in Oblivion may be the strongest example of objectively horrible game design that can be found in
Synthetic Man said this in his video too about the remaster.
Popular game that I personally have ever seen. I've never seen a more popular game with a
How would you want me to do that quicker?
Flaw. I literally had to quit my file and start a new one where I exploited it. And it's not fun to be like micromanaging every stat and keeping track on paper. And I played it anyway, and I did have fun. But Skyrim came around with a better, actually more intuitive leveling system.
Did Bill also say this about Oblivion's leveling system?
I never looked back. I never wanted to play Oblivion ever again. So again, yeah, I'm grumpy. I'm grumpy about Oblivion. I'm still feeling the sting of that. So this remaster is coming around, and I'm like, yeah, but they're not going to fix the leveling. So, too many people don't even think it's a problem. You know, you go on message boards or Reddit or whatever, and every time there's a post about how the leveling system is broken, most of the replies are like, yeah, but you're stupid. It's not broken. You just don't know how to play the game. It's not even a problem, blah, blah, blah. So I kind of thought, I don't know, they're probably not going to want to change the game too much. They're probably going to want to be true to the original.
But then they allegedly did.
About Skyrim's leveling system, and it is true that Oblivion's leveling system was messed up, but it at least gave you stats based on what you were doing. You know, you jump around a lot to raise your jumping stat. I really liked that part of it. So I don't know. I didn't think they were going to make any big changes, so I was prepared to just let this announcement come and go and not really give it a second thought. Probably not even do a video or anything. And yet, I got to tell you right now, I'm shocked. It's quite the right word, but I am really, really surprised. I really am, because they just revealed the Oblivion remaster, and man, they've done a heck of a job here. They really have. And like, you know, what does a remaster mean these days? It's not a complete remake.
There it is.
So you're probably going to be using, like, you know, the original game and just like, you know, making the textures better, making the resolution better. You're not going to like do too much work, right? No, this is one of those remasters where you could almost call it a remake, where like, yes, it's using the same basic code, but they've like redone all of the assets. They've
redone them all. Whack-ass bootleg crash dance.
They have remade
just having fun.
The visuals of the game. And I'm like watching the trailer, little like behind the scenes thing, and like they have tweaked so much. They've gone so much further than they needed to. They could have just done some basic like up-resing stuff, and like, I don't know, people still would have bought it. Of course they would have. They probably still would have sold millions of copies. But they really wanted to do right by the game. They dug in and they did like everything they could to make this game better. They even like went in and recorded new voice lines so that there's more distinction in the voices between the different races. They've re-rigged all of the animations so that the different races have better animation, so it's not just like the same face mapped to these wildly different features. Like now, like, you know, the different, they just feel more natural. They've updated the UI. They have updated combat. They've like changed the animations for combat so that it feels a little bit better. And you know what they've changed as well? They've changed the darn leveling system. I still don't know all of the details, but the way they describe it, it's something of a mix between the leveling systems.
It's a mixed bag.
From Oblivion and Skyrim. So the best of both worlds. And I mean, like, sure, maybe I'll check out the details and I will not be happy with what they changed. But I honestly, anything other than the original, like if they have changed it at all, even if they just gave it Skyrim's leveling system, even if it wasn't best of both worlds, I don't know, like it'd be cool if, yes, it still had some of that like cool flexibility and reactiveness, again, where like I am performing this action and it levels up that stat. I would be happy if they were able to retain that, but even if not, even if they just made it not a broken mess anymore, you got me. You kind of got me, honestly. Like that's really why I never returned to Oblivion.
I gotta juke that
after all these
better.
Years. And now they have announced.
But I don't want to stop for anything.
It looks great.
Platinums in these levels are tough.
All of the visuals and everything
Very
just
cool.
to make it a better game in every conceivable way. They've fixed the one thing that was bringing the game down and made me never want to look at it ever again. And golly, I kind of want to play it now. That's the thing. It is a really, really good game. And again, that was the first game of that kind that I ever played. Right. So it really does have a special place in my heart.
It's like you're pleading for anything else.
Starfield didn't go over super well. Was not really happy with Starfield. Why couldn't they have made it good? Like Oblivion and Skyrim. Well, now here you go. I've got an opportunity to play Oblivion again if I want. And it looks better than ever. It's on modern platforms. And you know what?
Modern platforms?
$50.
This is kind of, these are kind of points DST would make. Modern audience, $50.
Last generation. And that is despite the fact that it's and that's the thing, it's multi-platform. It's not just an Xbox game. They have just, you know, PC, PlayStation, Xbox, everything. So that's cool. And then they're still putting it on Game Pass. So like, I've got an Xbox. I could just like buy a month of Game Pass or something and pay very little. And plenty of other people, many millions of people have Game Pass. So they're going to just be able to play it for free. And despite that fact, they've still priced it at $50. Despite the fact that they have done a lot of work. They actually put a ton of
Some
work
people might
and
say
love
50 is still
into
too much.
project.
What do you say about that?
They
Why wasn't it
$20?
$20?
They didn't need to do all that work. It was not necessary, and yet they did it, and they're charging $50 for it, and I could play it today if I want to. And I know the concept of pricing has been a thing recently, you know. Oh, how are all, you know, not just Nintendo, how are all game companies going to be pricing their things going forward? You know, oh no, prices may go crazy, but I don't know. Despite all that, Microsoft over here, you know, I got a lot of problems with them, and yet every once in a while they do something really right.
Mario games.
Oblivion Remaster looks phenomenal, and it's $50.
Where's the new Banjo game, Phil Spencer?
It's only 50. It's not 70. Could have been 70. It's certainly not 80. You know? Oh, and did I mention?
I mean, Microsoft did announce future first-party titles will be $80.
Yes, it does. Oblivion came with a pretty darn good amount of DLC, and it is all included there.
They already told people to prepare for it.
That's yeah. They got me. Like I said, they got me. I'm like sitting here recording this, and I'm like, oh boy. I wonder if I could get away with.
Meanwhile, you buy the Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild, you don't get the $10 DLC.
I'm like, well, I could like stream it. I could stream
it's not a Game of the Year edition.
Like
Sweep it up, dingus.
It's for my YouTube channel. It's for my fans. Maybe I could. Maybe I could stream it. Maybe I could justify that. I don't know if that will happen. I don't think I have enough time. But the fact that I'm considering it at all, the fact that right now I am tempted to turn this off and go boot up my Xbox and like hook it up to my capture card and stream myself playing Oblivion. The fact that that's even like almost on the table, that's really saying something. I don't know. This whole thing, they surprised the heck out of me. So, yeah.
Don't worry, it's free with Game Pass.
I mean, the Switch 2 has been revealed now, so like, they could have at least announced it, right? But they didn't. But they should put it on Switch 2, because I want to play it on Switch 2. Huh. I think best course of action is probably to say, I'll buy it when it comes to Switch 2. So that then, if I get lucky,
so I can spend $80 on it. Because, you know, the port's going to require extra work because it's a weaker console.
Hours of my life to it.
All right, I'm told the Daily Wrap is live. What game is he talking about? He says he'll buy Oblivion Remastered when it comes to Switch 2. Now for someone who rivals Arlo in, you know, the words he's saying, equating to white noise. It's Darkside Phil! Podcast return and big progress in both Blueprints and Doom. The Daily Wrap, May 20th, 2025.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Tuesday, the 20th of May, 2025. A return to a full day of streaming with all of my official shows and segments, including the Level 1 podcast, a major stream, and progress in Blueprints, and another night stream of Doom the Dark Ages. So how did it go? First off, during the podcast, it was definitely a more laid back and chill vibe. Not anything crazy to talk about besides the malfunctioning of my Xbox Elite 2 controller, which come to find out actually hasn't really malfunctioned. I talked about that. We also talked about Doom, the Dark Ages, and some other things in this.
I like to reiterate, the punching controller segment from last night really stuck out to me. Many people have pointed out, like, he didn't troubleshoot it, he didn't check to see if Windows detected it or not outside of the game, he didn't open it up as it's an Elite controller with changeable parts. It could have been a part that malfunctioned, in this case the stick. No troubleshooting whatsoever on even the most basic level. Just whipped out his phone immediately and put down 140 for a new Elite blue core controller. 140 right now. I double checked today while I had nothing to do. Yeah, 140 for a blue controller. No troubleshooting whatsoever. And if you notice, whenever he blames developers and manufacturers for other stuff in the past, like in this case, would be the controller. But if you consider past things that he's, smacked around in the past, like the fight sticks, he absolutely has blamed manufacturers in the past for the quality of the fight sticks that he's purchased, when he was playing Street Fighter 6. When it comes to the games that he plays, he'll often blame the developers. He says time and time again that he no longer blames the developers, even though that's a complete fucking lie. He'll call them dunces, brain-dead, mentally ill morons. I would like to call attention to the fact that when DSP punched that controller, immediately the controller disconnected. And I personally feel that he understood in that moment that his punch was the direct result for the controller disconnecting. Like that, he does X, the result is Y. Even if he didn't admit it in that moment, his body language expresses that he very much understood that because he did X, the result was Y. Because he punched the controller broke, quote unquote. And again, then you get him not troubleshooting it, him making excuses, and then just pulling up Amazon for the 140 purchase. Apropos of nothing, just didn't troubleshoot it, didn't try to see if he could fix it on his own, just pulled up Amazon. And in my opinion, that gives you a window into his psyche and how he was treated growing up. The Wolverine story sticks out so much in his head as sticks out like a sore thumb in his head because it was a rare instance of him not getting what he wanted. Just by throwing a little tantrum, he still didn't get what he wanted. So him just instantly dropping down to 140 to get the controller tells me that he's used to just getting his way. He's used to just asking for something and then getting it. See, that's not how things operated in many households, mine included. The Dingus family house. If I broke a controller, that was it. I wasn't getting another controller. I have never. I brought it up on stream before. I've never understood breaking your own stuff. I don't break controllers. I don't toss fight sticks. Not that I have any. And if I drop my phone, that's the worst that would happen. I drop my phone. But in those cases, it's an accident. I don't chuck my phone across the room. We could even equate this to Boss Man almost. I don't kick holes in my walls. I don't punch out holes in my walls because as a little Billy Dingus, and I'm sure many of you could relate, if you broke something, that was it. Papa Dingus, Papa your pops was not going to get you another controller just because you broke it. If you broke it, you had to deal with it. And for me, it was like that. I have mentioned the PS1 controller I grew up with. The rubber tore off because of wear and tear from all of my cousins using it. Me as well. I'm not going to say it was just exclusively my cousins. Of course, I used it as well. But we would use it when playing games together. And eventually, the rubber tore off. And then the plastic underneath it tore off. And underneath was the metal stick. The literal metal stick. I even saw a bit of the rubber that was holding it in place. And the circuitry underneath. And it was the left stick. The one you used for moving around. So much of the Dingus Billyhood was me stabbing my thumb with this metal stick because that's what I had for a controller, and I was not able to get a replacement. Well, later on we would get a third-party PS2 controller, but much of the Billyhood was with this fucking metal stick DualShock. And the horror stories that my thumb has, my thumb has not recovered from those days. But I stuck with it. I took the L, and I ate the L because it was a direct result, a consequence of me and my cousins, not treating our stuff with the care that it needed. And that was like I wouldn't say the wake-up call, but I'll tell you this, I didn't break anything afterward. Or if I broke something, obviously it would be an accident. I didn't deliberately break anything afterward. I took care of my stuff. Same for the games. There was a period where I would just toss out all the jewel cases for the PS1 games that I would have. Starting with PS2, I started keeping the cases because tossing out the cases meant that, like, okay, the discs are now exposed, they're just lying around. Eventually we had like a disc holder that I would put the PS1 games in. But, you have all these discs stacked on top of each other and they're just rubbing against each other. That could cause scratches and whatnot. It wasn't exactly the best way to keep them. And now I gotta get the consequences for that because some of my childhood games don't work anymore. And I just gotta suffer dingus. I contrast that to like someone who still talks about not getting this fucking Wolverine toy. Contrast to that, someone who reaches like the first sign of adversity and just immediately gives up, walks away, and pulls up Amazon for some instant-ass gratification for an overnight delivery of a $140 controller before taxes, before shipping, before additional fees incurred by overnighting it. It's just crazy. But back to my original point. Usually Phil would blame the manufacturer for shit like this, right? I think it's very telling that in that moment, he didn't blame the controller. Now, see, he never blames himself. But usually in lieu of blaming himself, as, I would in the instance of me breaking my DualShock, I blame myself for that. My cousins and me just fussed around with it too much, did a little roughhousing. But Phil would never blame himself for that, right? So usually he blames the company. If you want to parallel for that, the water bottle story. Remember the water bottle story? The casino made fun of it recently. DSP gets a water bottle, unscrews the cap, water spills all over him. The narcissist that he is, Phil can't accept that it was his fault for the way in which he opened the bottle, for that being the reason why he got wet. Instead, he blames the company for overfilling the water bottle, and that's why that's the real reason why he got wet, because the company was run by brain-dead morons. So usually, Phil is prone to blaming the company, the developers, the manufacturers that make the products that he enjoys. He blames that shit when things don't go his way. In this case, and you can watch the clip, he punches the controller, immediately it's broken. Usually this would be a case where he's like blaming Xbox, blaming Microsoft. He doesn't blame the company. The company is not blamed in that clip. But this doesn't mean that Phil can blame himself. Phil understands in that moment that that punch is what caused it directly. Anyone seeing that footage, anyone who sees the punch and hears the punch and then immediately sees the controller disconnects, even the most dented dunce-felter can understand that because Phil punched it, the controller broke. So there's no narrative sweeping we can do. There's nothing we can say on a podcast that can get even the most dented dent to accept that it had nothing to do with Phil punching the controller for the reason that the controller stopped functioning. So he can't blame the company because everyone saw him punch it, but he still can't blame himself. So he does his usual spiel, subtracting the company blaming, and subtracting the self-blaming, which is always subtracted because he never blames himself. 100% his father would do it yourself or try to fix things, but because he was under Linda's skirt, Charlie had an aversion towards repairing and was more concerned with image. Something breaks, get a new one. Trying to fix something is for the poor. Very hood-rich Gangnam mentality. No, I agree. I know nothing about Linda and Papa Dave Sr. other than Papa Dave Sr.'s affinity for fish and the Wolverine story anecdote. But I could see that being the case, where you feel embarrassed for having shit that's either hand-me-down, secondhand, it's pre-owned, previously used. You would rather have something new. If that was the mentality that his mom had, I could see that passing on to him because he always was a mama's boy. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up and appreciate everybody's messages. Thank you for humoring me. Same here, every controller I had that broke, I opened it up to see if I could fix it. I was too young to do that. So I ate it. I ate the L. Own it. Own your shit. Goofing around, put my foot through a wall once, not doing kicks or anything, but on my back, resting my feet on the wall. Then it just gave way. Mom didn't believe me. I don't know. I don't feel as though I could physically punch a hole in my wall or kick a hole in my wall. I just don't. Like, what are your guys' houses made of? Like, what the fuck? Is it made out of ceiling popcorn or something? Like, I can't go around... if I punch the wall, my fucking fist is gonna hurt. I bled for the industry, bud. You know what? Billy Dingus had to suffer so his adult stuff could succeed. It's definitely why I take care of my stuff now. Like, when the first MSI, when it had that physical issue with the casing, it like expanded or something and the casing broke. Like, I was fucking felted. The touchpad got all fucked up, and I felt bad. Then I remembered I had the second MSI, and everything was good. Then someone enhanced the audio of... Oh, see, dude, I fucking hate Twitch. Why can't I scroll? Audio the water bottle clip, and you can hear cats saying, I don't care. That wouldn't surprise me. I didn't hear about that, though. Yeah, they filled the bottle with too much water. I think it's really pulling the keynote scene with the pause at 30 seconds in the end and doing a 6-minute monologue. Well, I gotta make it interactive, bud. Does my anecdote mean nothing to you? You just want me to silently play the video and maul in silence as I suffer in the time trial? I've been doing that for the past 5 hours! My dad was brutal. Stick all the discs on each other and put them on a table, then wonder why the games didn't work. Oh no. Like, put them on it. It's just, why? Like, we had a ring holder. You know, it was like, I don't even know the name. It's like those little CD disc stacks. It had a little plastic case on it that you would screw on. It was, you know how you see ring toss at the carnival? At the local state fair. Dingus at the fair. The ring toss. We had that, but for holding CDs. The whole world thinks Americans are strong as fuck as they watch us punch holes through our walls. They don't know the cheat. That actually our housing situation is so poor, modern houses are now made of, like, straw. We basically circled right back around to the fables of the Three Little Pigs. You live in a brick house, you're blessed. Most residential construction is wood frame and plaster as your wall. Maybe some sort of insulation inside of it. Yeah, I've heard about that. I'm not telling you what that dingus layer is made out of. That's a nice pseudo self-dox. Not today.
Schedule, my push to finish the game. We had some chill Q&A. Much more laid-back show today. All right, didn't have major news or topics. And if you're wondering, why hasn't there been any real game news lately? It's because Summer Game Fest is right around the corner. Like, literally, Summer Game Fest is coming the first week of June. So because of that, all the game news is probably being held for the next 2 weeks. You probably won't hear much of anything, okay? So, great chill podcast. And then we jumped into Blueprints. Now, I'll be honest. I was surprised because I thought, hey, we didn't do a podcast the day before. And if we actually did a podcast today, maybe we'll get a lot of support for it returning. And that was not the case. In fact, the podcast, by the time we ended it, I think I only had like $10 of support.
I am not strong
so we
Catholic, but thank you.
Pretty much, you know, relying on people there for Blueprints to see if we could hit a support goal today. And keep in mind, we're coming off of a night stream last night at Minecraft that only raised like $50. So I'm hoping we can hit it. We'll see what happens, right?
I just see stuff like that as Sideshow Bob standing on the rake, and it whacks him in the face.
Humongous discoveries, new blueprints for rooms to be drafted. So
like, why would you do that? You would self-harm yourself.
Drafted tons of new rooms for the very first
time. You would self-fill.
Including the clock tower, which is an integral part of the story, and a way to get one of the secret keys and things. Just first run today was a little over an hour. It was like,
get him at 1080.
An hour and 10 minutes. Great run. And set us up for success, because the second run tonight, holy moly, the second run tonight, we solved the chess puzzle. We actually got to a new room called the gallery, solved the puzzles in there, got a key that allowed us to go into another secret room and solved another complex puzzle, and actually received my second trophy of the game. We did so many great unlockings today. Like, seriously, we did tons of new unlocks. We now have way more of a daily allowance that's unlocked.
Does Cat get an allowance?
So today,
how is her
was
money
ginormous
situation?
Progress. It was just like multiple high-level puzzles that have been going on during the course of the game solved. The puzzle of the music sheets, solved that. Got a reward for that. So all these lingering things are being solved. It's actually getting down to the nitty-gritty now, where I'm being told that, number one, there's like an optional classroom puzzle that you can do, but it basically will take an entire run. Number two, there's obviously the water level puzzle, and it seems like that's going to be the hardest puzzle in the game, because you need to basically either have the water completely drained to get one of those final door keys, or you need to have the water to a certain level to have the boat so you can travel across the top. Then you need to drain the water to a level where you can then take the boat out to that entry at level 6 and see what's over there. That seems to be like the one major lingering mystery of the game, outside of just getting all the keys and opening these doors in the underground area. So
He said if you're asking why he's still playing this, you have problems.
Now, is it a highly viewed stream? We get between 150, 200 viewers on YouTube, and we get around 60 viewers on Kick. So no, it's not highly intended. But the people that are there are very engaged. They love the game. They help me with it. You know, we're having a great time trying to surmise what I should do next and stuff like that. It really works out well. So,
yes, we are surmising.
Funny part was we were nearing the end of the stream, and it looked like we weren't going to hit the goal. All of a sudden, boom, bunch of people contributed. Not only did we hit the goal, we exceeded the goal. So we did it. For Blueprints, once again, as a daytime stream, Blueprints works. We hit the goal pretty much every single time when Blueprints is a daytime stream. So thank you for that, everybody, okay? Now, the night stream tonight was Doom the Dark Ages. I will be honest with you, and I'll talk about this on the podcast tomorrow.
Game's boring now.
I'm now
it's
around
over.
17 hours-ish into Doom
How's
the Dark
the game
Ages.
still going? Game is too long.
I'm starting
Longest
to feel
Doom.
like the game's
I'm
too
bored.
long. Like
What?
at this point, I think tonight we beat chapter, I want to say we beat chapter 14. Because last time we beat 10, 11, 12,
How long
13,
is
and
it?
14.
Well, what's
Maybe we
the...
beat 15
Give me an
tonight.
optics
I think we
check. How
might
long
beat
is the
chapter
game?
15, all of 16, and we almost beat 17 tonight. Now that's out of 22 chapters. We're
How did
17
Dingus
hours
know?
in, and
He always
even though there was
preempts
some
it
interesting new
with a
stuff,
sigh
we went
or
to a
something.
new dimension, and we started
Body
fighting
language gives it away.
magical enemies, and there was new ways to traverse
22
and stuff.
chapters? Oh,
I'll
he's
be
gonna hate
honest,
life.
I do
I'm
feel like the
bored.
game's
I'm
getting too long.
bored.
Like, maybe Doom shouldn't be a $70 game that's like 25 hours long, but instead it should be like a $40 game that's like 15 hours long. You know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like this should have been the end already. So, I am still enjoying myself when I play, but the audience is definitely getting burnt out on this game. There are some people who really like it, but others are like, you're still playing this? What's taking so long? And I'm like, guys, I'm 17 hours in 1 week. I've pretty much, played this nonstop. It's just really long for some reason, right? So, I think we made great progress tonight. I had fun. Did I die a couple times? Well, I used a lot of revives. I think I might have died once, okay, and had to restart.
Don't you guys know I play Doom for the
still,
story?
Making great progress. Keep in mind, just playing on hard difficulty, so it's actually more challenging. Yeah,
Fine,
overall,
I'll pick hard.
Good time tonight. Now, here's the weird part.
What?
There was almost no support till the end of the stream. We were nearing the
That's
end
what
of
it
the
was for
stream, and we had like
Blueprints.
$30. And I said to everyone, hey,
My gaslit? Did he not just say, oh, it looked like we wouldn't hit the goal for Blueprints, but then at the last minute, we hit the goal. Blueprints works. Then he goes to Doom, and it's like, guys, it almost looked like we weren't going to get support, but then, I don't know, we hit support, but like, that wouldn't have happened if that one person didn't step up. What? Did I just imagine what he just said? Don't believe your eyes or ears, Dingus. 30 minutes of OT to hit it.
The game, we got
Not
this far. It
surprised.
was just disappointing. This is the new release. People said they want it. They want me to play action-based games, challenging games. People complain when I play games like Blueprints, but yet people support
The
Blueprints.
game is
So what's
officially
going
a
on
week
with Doom?
old. Anyone who had the premium
Once again,
edition
last
started
minute,
playing last
we
week.
got a bunch of super chats. and then
Stills
someone
probably
dropped
played
a
even earlier than
giant
that.
Tip, and we hit the goal. So we did hit it, but it was last minute. I wish it wasn't like that, I wish that it was
like
more,
that for
hey,
Blueprints,
I
you
like
said
the
it was
game,
cool.
I'll contribute early, and then you can more like just focus on the game and relax.
Vest streak all over again.
Gotta keep
Vest
bringing
streak
it up,
mentality
and then
all over
last minute
again.
We hit a goal, but
Non-consecutive streaks, guys.
So
it's
two
about the
goals
amount
hit,
of
we got
goals hit,
75 out of
non-consecutive
80.
goals hit,
If we
so we don't
stay
have to
on
have
this
pressure
pacing, and we hit
to
a
hit
goal
the
every
goal
stream,
before the gameplay
we'll be
starts.
doing DSP tries it. Red
We circled
Robin
right
by
back
the end of
around
this
to the
stream.
mentality that got us here in the
We'll
first
see what
place.
happens, okay, but thank you guys again. A great day of content, big advancement in both games that I played, and great support. So what are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow the podcast will return. I'll talk about Doom. If there's any game news, here's the thing. If tomorrow there's really not much to talk about.
No
I'm okay
podcast?
with ending the podcast earlier. Some people have expressed that, that whole last half an hour, when it's Q&A, it's not that interesting. I'm okay with ending it early then. Let's see what happens tomorrow. If there's nothing to do, I'll end it early. Let's actually start with Clair Obscur then. Right? Why not? I'm excited for Clair Obscur. We're going to enter an optional,
feel so gaslit.
very challenging dungeon
I feel
area.
so fucking
Apparently people are
gaslit.
saying it's level 70, and my characters are only like level 40. But I did the first fight, and I was able to win, and I gained an insane amount of experience. So maybe going to this area
it's
is
okay.
gonna let me power level if I can beat it. We'll see. So we're doing that first. Then we're heading to more story in this whole new frozen area that we're in. So I'm excited for that. By the way, we have a new party member. Maybe I'll actually start using the new party member. We'll see. But it should be a great stream of Clair Obscur tomorrow. And tomorrow night, yes, more Doom the Dark Ages as I attempt to finish chapter 17, maybe 18 and 19. Maybe we'll be in position to only have like 3 chapters to finish on Thursday. I actually heard the final chapters are lengthy and very fun, but also very, very time consuming. So we'll see. Okay? Guys,
this
thank
level's
you.
a maze.
Great streaming day. Had a great time. Appreciate the support. Let's do it all again tomorrow with Clair Obscur and Doom again. All right? Thank you guys. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Peace out.
Yeah, Chatter says 30 minutes of overtime to hit the goal. Crazy. Oh well, hopefully there's no podcast tomorrow. But me saying that is probably jinxed it, and there probably will be one. No! Hey, speaking of Doom, that's a good segue. The Dark Age of Doom. Buckle up, buckaroo. Actually, better yet, before we even do that, let me get a drink. Don't worry, it's right here. It's in the little mini dingus fridge. The official mini dingus fridge. Alright, we're rejuvenated. A tall glass of root beer. Hello, Tevin. Tevin, Sly 4 has won the poll. Sly 4 is the next nostalgic nonsense game scammed into the running by Golem. And we're gonna watch this very entertaining Doom review.
Those of you longtime fans
my God,
of the
it's
channel
him!
might remember that I was very
The weird
critical of
Funari
Doom
man!
Eternal. I'm not going to go into all my reasons again, but the short version is I just wasn't a huge fan of the style of gameplay. The ultra-fast, twitchy, high reflexes, switching weapons every millisecond. Simon Says style gameplay where you're sort of pigeonholed into a very specific play style. There's a reason it was called Zoom Eternal, because it very much felt like Zoomer appealing gameplay. Now, obviously, for
I thought he was going to say it felt like Zoom Eternal because you were going so fast.
It was definitely a very...
One of his first controversies after getting shit on for The Last of Us and God of War Ragnarok was his opinion on Doom Eternal. Now, a lot of people are shitting on Doom Eternal in hindsight with Doom the Dark Ages out. But I'll say this, he said Doom Eternal sucked back then and he ate a lot of shit for it.
High skill ceiling game. It was also a quality game without a doubt. It still made it to one of my favorite games of 2020. So I don't hate it by any stretch, but I did have
2020
a
being
reputation
5
at
years
the
ago.
time for having a bad take on it and then going nuclear on speedrunner type people. And I still more or less think the same thing about speedrunners. I won't go into why, but let's just say that community attracts a very specific type of person who would hate my guts. And the reason I bring this up is because when I heard that Doom the Dark Ages would be taking a completely different approach, the Doom Slayer would be much slower and the theme of the game is to stand and fight. I thought, oh wow, they actually listened to the criticisms that a shit ton of people, including me, had for Doom Eternal. Well, as you could probably imagine by the title I picked, the monkey's paw curled, and this game is obviously worse than Doom Eternal. Hell, it's worse than Doom 2016. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with this game, but basing half of the gameplay around pressing saying right click at the right time makes this feel even less like a Doom game than Doom 3. Sure, you can make the argument that it is somewhat unique in the same way that Doom Eternal was very unique for the FPS genre. But given that parry mechanics are in every goddamn video game now, who asked for this? Nobody. I understand if they didn't want to double down on Doom Eternal's mechanics. I know I sure as hell didn't want id Software to do that. But man, it feels like they overcorrected in all the wrong ways, and they didn't even solve the Simon Says problem. In fact, it's much worse in this game, having giant glowing projectiles that you right-click over and over and over again. It's just not fun at all. And because you're so slow, you don't even end up using like half of the combat arenas. If anything, one of the most effective strategies in this game is to stand in a corner and just parry, 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 parry. Because as soon as an enemy gets behind you, you fucking die in like a millisecond, at least on Nightmare. And Nightmare difficulty, as you probably heard already, is probably the easiest it's ever been in this series. I chose Nightmare on my first playthrough, and almost every time I died was just because the game literally spawned enemies behind me, or the enemies circled around behind me because I got a little bit too bold and charged forward into a crowd of enemies, which is basically committing Sudoku in this game. And on top of all this, we have fucking gimmick levels now, where you get to play as a giant mech and all you do is press left click, oh, spacebar to dodge, then right click, and then you do that over and over and over and over again, and there's absolutely no skill involved. The dragon's even worse because it can take like 4 or 5 hits without dying, and the gameplay is arguably even more simplistic than the mech. It's not fun at all. There's even turret sections. Can you imagine a turret section in Doom 2016 or Eternal? This is the first time in the new Doom series that I've ever gotten bored playing the game. For all my problems with Doom Eternal, I could never say for even a second I was bored. Pissed off, yeah, plenty of times. Never bored.
I don't know,
so,
guys.
as you can probably imagine just by the intro, this is going to be kind of just an off-the-cuff review because I really don't feel that strongly about this game. It's just kind of okay. Sure, a bit above average, especially by modern standards, but I'm truly baffled how they managed to make such a bland game. I'm going to say something strange here that you would never expect me to say, but I unironically kind of recommend G-Man Live's review on this, because he went into more detail than I'm going to about the problem with a lot of the gunplay and the main gameplay mechanics.
Watch this other guy's video.
He was actually surprisingly critical of this, given he was the guy who fucking shilled Starfield and a bunch of other dog shit video games in the past. Listen.
What does he mean when he says Simon Says gameplay in Doom Eternal? I imagine it's parry this, if you don't parry it then shield, or fucking just that. Wasn't there like the enemy is green, so shoot them with the green beam, or if the enemy shoots you with the red beam, deflect it with the green beam? I have no idea what I'm talking about. I've never played Doom Eternal, but I've seen critiques of it. I've even seen this guy's critique of it. And I think that's what it is. Yeah, game does X, so you do Y. I'm tired, so my explanation is dented. But that's a good way to put it. Game does X, so you respond with Y. Basically like Metroid Prime.
Listening to his review is actually a breath of fresh air because he just kind of told it like it was. Honestly, I thought it was a well-formulated critique from him. Now, this review, by comparison, is just going to be me kind of rambling about the various issues with this game because, yeah, I have no desire to really be fair to it. There's no excuse for Doom the Dark Ages to be this boring because there's very few elements to this game that truly redeem it. This is the type of thing that you would buy on a deep sail or, you know, sail to high seas or even avoid it entirely if this gameplay doesn't look fun to you. And so without further ado, here's Doom the Dark Ages. So of course, as usual, we'll be talking about gameplay first, and this is one review I don't think anyone would argue that'd be a mistake because the core gameplay loop is the only reason people care.
Phil wanted more story in Doom.
Like I said in the intro, they fucked it up. This entire game is centered around the fucking shield. Half the guns don't even matter because a lot of them just serve the same purpose, or arguably no purpose at all because there's so much overlap. Doom Eternal, for my various problems with it, actually had a lot of kind of layered mechanics which all work together to create that ultra-fast gameplay experience where the people who got really good at the game could just annihilate the tougher mobs in like a split second. Whereas this game, you could take things as fast or slow as you want, as long as you make sure to manage your shield health, you're completely fine. Like I said in the intro, if you see a green melee attack or projectile, you hit right click at the right time, and the parry window is very generous, by the way. And yes, I know you can adjust the various difficulty stuff, we'll get into that later. But I played this on Nightmare difficulty, and the parry window is like so ridiculously generous. As long as you have a general idea of when the attack comes out, you'll parry it every time. And when you parry 1 or 2, sometimes 3 attacks from an enemy, they're vulnerable for a few seconds, where you can melee them in response. And there's 3 different melee weapons, not really gonna go into the differences, but basically you either punch a guy, hit him with a flail, or with a huge club. And much like the chainsaw in the previous games, this is how you get ammo back. You can also use this stagger period to just shoot the demons, which occasionally is a better idea, but for the most part, you're gonna want that ammo, and if you're using the flail, you're gonna get armor back too. And sometimes the vulnerability period lasts long enough that even after hitting them 3 times, you can still get like a triple burst shot with the combat shotgun to get even more armor back. But you end up melee spamming so often, even though the flail has like a much slower recharge than the gauntlet.
Okay, Nurgle had some stuff to say. Sorry, the thing is, but that was a fucking retarded take, because you can use that for every Doom game, that half the weapons you can ignore. Same as you had with the new Wolfenstein reboot, where they crammed a grindhouse film into it. If you know how to play the game, half the weapons can be ignored. I didn't mind the new Doom story being simple. The story they're doing with 2016, where you're part of some ancient guild of slayers or whatever, don't need it. Yeah, look, I'm not a Doom fucking historian or whatever, but I just want to be a guy shooting fucking demons. It doesn't have to be any deeper than that. But I get it. As games get more and more expensive to make, AAA games, soon to be quadruple A games, we gotta have more of a justification than just being some guy who's trapped in hell and trying to get out of it.
You get charge back by parrying attacks.
Hey, Deloria.
So you end up spamming E to smack enemies like 1,000,000 times over the course of a fight. And I know I said I wouldn't really explain the differences, but after completing the game, I do have to talk about the mace just because it's completely overpowered. Now, of course, a weapon like this is nothing new to the series. The Crucible from Doom Eternal, I recall being pretty fucking strong, and then the hammer that you got in the DLC was even more OP. But the mace is definitely the equivalent in this game, where despite the fact that it takes quite a few parries.
I forgot about the bunny. He's not trapped in hell. They're trapped in hell with him.
To recharge the melee, it can kill tough demons in a single hit.
I just want to kill demons, you guys.
Final upgrade, you can get 2 hits back to back, which completely kills even the elite level enemies. And for some reason, it shoots out a shockwave that also damages nearby enemies. So you can just kind of swing this thing with reckless abandon and kill everything as long as you have charges for it. It is a utterly and completely brain dead weapon, with the only downside being that you don't get armor, unlike the flail. I don't think I need to describe to you why having a shit ton of really janky lock-on melee combat in an FPS is not very satisfying, because it just takes no skill at all. I hesitate to use the insult console shooter, but that's what this feels like 100%. I feel like aiming barely comes up, even though there's a weapon that does more damage when you shoot a guy in the head. One, it's actually kind of a close range weapon. It has huge fall off at range. It only maybe shoots like a couple 100 feet. So you gotta be close to the enemy anyway, which is gonna make headshots a lot easier. And this javelin launcher also has an upgrade, which slows down time before you shoot. So it's even fucking easier to hit the head. But also, it's not like it does crazy damage. There's a lot of enemies that could take like 4 or 5 shots from this fucking thing. I feel like a demon taking a charged javelin shot to the face maybe should be killed a little bit faster, but there's so many like high damage tier weapons in this game anyway that you could probably just use, I don't know, the rocket launcher, the grenade launcher, the fucking chain ball launcher like I mentioned earlier, the super shotgun. There's so much overlap between like the weapon categories. There's very little utility between them. Most of the utility is reserved.
The reason why I like Doom Eternal DLC more than the main game of Doom is because the DLC makes you use secondary weapon parts that you would ignore outright. You would think they would just have it in the main game where like every weapon has a purpose to serve. At least they ended up remedying it.
For the shield, it's not just about blocking or parrying attacks. You can also throw the shield, which can lodge into enemies, holding them in place, which is important because they've added more hit scan type enemies that can just damage you from afar. Like the Arachnotrons can do that now, so you want to throw the shield into them and then just kill them super quickly. And there's an upgrade you can get for the shield which widens the hitbox from throwing it, which can clear out a shit ton of fodder demons in like a split second, which completely trivializes any crowd control weapons like this skull shredder thing that you get early on, and arguably the rocket launcher, grenade launcher could also do that. Well, why would you do that when you can just throw your shield really quick, and as soon as you hit right click, it gets right back in your hand instantly for a parry. There's no downside at all to throwing your shield. You can also do a shield bash, which allows you to charge quickly across the arena. It's by far your fastest movement ability, and you're supposed to be invincible during this animation, but early on I actually died a couple times. I don't know if that was a bug or not. This game is actually noticeably quite a bit less polished than the previous two games, and I'll get a little bit more into the optimization stuff later.
Think more money would mean more polished
shield bash
game?
I mainly just use as an alternative form of a glory kill, because a lot of times you can't get in to finish an enemy from far away, and so you can just shield bash and it counts as the same thing. Well, they sort of removed glory kills, not completely. If you approach an enemy from the air, you can still get a glory kill animation, but on the ground, you just kind of shield bash or kick the enemy and they fall apart into gore. I know a lot of people are complaining about this, but after playing the first two games and seeing the glory kills 1,000 times, I'm actually completely fine with this. Shield runes are also a thing, but they don't add any depth to the gameplay whatsoever. It's just an additional effect whenever you parry something. Whether it shoots out homing daggers or a mini earthquake that staggers enemies, or lightning bolts that paralyze them, or an auto turret that does a shit ton of damage. Those sound cool on paper, but they require no skill at all because you're parrying the whole game anyway. There's no reason not to parry at every single opportunity. So the shield rune mechanic is just an extra power fantasy.
Hey, but people say Sonic Unleashed is boost to win.
I don't even think I have to describe
That's why they love it so
the
much.
general flow of gameplay, because you can just watch the screen and see, yeah, it's right click, right click, right click, right click, over and over and over again, while you just shoot them with whatever weapon is appropriate for the situation. I'm pretty thankful that it feels like there's a little bit more freedom in what weapon you want to choose for each situation. I actually completely ignored a couple of the guns just because, again, like I mentioned earlier, the weapon balance is kind of whack. While there's two weapons in most of the ammo categories, one of them is just objectively better than the other one, it seems like. I think the most tragic one of these is the combat shotgun versus the super shotgun, because although the super shotgun is obviously way stronger, it also just doesn't do anything. Like I said, there's a bunch of high damage weapons already. Even if the super shotgun is more damaging, it's something you have to be extremely close to enemies to use, which you would think would be just fine in a game where you have a shield, but some of these harder encounters where they're throwing a million projectiles at you and your shield breaks if you block too many red, or even worse, blue projectiles in the case of the Revenant, then you're left as a sitting duck, and that's another way to instantly die in this game. So, I mean, sure, the super shotgun is usable, but if you compare it to like Doom Eternal, where at a chain you could swing around the arena, it didn't matter if it was inefficient. I thought it was fun as fuck. In this, it just shoots one high damage shot. That's all it does. The combat shotgun causes enemies to burn, which gives you armor, and that's actually unique utility. No other gun gives you armor. Yes, the flail gives you armor when you smack guys, but it's nice to have two ways to do it, especially if you want to get all your armor back quickly. You could say the same of like the chain gun versus the javelin. The chain gun is just like a generic assault rifle. Like I already mentioned about the javelin, you shoot enemy weak spots and it does a shit ton of damage, and it also slows down time. And then in some cases it feels like they're actually too similar, like the grenade launcher versus the rocket launcher. The rocket launcher has a unique gimmick where if you parry, instead of damaging yourself with the explosion, it heals you. But again, how much different is that ultimately to just getting armor back? Most likely you're going to be out of armor, not out of health, or you'll be dead. So I ended up just using the grenade launcher instead, and even then, I didn't use the grenade launcher often. As I already explained before, the shield is the best mob-clearing weapon. Now, you might make the argument that, oh, well, you're going to use a bunch of these guns because you'll run out of ammo, right? Because you might remember that Doom Eternal had weapon, armor, health, flamethrower, chainsaw, grenade launcher, all these different cooldowns that you had to juggle between. That was a huge part of, like, the skill ceiling of that game. Yeah, they kind of just removed that.
Straight up crashed into me now.
The only cooldown that really matters is your shield health and your melee cooldown.
He's too far.
Ammo is actually weirdly generous because you get ammo back from meleeing, and like I already said, you're gonna be smacking demons every 3 fucking seconds. I barely ever ran out of ammo. And some guns just have a lot of ammo. The second plasma gun you get is the most brainless weapon in this game, bar none. You just hold left click down, and it gives an enemy a debuff that makes them take more damage. And then when they die, that debuff spreads to the next enemy, and so on and so forth. And it gets to a point, too, where if you clear enough mobs, it powers up the gun even further. So you literally just left click, point, like I'm playing fucking COD or something. It's just, it's so bland. Yes, plasma guns still overload plasma shields, but you can also just throw your fucking shield at them. I'm fine with the quick swap from Eternal being removed because it's just not that type of game, but there's no reason that it should take like 3 seconds just to pull another gun out, especially when one of the main gimmicks of one of your guns is to give the enemy a debuff where they take more damage. And so you'd think, oh, you fire some plasma shots off, then switch to like the javelin gun or the chainball or whatever, but it takes so long that it feels like you're just better off keep holding left click until he dies. And because you're constantly getting your ammo back by meleeing enemies, switching weapons doesn't even really feel necessary a lot of the time anyway, unless the next wave of enemies is too far away for you to shoot them with the shotgun or whatever other closer range weapon you have equipped. I have no idea what they were thinking with the weapon balance in this game. It really feels like none of it actually matters, except arguably using the chain ball, because there's specific demons in this game that all they do is melee attack you, so you get in this really shitty, like, well, comparing it to something like Sekiro feels like an insult, but it's the same kind of idea. You stand in front of the demon, you just right-click their attacks, then you bash them with melee, shoot them with the chain ball since it's already charged up, and then rinse and repeat. How the hell is that exciting? Now, yes, if they throw other enemies in the arena shooting you in the back, you probably need to kill those guys first and ignore the melee guy, or you're just gonna get shot in the back and die instantly, like I said earlier. But when you're 1v1ing these fucking gladiator guys, it is so boring, because you fight them the same exact way every time, and they have too much fucking health. Even fighting the cyber demon is boring.
There's multiple weapons in the game. Switch to a different weapon for a different way to fight them.
To him, parry a couple melee strikes, shoot him, melee him, rinse and repeat. The amount of enemies that are fought like that in this game is insane.
Sorry, I'm 6 hours in. I'm kind of
zoned. So I guess we could talk about enemy variety. The enemy variety also feels worse.
I'm grinding time trials here.
The amount of times that I kill a pinky rider, and you do the same thing every time. You just headshot him with the javelin, so you kill the rider, and then you just kill the pinky by shooting it with whatever you want. I mean, it's a huge target. There's not even really specific ways to fight enemies in this game because you just parry projectiles. The Revenant is probably the only interesting enemy type because the blue skulls just vaporize your shield in a second, so you actually have to strafe to dodge. Almost every other projectile in the game has so much homing that you can't even dodge it unless you're sprinting, and you can only sprint straight forward, so you have to literally turn directly to the left or right and sprint. And at that point, why would you even bother unless your shield is about to break? Some enemies have armor,
he played OG
which you have to
Doom?
superheat and then throw your shield at them.
If he has, it wasn't on stream.
It's time for more Simon Says gameplay because the chain ball is better at breaking armor. But no, not really. You can shoot it with any high rate of fire weapon and then throw your shield just fine. The flail is also good at breaking armor. And a lot of these enemy types are just completely reused from the previous 2 games, with very little different about them except you can just block melee attacks instead of having to dodge them, you know? I've heard some people complain about these redesigns to fit the new medieval aesthetic. Like, imps have hair now, which just looks weird. And the new Caca demons look nothing like Caca demons. Same goes for the pinkies. The pinkies are now these huge, like, animals that the demons ride. And there's this huge new lizard demon that just doesn't fit in with the rest. It looks like it came out of a completely different game. And like I said, I don't even know if it's really worth talking about in detail how these different enemy types function, because not only are you already very familiar with them if you played the previous 2 games, but also the shield just trivializes a lot of the unique mechanical differences between them anyway. So enemy variety isn't even really worth talking about to any extent, which is kind of crazy given that enemies made such a huge impact in how you played Doom Eternal. And honestly, I was debating whether or not it's even worth talking about the boss fights, but again, after finishing the game, I now feel compelled to talk about it. The boss fights are ass. A lot of them get demoted into, like, just elite style enemies later on, and those are just fine. I will say the actual proper boss fights all have too much health, and that could just be
Platinum 1 minute? Let's find out.
Nightmare. But a lot of them just devolve into find the green projectile in this sort of mini bullet hell style game, and then you just parry that, and you break their stagger meter. Yes, this is ripping off of Souls in another way that we now have fucking stagger meters. This is just some straight up wannabe Sekiro
I wasn't
shit.
too far off.
If you do max out the stagger meter, the boss is vulnerable, and you do a lot more damage. You know how it is. But you can honestly just shoot the boss to death just fine. The worst bosses were definitely near the end of the game. The obese maker guy that you end up fighting, the first phase is extremely easy and extremely long. One of the easiest, like, jokes of a bullet hell I've ever seen. Just look at this fucking attack, dude. Dude, this is bad. Dude, this is actually bad. How's it this
it's like
bad?
one of my Tohos.
Might have to add to the review a section for how bad this boss is. And then the second phase is a little bit more exciting for sure, but much like the rest of this game, as long as you keep all of the targets in front of you, there's no risk of dying. Now, the real reason I wanted to talk about the bosses is because the last 2 boss fights are absolute fucking dog shit. This game wants to be parry slop so goddamn bad that it's kind of embarrassing. The second last boss is literally just 3 phases of a Souls-like boss, where instead of dodge rolling at the right time, you just right-click at the right time. Again, kind of like a Sekiro type of thing. And he delays his attack timings like this is fucking Elden Ring, and so it's just trial and error gameplay. The gun you use doesn't even matter, really. You probably don't even have to shoot him one time. If you just right-click at the right time and then bash him with the mace, you don't have to fire a single round. Now, of course, it helps to shoot him to get it over with faster, but holy fuck was I getting so annoyed, because this is not what anyone plays a shooter for. There's not a single human being on this planet who picks the FPS genre to fucking parry. And yet that's all that the second last boss is, and the last one is not much better. The boss fight in the second last level feels way more climactic and interesting than the one in the actual proper final level. No, the real final boss fight feels almost like a victory lap in a sense, where the first fight is a 2v1 like Ornstein Smo style shit, except with a million projectiles that all break your shield in like 2 hits, which is super goddamn annoying. And then the second phase is a complete breeze because you're already used to his moveset from the previous 3 phases in the last level. It felt like the devs had no fucking clue how to end this game, and it kind of just ends suddenly at that anyway. So yeah, the boss fights are kind of trash. And before we move on, I do want to talk about difficulty for a second, because infamously, this is another game with difficulty sliders, where you can change all sorts of things. Enemy health, your health, or damage,
Hey, they did it for accessibility. Doom is for everyone now, guys.
If you thought it was a little bit too slow, but obviously
it's not
the game
just your
doesn't
dad's
seem too
boomer
balanced
shooter
around that.
anymore.
The parry window can be increased or decreased, etc., etc., etc. Now, my question to you is, what the hell is the difference between this and accessibility options? Now, yeah, okay, you can make the argument that there's ways to make the game harder than even the hardest difficulty, which, yeah, that does make it one step above accessibility. But let's be honest, that's not what these sliders are for. These sliders are here because, one, game journalists, so that they can slide every...
Devoured Eagle, thank you. Big ups, Devoured Eagle. 1 month gifted. One month, tier 1 gifted to Coggers, who's here right now. Coggers with the gifted. Thank you for the lurk too. Big ups. And congratulations, Coggers.
massive support.
Everything to the easiest level and then just
This is
breeze
gonna give me
through
the
game.
energy I
And two,
need
they didn't have
to hopefully get the
actually
plat.
balance the game because they knew this gameplay was not that compelling. I know deep down. So they're like, well, if you don't like this, you could just turn it off. Okay, but that's exactly how you make a game forgettable and bland, you know? There's
Enjoy
a
your
reason why
drops?
Souls games still
Oh, you
don't
mean the
even have
Crunchyroll stuff.
difficulties to this day. Because they're supposed to be handcrafted experiences to be memorable and enjoyable for everyone. I don't have a problem with like basic difficulty settings in games, and I didn't touch any of these sliders. I just
gotta
hit
shoot that
Nightmare
one down
and then
right there.
played through the game. But these should not be here. This is the developers admitting that they did a bad job.
Well,
They have no
synthetic
confidence
pedo,
at
bitch,
all
if you
in
wanna
their
know the truth
ability
about
to
it.
make a handcrafted experience.
Synthetic man should
they
go on
wanna
a kill
try and
stream.
appeal to the lowest common denominator, which is, you know, as we all know, the best way to make a game. I mean, what's wrong with making as many people as possible able to enjoy a video game? How about it makes the game fucking suck? I don't know who said this quote, and I don't feel like looking it up, but there's a saying that players will optimize all of the fun out of a game. And I think the same applies to these sliders. There's going to be certain people who just give in because they don't like a certain mechanic, and they're just going to like, oh, let's just turn up the parry window all the way up because I don't really like parrying. I just want to shoot guys. And then you're not even fucking playing the same game anymore. Again, you can just ignore these sliders and it's not going to affect your experience, but they shouldn't be there in the first place. As you probably could figure out from the rest of this gameplay section, it's not like the devs really put a lot of effort into the weapon balance to begin with, and I'm sure these sliders just make things even worse. Honestly, talking about difficulty sliders and accessibility could be its own Gaming is Dying, but just know it has no place in this Doom series. It is dumb as hell. I don't like it. But I'm not going to end this review here. Let's talk briefly about level design and the story. As for level design, I will say this is a slight improvement over Doom Eternal. My huge complaint with that game is that the whole thing was hallways, battle arenas, and really shitty platforming sections. The level design in this is more similar to Doom 2016, where they kind of feel like actual levels. The problem is the level design is still kind of ass, because like the actual open levels are just giant empty arenas with giant hallways and of course little secret areas, just
Giant
like the previous
hallways.
2 games in the series.
It's just
But
like
I
Crash.
will take the giant battlefields any day over the
With
it's
giant
only battle
battlefields.
arenas and nothing
That's where I
else
am right now.
route of the last game. But I'd still say that the levels are somewhat forgettable, to say the least. And another thing, too, that I almost neglected to mention is that a lot of these secret areas have puzzles in them now, though I hesitate to
Puzzles
even
in
call
my
them puzzles
fucking
because they're
Doom
basically just
game?
games of I Spy. You know, I've been complaining about this style of puzzle since God of War Ragnarok came out. I absolutely despise playing I Spy in video games.
they force-fed you
It
the
is
puzzle
so
solutions in that
fucking
game.
annoying. It is not interesting. It's just straight up padding to force me to look around a room and be like, oh, I gotta throw my shield at that, and then I walk over here, and then I climb this thing, and then I shield bash this huge block, and then I climb that, and then I throw my shield at this other thing. Rinse and repeat. Requires zero brain power, absolutely none. And there's about 1 million little secret areas that are just like this.
Hey,
There's
Patchy.
different variations of scanning the environment for something to interact
DSP Junior
with.
should
That's
thank
all the
DSP
puzzle
Senior
is.
for that.
It's a waste of
Yes,
time.
that's true.
And you're heavily incentivized to
It's a
do
waste of my
these because you need
fucking
the
time.
collectibles to upgrade your guns, your melee weapons, your shield, just like the previous games in the series. And of course the extra lives too, which will no doubt come in handy. At least the visual design is still nice, like the graphics look good for sure, but something a lot of people are complaining about is this game is much less well optimized than the previous 2. Infamously, Doom 2016 and Eternal could run on like 10-year-old hardware no problem. Whereas
Including the
this game has
Switch.
forced ray tracing. Yes, you can't turn it off. It has much higher system requirements than the previous 2. And on top of that, it just looks almost exactly the same as Eternal. There's no notable graphic fidelity increase here. And for content creators, this game actually had a unique problem in that it's not compatible with OBS. And so this is causing the game to crash over and over again, there to be laggy recordings.
Is that
And
true?
in my case, actually blue screen my PC on stream. So obviously a lot of the talent left id Software since Eternal came out. And speaking of talent
That's 58.
leaving, Mick Gordon, right? That's the elephant in the room. He didn't come back to do this OST because he was horribly abused by id Software. Not going to go into that, but yeah, instead they hired some company that makes soundtracks of some shit, and holy hell, it is so goddamn generic, dude. There's no way in hell I'm ever going to listen back to any of this OST. If you want to significantly improve your experience playing this game, just mute the music.
Am I supposed to beat
and
this?
start playing
Probably
like
something to do with the
BFG
pathing for
Division,
the
or the only
planes.
thing they fear is you in the background. I mean, instantly I was
There's
having a
no-
better time.
there's no
It's
way- no
crazy how
speed
much a good
boosting, no
soundtrack
turbo.
can improve a game. I mean, genuinely, people are saying this soundtrack feels AI generated because it just has like the most generic guitar riffs and doesn't even try to be intense or memorable in any way. Okay, now let's get to the story. This is the part nobody really gives a shit, including me. The only reason I'm bringing it up is because this game has probably like 3 times as many cutscenes as the previous 2 in the series, and they add absolutely fucking nothing. If anything, they take away from the game, especially because despite there being so many more cutscenes, the story is
I lost
almost
my HP so fast.
incomprehensible. I'm not joking. All I understand is that the demons are trying to get like the Heart of Argent or whatever. Eventually they end up getting the artifact, but it turns out no, it wasn't actually the real artifact. It turns out to be the fucking girl boss, who despite being a white woman is voiced by Deborah Wilson. We can't fucking escape this bitch no matter where we go. And don't give me the fucking NPC response, oh, she's just easy to work with. No, she's a demonic entity who worms her way into every video game. I was tired of looking at her. Now I'm tired of hearing her voice. Fucking stay out of video games, bitch. Also, the various humans are very diverse. There's like a token black guy who shows up 5 seconds in. The fact that this chick is the literal fucking MacGuffin, and she has probably more screen time than Doom Guy in cutscenes, which is so stupid. Dude, this shit's painful, man. A lot of the cutscenes just don't even mean anything. There's random time skips in between missions that are not explained. Why are there this many cutscenes?
Yeah, why is
Nobody
Deborah
asked for
Wilson
this.
playing a white
Nobody.
character?
I
This
wish
isn't
I had
very
more to say about
progressive.
the story, but again, I
We're
just
kind of
didn't
rooted
give
in
a
the past
fuck.
here. We're stuck in the
Nobody did. It
past
was a
here,
waste of
id
time.
Software.
Okay, let's just get to the conclusion. Should you buy Doom the Dark Ages? Maybe on a deep sale. That's about it, honestly. Like, it's not a bad game. It's a bit above average for sure. But again, if you compare it to the previous 2 games, which people loved for various reasons, this one is just bland, centering the entire game around hitting right click at the right time, with a generous parry window at that. They managed to make an FPS where your ability to aim barely matters. I feel like so many of your guns have these huge ass hitboxes, and even the precision weapon doesn't do enough damage to feel like it's any more worth using than the other ones, except against a few specific enemy types. Most of the guns don't even have some kind of unique utility, and the ones that do are objectively better than the other one in the same weapon type. And another thing is they just completely gutted any amount of skill related to resource management. Not only does every gun have more ammo than Eternal, but meleeing enemies gives you ammo back, and you're constantly meleeing them. This is not like the chainsaw where you only get to use it every once in a while. No, you're smacking bitches every 5 seconds. I genuinely think the majority of skill in this game just comes down to crowd control and your placement in the arena. As long as there's no enemies behind you, there's no reason you should die. Now, of course, the game tries to cheat you by spawning enemies behind you at various points. But I think after a certain point, this game just doesn't require much skill anymore, because it's very easy to memorize the parry timings, given they're so generous. And there's not very...
I would attest this to both RNG and me changing the route.
many enemy encounters where they throw
We have
multiple
dominated
high-threat
World War
enemies
I.
back to back where you can't just parry all of their attacks at the
Thank you,
same
Jesse.
time. Even those more challenging encounters where I end up dying a couple times really felt hard for the wrong reason. Like, it was more like trial and error gameplay, knowing just how specifically to approach the situation. I didn't ever have to get good at any point because I'm not really sure what getting good even means in the context of this game. This game doesn't even feel like it was designed designed for you to get good at it, which is ironic given that was the entire appeal of the previous one. But again, I'm the type of guy who doesn't care if a game is hard, it just has to be fun. But this game just isn't really that fun.
Why
because
bother?
holding right click to deflect projectiles over and over and over and over again just isn't fun in the context of a shooter. The shooting should be the fun part. Yeah, all the guns kind of just feel the same outside of a few exceptions. So yes, I know it sounds like I'm being super harsh. I don't think the game sucks. I still think the core gameplay loop is fine. It was definitely an interesting experiment, but the execution is poor, to say the least. This game doesn't feel like it was made for Doom fans. It doesn't feel like it was made for fans of Doom Eternal, certainly. It wasn't even made for people like me who didn't like Doom Eternal. I honestly have no fucking clue who this was made for, except possibly the lowest common denominator. I don't know if this is because of Microsoft's influence or because of Bethesda's influence. Doesn't really matter to me, but it's obvious that this game needed a lot more polish. When the only appeal of your game is the core combat, and it somehow manages to get boring, then you fucked up. So it looks like we've truly reached the dark ages of the Doom franchise. That's about it. See you next time, guys.
Like what he did there? I looked at the speedrun of this game and noted how they did the tech, like shooting the clock. You did that on your own. Very interesting. That's been the tech since the PS1 version. No, of course, you can't always do it on every level. Not the gimmick levels. I'm feeling good. Damn! I did get hit and lost a lot of time. By a lot of time, I mean like a second. No! This one is by Harmful. We'll take a Harmful segue. Alana Pierce responds! A fourth Alana Pierce video. This is the lady who's lying about not riding on God of War Ragnarok, because she actually did, guys. Yeah, good job, me.
Originally, I was ignoring the lies that Alana Pierce was telling under her video, but she is stacking lies now. She has edited the pinned comment and noted what's an edit and what's original. Problem being, what she says is the original comment is not the original comment. The actual original, which I presume must have been referring to my first video about her, was unhinged. She claimed in my video that I edited two responses together to make them look as though they were both about Ragnarok.
Oh wow, she directly responded?
Any of them together.
She must have nothing to do.
Way. I quoted three responses and said that combined with the title and other context, I thought it created the implication that you wrote on God of War Ragnarok. Now that you've unprivated the video, in fact, we can objectively see that some of your audience at the time took that inference as well. But let's jump back to her new and insane claims. She wrote, another YouTuber has highlighted a segment of a podcast that I removed because I said the phrase, I haven't written. To me, personally, sounds like you said, I have written on it.
I was just about to say it, but then I stopped myself. I was going to ask, but...
Which I believed I
Sounds
was
like
not
I have written to
technically allowed
me.
to say. Immediately after saying this phrase, I very clearly scrambled to try to cover for the fact that I didn't think I was allowed to say haven't. By going, sorry, no, I technically, very awkwardly. Alright, let's hear that follow-up.
I was going to ask, but yeah, like... I never really remember what's the limits.
So, no, that's not true. These creators are trying to suggest that I actually said, I have written. Not a full sentence / they don't even know what I was going to say after those 3 words, lol. Who the hell was saying that? Again, people think that you said this.
I was just about to say, but then I stopped myself. I was going to ask, but...
Even though that does not make any sense in the context of the sentence, which comes immediately after me again, very, very clearly saying I didn't do shit.
Yeah, but she looks like she
stinks. Scrambling
stinks.
to fix the mistake. You've usually didn't do shit phrasing in other clips. In this one, you say you didn't do a ton. Does this response make no sense? Because she hasn't checked which clip people have found, and there are multiple she's hidden. Is this just her guessing which one people found? Maybe because she edited it again while I was recording this. Here's the news story. Another YouTuber has highlighted a segment of a podcast that I removed because I said the phrase, "I haven't written on it." Again, I'm not hearing that N''T.
I was just about to say, but then I stopped myself.
I was about to say.
Sorry, I have worked on it. I'm allowed to say I have worked on the accessibility stuff, which I did. For writing, I think I'm allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say what. I can say, I wrote some supportive content. This was removed because I was worried about my NDA, which is pretty
it's
clear
the baggy
considering
email
how
loop.
awkwardly I say
Baggy email loop that's
Everything said in that
contributing
sentence
to
is
why I
also
think that.
100% true. Right, so you were terrified about breaking your NDA, but you only hid that part on the unlisted YouTube video and left it in on the public podcasting platforms. But luckily, I just refreshed the page and she's edited it again. I won't read the whole thing, just the change. This was removed because I was worried about my NDA, which is pretty clear considering how awkwardly I say it. I was not allowed to say haven't, which is why I scrambled to try to correct it.
She's not allowed to say that she hasn't written on it?
She deleted that snippet because she's afraid someone at Sony would hear this.
I was just about to say, but then I stopped myself. I was going to ask, but...
And you would get clapped for saying haven't, and not even for anything else you said in that section.
Why would she get in trouble? Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm not wrong, but if you're under an NDA, then her getting in trouble in this circumstance would be because she says she has written on God of War Ragnarok. Why would she get clapped for saying that she never worked on God of War Ragnarok? Or in this case, I haven't worked on God of War Ragnarok.
That is bonkers. Good thing I pressed F5 again and she's removed that part. Now it's just a generic statement of concern about the NDA. And she says she tried to scramble to be conscious of the NDA even when working through those sentences. She also added another detail.
Guys, I'm not writing the second Mario movie.
This clip.
Oh, I broke NDA, guys!
I cannot actually tell exactly when it was removed. I know thanks to archives that it was still in the video when it had 57,000 views though. And I find it hilarious that she's trying to tell us that, oh, she remembered it at some point in time, months and months and months and months after publishing it, randomly, and definitely didn't just remove it when she went to use a clip from it for her latest video. By the way, regardless of whether you believe her or not, it is absolutely insane to use that clip, the one that the ultra-controversial NDA violating material has been snipped out of. Simply don't put it in your video. But hold up a sec, I pressed F5 and it's been updated again. So let's make sure we're reading off the latest patch. There's a suggestion that I said, I have written on it.
I have written on it.
Where I actually said haven't.
How many hotfixes did she apply to her own pinned comment?
Context, nor even the way I say it. I disagree. I think it makes perfect sense. There's also a subtle near contradiction here. She told us that the way she was saying things was all messed up because the NDA was running through her mind. Then, she appeals to the way she says it being maybe a bit odd, as a sign she couldn't have said what we heard. Which one is it? Plus, we know she was already stumbling on her words before she said that line. Massive pauses before she says it.
So I always feel like I have to give the context. I didn't work on this game a ton. I
was just about to say, but then I stopped myself. I was going to ask, but...
I don't understand. Why wouldn't she provide the qualifier that she didn't do a ton of work and then say what kind of work she did? Perfectly normal. I'm not hearing that contextual proof that she couldn't have said it. But let's keep going. I imagine. Always good to use your imagination. My sentence was going to be, I didn't work on the game a ton. I haven't written on it, but I did work on accessibility or something, but then I corrected it. Right, so what did you correct it to? Let's listen to the podcast.
Sorry,
I never really remember what's the
So I have
limits.
worked on it. I am allowed to say that I worked on the accessibility stuff, which I did. Like, I pitched and helped iterate some literal features of the game, some gameplay mechanics.
Okay, so there's the I have worked on it. I have done
What
accessibility
specifically
stuff.
in the game did she write?
Here. What's next?
For writing, I think I'm allowed to say.
There's at
I'm
least
not
one
allowed to
boy
say.
in
I'm not
there
allowed
that's
to
yours.
say what.
I worked on accessibility. Here's what I did. For writing, I'm not allowed to say what. Stinks to me of implication. And if that's meant to correct your supposed earlier statement saying, I haven't written on it, what does that mean you're saying here? You say in your pinned comment, everything said in that sentence is also 100% true. Okay, maybe.
He lied.
That's not the problem.
Basically,
the problem is that you've been
the
saying
slogan
this.
of the arc.
I never even
She
claimed to be a
lied.
writer on God of War Ragnarok. Anyway, I never implied it.
I believe Alana when she says she was worried about her NDA. Just listen to the voice wobble.
I can say, I wrote some,
She was the accessibility advisor.
supportive content.
But she
And
wasn't in
I'm
the
not allowed to say
credits.
what.
However,
That's what I heard.
do
She
not
wasn't
believe
even
she was
in the
worried
credits.
that she'd get in trouble for saying she didn't write on it. I think she was freaking out because she said too much, and the supportive content comment was a panicked ripcord. Essentially, this editing frenzy is her stepping on rakes over and over again. Here's the trap she's in. The thing about this that myself and others are accusing her of bullshitting about is her saying that she never said or even implied that she wrote on Ragnarok. Now,
'Cause she
if
wiped the
said,
evidence.
"I have
She
written
swept it
on
up."
she's done. So she has to say she didn't say that. She has to say she said, I haven't written on it. But with that comes another issue. She now has to explain why, having said I haven't written on it, she'd say,
For writing, I think I'm allowed to
I
say.
ran into a snake.
There's at
I'm
least
not
one
allowed to
boy
say.
in
I'm not
there
allowed
that's
to
yours.
say what.
and she has to explain why she had to
Oh,
delete
okay,
that
Sargard.
section
I'd
to
heard she
comply
wasn't
with
in
her
there
NDA
at all.
without saying it's because she
And that's
said
why
she wrote
this
on
got
God of
dredged
War.
up.
And all of her explanations so far mean she's done.
Because this game came out a
This
few
is
years
her,
ago.
at the
It's not,
very
you
least
know, it's
implying
not
that
the
she
new
wrote on
hat.
Ragnarok, especially if it's a correction to her having said she didn't. So GG's, idiot. Why don't you try retelling your story a few more times? I'm sure you'll crack it. You are a professional writer after all. By the way, I think the thing I'm truly offended by is her claim that people are pretending to hear her say, I have written on it, instead of I haven't written on it. It
She's
is
gaslighting.
genuinely what I hear, and I don't think any context means you couldn't have said it.
I have written on it.
Well, there you go. She's just gonna keep on lying. She really should. Like, why? Surely the NDA is just not of consequence anymore, right? Just, I don't know, tell the truth. Tell the truth. I'm just reminded of Boogie. Boogie lied. Boogie, Boogie, why you lying to yourself? You fat motherfucker. Just tell the truth. Typical of a woman, am I right, folks? I'm saying that completely facetiously, by the way. Alright, next one. The name of the next Mario movie has been leaked. I did hear about this. Surprise, surprise, it's gonna be called Super Mario World. You know, because the teaser at the end was for Yoshi. So I'm spoiling the movie if you haven't seen it.
We love accidental website leaks. They're always such a blessing. It's always fun to see just like the machinations of these giant corporations kind of breaking down, you know, the curtain slips for a second. Some intern or like social media manager or something responsible for like the menial task of updating the website and writing the little blurb, but then they had the paper of the upcoming movies. They're like, why did you put the Mario? But you put it's on the paper of upcoming movies. You didn't tell me that there were movies. No, but who gave him that paper? That was the wrong paper. You got the paper marked this. You were supposed to use paper marked that, and then it's just endlessly amusing to me that these things tend to happen. There is no perfect company. You know, professionalism overall is just kind of an illusion. It's not really a thing. So anyway, the NBC Universal website updated and had a little blurb talking about some upcoming movies, and one of the upcoming movies it mentioned was the upcoming Mario movie, which is coming up about a year now. We're about a year away. That year is going to go by quick. I bet before we know it, we're going to be watching the movie. I'm excited. And, you know, Nintendo has not revealed the name of the next Mario movie. If I were going to guess,
Wario better be in it.
I thought about it, but if I was going to guess, you know, say something along the lines of like the Super Mario Brothers movie 2. I don't know. Just off the top of my head. But no, according to this information, which was posted to the NBC Universal website and later removed, which is always, not necessarily confirmation, but I don't know. There's always that little moment where you just kind of like, all right, yep, there it is. They found the guy. They took him out. But according to the website, the name of the movie is Super Mario World. You heard that right. Super Mario
We're just skipping
World,
Mario
not
2 and 3,
Super
just
Mario
straight to
Brothers
World.
Movie 2 game, but Super Mario World. And of course,
Doki Doki Panic
because
felt
it
it.
is not an official announcement, even if this did come from an official source, it doesn't technically mean that it is absolutely confirmed and that's what it's going to be. It is technically subject to change, and those kinds of things do happen. Sometimes movie names can change fairly close to release if for just some reason they think it's going to be a problem. The Village, M. Night Shyamalan's The Village. I remember that was going to be called The Woods, but then a different movie came out that was called The Woods, so they had to change it to The Village, and so you never know. So
I feel like Super Mario World coming after like the Super Mario Brothers movie and how long of a title that was. Super Mario World is too simple. They're gonna tack on something to it. Super Mario World, Super Mario Brothers movie 2, Doki Doki Panic. This time it's personal.
someone else may put out a movie, so it's possible that, like, Nintendo is about to reveal the movie, and then it turns out that some other company has just put out a movie called Super Mario World. Oh no, everyone at Nintendo is panicking. What are we gonna do? We gotta change the name. Anyway, so Super Mario World, I will say, this has some of that, like, really just classic, that warm, fuzzy, nostalgic, classic Nintendo naming confusion. It's the kind of thing where I feel like they should have grown out of it by now. They figured out with Switch 2, let's not make it confusing. It's not Super Switch, it's not Switch U. But when it comes to the Mario movie, I don't know, it's just Super Mario World. So now, it's an SEO thing, Now when I type Super Mario World, it can mean two different things, which is a little bit frustrating. Again,
looking for the game, just don't
Muppets.
type Super Mario World
Darn
movie.
Disney. They release a movie in 2011. They don't call it the greatest Muppet movie ever made or whatever the original Jason Segel title was. No, they call it The Muppets. So now whenever I want to reference that movie, I'm going to say, like, Disney's parentheses 2011 The Muppets. So you can't just say them. Oh, and then later there's ABC's The Muppets, because they make a show and it's also just called The Muppets. Come on, it's hard to.
That one was The
talk about this
Muppets, but
stuff.
all
So
in
anyway,
lowercase.
Let's get past that. It's gonna be called Super Mario World for better or worse, and of course, it does make sense. It really, absolutely does. Obviously, the first movie, it rushed through the plot. That's one of the main criticisms. It just kind of moves, and it's kind of basic. It really is just kind of like, there's a Bowser and a Peach and a Mario, and then they fight, and then that's kind of it. There's still so much Mushroom Kingdom to explore. Like, absolutely. There's a long, long history of games. Not to say that they're going to dip into, like, the more obscure stuff, but even just in the basic Mario universe, there are just so many locales that they could explore.
The locales.
A whole entire chunk of a movie can take place in any, more stuff in the ice place, or like a whole entire desert sea. There's just a ton. It's Mario. There's so much material to pull from, and of course, they established the whole warp pipe thing where warp pipes lead all over the kingdom, but then one of the warp pipes also leads to the to New York, to Brooklyn, the real world, or whatever. And then of course Nintendo themselves haven't really.
First Mortal Kombat came out in '93, then Mortal Kombat 9th Entry, No Number, came out in 2013, then Mortal Kombat 1 came out like 2023. Because every few years they want to reboot shit, right, for the new generation, but they don't want to give it a number when they reboot it, because then the new generation is going to feel that they got to catch up with the old shit. So they just re-release it with no number, and then a few years later, when a new generation comes along, they decide to reboot it again. But then it's like, okay, do we just call it franchise name again, or do we just call it franchise name rebooted, or do we just stick a 1 at the end?
They said much about the movie, but Miyamoto, when they first announced it, he mentioned broadening Mario's world further. So there's this idea of, like, making it bigger. So instead of going Mario 2, you
that was
jump
Miyamoto's
immediately to
hint,
Mario
broadening
World.
Mario's
And then
world,
because
Super Mario
it shares
World.
a name with a game, you have that familiarity. You know, people hear that name, and it's not just suggestive of a bigger experience, but it's also just like, oh, I played Super Mario World. Oh, nostalgia. Oh, I felt that one right in my heart. That's what Nintendo wants. And then, of course, you know, what game was Yoshi introduced in? Super Mario World. What's the end credits little teaser at the end of the first movie? It's Yoshi. So it all makes sense. My question at this time is, how big are they going to go with it? Because the whole warp pipe thing, to me, that is like, that's the crossover right there. You know what I mean? We're never going to get a full Smash movie.
Thank
But
God.
I do think at least some crossover goodness can be expected from some future movies, and the key is the warp pipes. These warp pipes can go wherever Nintendo wants, and that includes other Nintendo kingdoms. Again, I'm not expecting like a big, humongous cross. I did a whole entire video on this. Nobody watched it, but
good.
I did a big video speculating all of the movies that we can expect for Nintendo through the end of time. So I'm not going to go into all of it here. But yeah, basically, like, I don't expect a full Smash movie. I don't know if the audience is there for it, but I do think that eventually bringing in at least little bits of other Nintendo properties,
Mushroom
just
Kingdom Hearts,
makes
could you imagine?
sense business-wise. They're not going to make a whole Kirby movie. There aren't enough like people to watch it. But like, they could bring in Kirby to like expose the billion trillion people who are going to come to see these movies.
No one will watch a Kirby movie.
You know, cross-promotional.
Saru's
just
everywhere
makes
most
sense.
effective.
I think. I could be wrong. I don't know. Maybe they'll keep Mario movies just Mario forever and keep it all to just like little cameo, you know, Pikmin statues on the desks and whatnot. We'll see. But basically, if this is Mario World and they're really exploring the bigness and the warp pipes and stuff, could that mean that we could see some crossover stuff in this movie? It is possible. However, this only being the second movie, it's probably more likely that they are still going to want to pretty much stick largely to Mario. If I had to guess,
Yeah,
and
just
I
stay
love
focused
to guess,
on
so
Mario,
I will.
please.
I would say that if they do end up doing the little
No
warp pipey
crossover nonsense.
crossover, oh, like Kirby came through the pipe, I would say that's going to happen during the post-credit scene of this next movie. I see this next movie really blowing up the Mario world, bringing us to all of these
Mario's
different
gonna blow up
places,
this
really just
world?
kind of like giving us
Not
a
like that.
much more full Mario movie experience, you know, probably rely a little bit less on all of the just like
Mario
you know,
with the vest
references
full of
and
pipe
visual
bombs and
gags
dynamite.
nods and stuff. I love that stuff. I think it was really fun. But sure, it'd be nice if they didn't have to rely on that quite so much. Dig a little bit deeper into the actual Mario lore or whatever. And then at the end of that movie, you tease the crossover, and then the third movie, that's when you start bringing in other Nintendo characters. I'd love it if it was like a full movie like that, you know? It could even be like, again, I go over in the whole thing, you'd be like, Smash, a Mario Brothers movie. Would they bring in all these other characters as an integral thing to the plot? That really would basically be a big Smash Bros movie. That would be amazing. I don't know. Or is it just gonna be cameos? You know, they're flowing through the warp pipes and it's panning to all the different worlds, and then at one point they go through the pipe and then it's Kirby and he looks up and he waves at them, and then that's it. That's the
Wait,
cameo.
movie Blob
That
will
would
for
still
sure
be
have
pretty
one
darn
if he
cool.
gets this, right?
Whatever the case, though, I'm probably getting
I
my
just
hopes
can
up
no
for
longer juke
crossover
this
stuff,
gator.
but
Gator?
I think if it happens, end credits of
I
the
don't
next
wanna have
movie,
to spin.
And yeah, I don't know. That's that. And then I do have to wonder, you know, they're ditching the numbers thing. They're not doing Mario Movie 1 and 2. They're going straight to Mario World. I, of course, have to wonder what the future looks like, you know, in the games. I mean, you know, the names are not incremental. It's not just like bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, you could say there's land to world and then world to galaxy. Yes, they could just make a Super
But then
Mario
we went
Galaxy
from
movie.
Galaxy
In fact, I think that
3D
makes perfect
world.
sense, you know. You
We
take it out of
downsized.
the Mushroom Kingdom and you make it more about like space. You bring in Rosalina. That would make a fine movie. So maybe that's what they'll do. But if not, yeah, like where do you go?
Rosalina focused
after
Mario movie would be like
World?
2040.
How do
The
you
fuck?
Name your movies if you're not using numbers. And, you know, they do have the games to draw upon. Again, Galaxy or Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey just is a great name. But then that's going to be a little bit less familiar, not quite as much of a nostalgia thing where like Super Mario World, that's a definite thing. I don't know. And we also cannot rule out the idea that Nintendo has not thought that far ahead and that maybe they don't even want to do that many movies. They're Nintendo. They're funny. Why did it take them this long to do a Mario movie in the first place? I don't know. So for all we know, they'll do 2 and they'll just be like, that's it. And we'll be like, what? What do you mean you just made 2 movies that made $1 billion each? You could just pump them out and make $1 billion extra every 3 years. And they could just be like, I don't know. You know, Miyamoto could just be like, I don't have a good idea. And that's it. That's
what he says for F-Zero.
If we don't have a good idea, then that's it. You know, maybe after that they do Super Mario World, and then they do like the DK movie, and then they do the Luigi's Mansion movie. And I don't know. Maybe they just really haven't thought that far ahead. I don't know though. Could sit here and speculate all day. Point is, Super Mario World. We will be watching Super Mario World in about a year. Yeah, really just about a year. That's fun. It's fun. I'm looking forward to it. I liked the movie. I liked it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, Phil didn't. Already halfway through the year, so that's kind of crazy. Maybe this time next year we'll have like the first teaser trailer or something. I never watched the first Mario movie. Surprise, surprise, shock of shocks, if you didn't know that already. Perfect run. No, I missed the block. Missed the block and I got hit. I choked. F-Zero movie? Hell no. You'll be lucky if he gets his own anime, which he already did. You'll be lucky if he gets a sequel.
Dude.
This one is pretty interesting. At least the topic he's covering is of interest to me. Nintendo finally drops the deets on those free Switch 1 upgrades. So, if you've heard about the Switch 2, you've obviously must have heard about the $20 upgrades for some of the first-party titles. What's not as known is the fact that several first-party titles will be getting free upgrades, no cost required, no admission necessary. These games will just get, you know, straight-up resolution bumps, frame rate bumps, and some of them will get game share added, so you can play multiplayer with other people who have Switch 2, or even other people who have a Switch 1. Pretty cool. And guess what? Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is on the list, man. Shit, that one better be free.
Dude, new Gizzard. Who's been listening? Grow Wings and Fly. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Golly, it's so good. The other singles have been good too, but oh man, Grow Wings and Fly. The wait for this album has been agonizing. Forget Switch 2. New Gizzard in June. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Okay, but we do have to talk about the Switch 2 though, I'm sorry. So at the Switch 2 Direct, obviously Nintendo announced Switch 2 editions, old games getting really, really big upgrades, but then they had like a list of games that were going to be getting free upgrades, and we kind of assumed that this would be like, you know, the performance patches or whatever, but they didn't exactly outline what free updates meant. I think it was like safe to assume this would be like performance stuff in most cases, not just putting in game share or whatever. But yeah, fortunately they have confirmed that yes, this really does mean performance boosts to some of these old games. And we have details about each individual game now, which is very cool. So I'm here on the Nintendo website and I'm just gonna kind of go down the list and read everything. First up, we have ARMS. Updates included visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high-resolution TVs for improved image quality, frame rate optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 for smoother movement, even when playing with 3 or more players, HDR support, so perfect, just higher resolution. higher frame rate, even when playing multiplayer. That is very nice. Next is Big Brain Academy. This one does not seem to be getting a visual upgrade, but I don't know, probably not
Doesn't
really
need it.
that important. I mean, it would have looked like nicer, like games with these kind of like 2D art. It definitely doesn't like need the higher resolution. Would have been nice. This one just has game share support. Up to 4 people can play in party mode, share locally or share online via game chat. So yeah, nothing visual here, but probably not super duper necessary. But then we have Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. We have visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high resolution TVs. Okay, I'm just gonna stop. I'm just gonna say resolution. Basically, it's getting resolution and HDR support. It doesn't say anything about the frame rate. I want to say that game already had a good frame rate. That Captain Toad already runs at 60 FPS, right? I think so. So that is that's cool. That's a really good looking game.
Worse than the last run.
I really like Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. Has such a really clean, just incredibly clean and charming look. And you know, I suppose it's because you have these very small environments. They're very controlled. There's not too much going on at once. So it's one of those games where it can just, you know, it can just look really, really good. It's already got the look of 3D World. And now you've made it even smaller and more controlled and more clean and everything. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that looks. And then also game share support. 2 people can play all of the courses, share locally or share online via game chat. That actually is really cool. I mean, you know, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is like pretty much always, it has been for a long time, like, I don't want to say like hidden gem. It's a very underrated game. It's a really good game that kind of came and went,
know what he means.
and we all forget about it. But like, it is super good. And I feel like playing handheld and doing game share to play with someone, I don't know. I think it's cool. Maybe this will even
The rare
drum
case
up
of a
some
spin-off
new
being handled by
interest
the
in the
main
game, get
developer
people
and not shipped
playing
off
it
to
again.
like some second
Next we
party.
have Clubhouse Games, 51 worldwide classics, and this is another case where it's not getting any kind of visual upgrade, which is again not super duper disappointing, but I'm gonna say it's a little bit more disappointing in this case. It's a decently visual game. You got a lot of different games represented here. Would have been nice if it was at a higher resolution, but oh well. Instead, it is just game share support. Up to 4 people can play. 34 games, not all 51. Maybe that's because only 34 were multiplayer. I have no idea. I never played it. Also, share locally or share online via game chat. Then we have Game Builder Garage, and this one is getting upgraded visuals, which is nice. You know, there's a lot more like 3D stuff in the game. And then supports Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. So that's cool. That's awesome. Perfect. And I like this. I mean, like, sure, there's kind of a disappointment that Nintendo has only announced kind of a small handful of games. They're getting these free updates. We really do just have to hope. We really just have to hope that they keep like rolling them out to other games. But at least for the time being, I like the spread here. I like that each game.
That's
is
all
getting,
I can think of is that last segment is really awkward with how I can
thing. You know, they're giving each game pretty much what it needs in particular. And in Game Builder Garage's case, that wasn't just visuals. It's, of course, mouse controls. I mean, touch was probably fine, but I can imagine that making little games using the mouse is probably going to be the best method. That's cool. Then we have New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. It just
love that
says
game.
visuals. That's really it. And I think that the frame rate was already plenty high, so that really just means high resolution, just a crisper image. So that's nice. I mean, the game sold really well, so I can imagine that they would want to they'd want to do this. It, you know, it makes you wonder about Super Mario Bros. Wonder. Doesn't that game deserve an upgrade like this? No, because it's gonna get a Switch 2 edition, but we'll just have to wait for that. Oh, then the big one. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I like how it's still interesting to me how they're listed separately. It'd be funny if like they have like different upgrades for some reason. There's a difference between them. But yeah, right here. What is it? It's what we wanted. It's visuals and frame rate. Thank goodness. I mean, that's the game. You know, like out of all, there's plenty of Switch games where like I'm really looking forward to playing them with better performance, but Scarlet and Violet, that's the one. That's the game right there. That's just like, this should not have even launched in this state. So it's gonna be interesting.
No.
It's gonna be surreal. Especially the DLC.
I got hit.
The DLC ran somehow even worse than the base game. So it's gonna be surreal. I mean, like, Okay, here's the thing. Do we believe that it's gonna run that much better? Do we just like take it at face value? I don't know. Until
Game Freak would never steer us wrong, dude.
Should I be making any assumptions? You know, should I assume that this means beautiful 4K and a buttery smooth 60 FPS, or are the games coded so poorly that we could still experience some slowdown? I don't know, but I am pretty darn excited to find out. That'll certainly be some internet content, won't it? Yeah, and then there's even like a couple like screenshots from the Pokemon Korea website. They don't really like illuminate anything. It's just kind of like it's the game running at a higher resolution, so it's whatever. But I am hearing something somewhere. Something says that it's also going to be able to display or like load in more Pokemon at once or something. I don't know where that's coming from, but
that's good if you're like a shiny hunter or something.
Cool, I guess. I mean, I guess now that I say it out loud, now that I actually take a second to think about it, I feel like there's plenty of Pokemon on the. I don't like. The game is already funny. It's already like, it doesn't feel very realistic. It really is just like a big open area and they're just kind of spawned in all over the place. I don't really like want more Pokemon. I feel like that'd be a little awkward, but I don't know. If they can pop in like further away from me, if they can load further, that's a good, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it's saying is it can load more at once, like load more further out. Like don't populate more of them, just, you know, more because they're not all like cold out, you know, beyond where you can, whatever, you get what I'm saying. So that's that one. That's the exciting one. Another really exciting one though, I would say Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, because Bowser's Fury, it struggled a bit. It wasn't terrible. It certainly wasn't like, you know, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but it's still...
That one was 30 frames on handheld, Bowser's Fury.
And the visuals were just so lovely that, yeah, sometimes the image could look a little bit fuzzy. I feel like this one is going to be absolutely beautiful. I mean, come on, with the open water and the giant Bowser and all the fire and the rain and the effects, just by pumping up the resolution, this is going to look super duper good. And yeah, here it confirms we're getting visuals and then frame rate, which is good. I think the whole game tries to run at a higher frame rate, but it says optimized for smoother movement on Nintendo Switch 2, including Bowser's Fury. Very good. HDR support for Bowser's Fury only.
Doing my best to get a platinum here.
I wonder why. I don't know what goes into enabling HDR. Perhaps it's something that they have to, you know, maybe it takes a little bit of work.
Clearly, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Eventually.
Time is money. So, I don't know. Maybe they just thought, it's going to look better for Bowser's Fury. We don't really need HDR for 3D World. Bowser's Fury has, like, the more extreme color palettes,
how many more do you need?
Blacks,
shit, it's like 31 in total.
Atmosphere, maybe with 3D World, it's just so
I'm over 10
kind of across the board that they
I know that.
It wasn't really worth it for them. I don't know. But then, yeah, game share support. Up to 4 people can play. That's cool. That's really cool. Game share is cool. You know, that is that. I mean, it is.
It's just DS download play.
Generous.
But
I don't
again,
know, it is cool that now we can play like co-op or whatever without all having to own a copy of the game. Up to 4 people can play Super Mario 3D World. That is pretty neato. That's a good time right there. And then in Bowser's Fury, 2 people can play together with one controlling Mario, the other controlling Bowser Jr., share locally or share online via game chat. And then here's another very exciting one, naturally, Super Mario Odyssey. That game looks very good, but you know, you could tell it was running on relatively underpowered hardware even back when it launched. Best looking Mario game ever, but you could see all the, I don't know, I don't want to say cut corners. The little tricks that the game had to pull off to get it to run. You know, one thing that like every time I mention it, nobody I know can even see it when I show it to them. But like in a lot of cases, you turn the camera, and as the camera is turning, the resolution drops. Like, because it's having to load in a bunch of stuff, so like it's that dynamic resolution. So pretty much anytime you're like turning the camera a bunch, it gets fuzzier. Again, I don't know, most people don't seem to notice it, but I notice it, and there's a lot of little tricks like that in there. So I don't know, I've always wanted to see this game running at a higher resolution overall. Even when it launched, I remember like, you know, they clearly prioritized frame rate over resolution, and at that time I think I wished that I could change it. I think I wished I had a cleaner image over the I wasn't too fussed about frame rates. Since then I have kind of I don't know, frame rate has grown more and more important to me over time, for whatever reason. I don't know. We all grow, we all change. So now I get why they made that decision in the first place, but I have, I mean, you know, Mario Odyssey, I love the game. It's probably my favorite Mario game, at least favorite 3D Mario game. One of my absolute favorite Switch games. So I have, for 8 years now, been just dying to see what the game could look like with a high resolution and frame rate. I want to see it just running at its absolute best, so I'm extremely, extremely excited to try it. I've been wanting to play it again, too. I've been wanting to boot it up again.
I wasn't ready.
This will be a really good opportunity to give it another go. Yeah, updates included, visuals, and ooh, HDR support. That'll look really nice. And then game share, if you want to, you know, have someone control Cappy without paying for it or whatever. And then we got 2 more that are pretty darn exciting: Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom. Link's Awakening, it's a really like shiny and nice and clean looking game. And so I mean, okay, well, in both cases, obviously, I am really excited to see how it looks at a really nice, sharp resolution. I feel like that's gonna look kind of incredible. You know, I like the art style and like just the overall visual style they went with. I'm a little bit of a critic of, but at the same time, it still looks good. It still looks really good, and I'm very, very excited to see how it looks. I don't know if it's going to be quite 4K or whatever, but like a higher resolution at all. It's going to look really good. And then, yeah, in the case of Link's Awakening, it had like the slight performance issues, but then obviously Echoes of Wisdom. I mean, it's another Scarlet and Violet situation where I don't know if I want to assume
a lot
anything.
Of frame rate issues with that game.
When a game runs that poorly, like that poorly, confusingly poorly, I don't want to assume that there aren't still going to be hitches, but I hope there are. I mean, the Switch 2 is a lot more powerful. It should run perfectly. Like, it definitely should, but this is Nintendo we're talking about, so who knows? Point is, though, yeah, that's going to be a really nice one, because that game really, I mean, everybody's got a different opinion, but I felt like the frame rate in Echoes of Wisdom had a pretty dramatic impact on just the enjoyability factor of that game. It was quite a problem for me. So there you go. That's exciting. That is really exciting. Yeah, we can only hope that they roll out these updates over time. Shit. And you know, the more I've thought about it, the more I'm pretty convinced they will. Because if they released them all right now, well, they're not going to release a free update for a game that's going to get a Switch 2 edition. But if they give us all of the free update ones, but not the ones that are going to get Switch 2 editions, obviously they have now revealed which games are going to get Switch 2 editions. So it makes more sense to kind of drip feed to us over time. Assuming that they are going to give us more. They could not. It would be beyond baffling if they didn't give us more. There's so many other, I mean, every Switch game, literally every Switch game could use a performance boost. So I guess I still have to cross my fingers that we get more at all, but if we do, yeah, they'll probably just throw us 1 or 2 at a time or so. It's another thing, you know? It's
just another, like the NSO drops, just like the Nintendo Music drops.
Here's the latest music app stuff, and here's the latest free update. So that's fun. Well, a little less fun if like that means we're gonna get them like over the next 8 years. That like you can't play Yoshi's Crafted World with a higher frame rate until 2033. That wouldn't be fun. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see. I love you. And
I don't.
I will see you all in June for the release of Phantom Island by King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, their 27th studio album. It releases on the 13th of June, 2025, and its latest single, Grow Wings and Fly, is so good.
They pay him for that? I love King Gizzard. That's one thing you and him have in common. I don't know who that is. Might be showing my zoomer here.
The Switch?
This is a general video about how we are 1 month away from the Switch 2.
Switch 2 officially launches in 1 month. Okay, well, by the time you watch this video, it will be less than a month. But at the time of this recording, it is also less than a month. It's the 6th now. I missed it. That's the thing. Don't ever expect me to do anything like
Aussie
this
ban? That explains
on
it.
time. I don't know. It's not gonna happen. I mean, this November will be my channel's 11th anniversary, and I still haven't celebrated the, like, third one, so got some catching up to do. Anyway, though, basically a month to go until the Switch 2 launches, and I am doing a video about that concept. You're watching it right now, and I feel like I'm in a really weird place right now.
Watch it right now.
This is
Locale,
this is the weirdest console launch I think I've ever experienced. There's just like so much weirdness going on in like the industry and my life. I mean, like, of course, there's the whole like political, economic element. I don't even want to touch on that too much right now. That alone is creating a lot of weirdness. And of course, all the pricing and stuff. Like, yeah, it's definitely a thing. But I don't know. Let's kind of put that aside. Okay, we'll count that.
Wait, this is how we do it.
Piece of weirdness, and then set it aside.
Did we win?
But the other things that are.
Guys, I don't think we got the plat. Where am I? Hello? Where is the Bandicoot? Who turned the lights on? Well, you never really get to see the level like this. Am I in debug mode? Huh? That was odd.
Kind of striking me at the moment.
Yeah, the game had enough of me. Me and my constant resetting.
It is amazing how soon that is. 1 month is nothing. It was just last year. Like this year is flying by. And I know, like, I say it a lot and we all say it a lot, and maybe it's like, maybe we talk about it too much at this point. Just the idea that time goes by too quickly. I think we are always just amazed by how quickly it can pass. And I gotta tell you, I'm in my late 30s.
Is he faking tips? It's just too
news
weird.
For anyone who's like younger than me and feels like it's going
pretty
quick.
Stubborn when it comes to the fake tip thing.
It only gets worse. It only gets worse. I'm in free fall right now. Time is flying by. So like, I remember when they were like, oh, the big Switch 2 Direct is gonna be in 2 months, and like Kane and I were just like, okay, well that's tomorrow. Like that might as well be no time at all. And that was a month ago that we got the Direct. So now, like, the system itself launches in a month. It might as well be a day. It might as well be tomorrow. It's basically here. We're on the doorstep, and that
2 weeks away at the time
really
that we're watching
strange.
this.
I mean, you know, like the Direct itself, it gave us a lot to talk about. It gave us a taste of the next Nintendo generation. So it like almost feels like it's kind of already started, you know, the festivities have already started, but of course, like when the system itself
Yeah, but then people ruined it according to you by complaining about the prices.
Games to play, and it's the system itself we're like getting used to, getting to know.
There it is! Wait a minute. So you're telling me when I got my first 114, I was like maybe 10 milliseconds too slow. Saru is coping. The Hail Mary tip tonight for the Doom stream was blatantly fake. Just can't understand the mind of a guy who tips at the end with its fake tip, with a tip for the exact amount. If I was a dented troll, dented LARPer, and I wanted people to think that he did fake tips in order to make DSP look bad, that's exactly what I would do, Saru. I would always tip at the end of the stream on days where he didn't hit the goal, and I would specifically only tip exactly the amount needed to hit the goal to get people to speculate and talk about it, and then accuse DSP of faking tips so they can bring it up to him on pre-stream so he can spurg out about it on pre-stream and vehemently deny it, resulting in tons of more troll clips and revenue for the trolls who have ads enabled on their clips, and clicks in general, and views, and more Steve farmed from Phil. All because of one guy who was like, you know what? I'm gonna chip exactly what he needs when he needs it, so people think that he fakes it.
And I don't know. it is weird to be on the cusp of something so big. The beginning of a new Nintendo generation and a Nintendo generation.
14 plats, 5 gold.
The most
19 relics out of 31.
Successful Nintendo generation ever. A generation where Nintendo entirely, completely turned their fortunes around. A complete 180. Like, they were basically barreling toward oblivion. And they just...
Not really. They had a lot of money saved up.
Now they're like more profitable
Has kept them afloat
than they've
too.
ever been. All of that entire redemption arc took place in the span of like a single generation. So the next one, it's a very weird place to be. It really is, you know, like as a Nintendo fan and as a Nintendo content creator, it really is just
yeah,
we're
that
at
fake
the beginning
tipper,
of something
that real
so
tipper
big.
who wants
Even if it does feel like it's sort of already started, it really officially starts in 1 month, and then like there's.
Sorry, I was gonna say the real tipper who tips to make people think that DSP is faking tips is actually feeding all the detractors.
Really weird place to be. It really is, you know, like as a Nintendo fan and as a Nintendo content creator, it really is just where we're at the beginning of something so big. It's, even if it does feel like it's sort of already started, it really officially starts in 1 month, and then like there's gonna be so much to do, so much to play, so much to talk about. And I think what's making this extra weird for me, not just how quickly it's come and how soon it's gonna start, and all of the economic stuff and the pricing stuff, like all of that is weird enough. But then like personally, I know I talk a lot, I allude a lot to like my life and my big life changes and all the crazy change going on. Like I know I say it a lot, but like I don't know, it is true. I find myself kind of a different person this time. I'm looking at this next generation through, like, you know, obviously not completely new eyes. I am still me. I still like to play Nintendo games, but like things are very different. And I think also I've been doing, as I've kind of talked about, I've been doing a much better job of kind of like shutting off my work brain when I'm not working. But you know what? It's not just that. It's not just like the work-life balance thing. I think that when I was younger, I spent a lot more time actively anticipating stuff that I was looking forward to, you know, games that were coming. I spent a lot more time with those things, the ideas rolling around in my mind, thinking about them and just like wanting it, and that anticipation just growing and growing and growing. So now, like in the past, right now, this like 1 month before, like this would be the longest month. You know, like this would be the hardest stretch to wait because, oh, we're almost there and I'm so excited. And it's just, I don't know, it's really interesting. Just like the way I have changed as a person. I am really excited when I am excited. You know, like when I'm here in front of you, I'm in front of this microphone, or I'm
what do you got
talking with friends or something. Like in those moments,
wait,
yes,
what?
I'm completely excited.
No, shut the fuck up. How is that plat? How is that plat? I missed like 2 or 3 boxes. Gimme.
Cannot wait. But I've just been doing a better job of just not at all the other times. You know what I mean?
Fuck it, I'll
I
take
just
it.
spend less of my mental energy thinking
That
about
wasn't
stuff
too
like
bad.
this and being excited for it. So I think that is kind of creating a weird kind of a surreality. It's giving this whole thing a strange feel where I'm on the cusp of something so big, and yet I'm having a hard time like registering and appreciating how big it is, because it's not taking up that much bandwidth in my head. You know, it's this weird like cognitive dissonance. The Switch 2 should
Crash
be
4
all
after
I'm
3.
thinking about
Sly
right
4 is
now. Should
next.
be all
Sly
I'm
4
talking
won the
about
poll
right now.
tonight.
And yet, like, I haven't really given it that much thought outside of this, outside of like my job, and again, like talking with friends, which does happen. Like, you know, obviously, like we talk a bunch about it, but like the rest of the time, the rest of my life, the rest of my spare time and my spare just like thinking time, I've not been. And so, yeah, I don't know. I guess all that just to say the Switch 2 is coming in a month. And it kind of doesn't, in a way, it doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it's real. It's hard for me to believe that in 1 month I will be playing a Switch 2 and a bunch of people will be playing the Switch 2 and we'll all be playing an open world Mario Kart game, which is like, that's real. That's a real thing. We're going to be playing it and we're going to be like talking about it and making videos and doing a review and all this stuff. And I just like, I'm like, huh. Like every time I'm reminded, I'm just like, oh yeah, that is gonna happen. That's real. That's a real thing.
Maybe you'll get a Switch 1 price drop on Black Friday.
That month is gonna pass like it's nothing. It's gonna pass like 3 days.
And it'll come with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
When I was younger, like 3 days felt like a month.
Stop bumping into me.
And
I have to believe.
I don't know, it's just weird.
Thank you, Stephanie, for the 5 bits.
It's really just weird. That's what I'm trying to say about this video, I guess. You know, it is kind of like a big. We are trying to drum up the hype. We are trying to be excited. You know.
But what about the prices, Arlo?
Video. I don't know what the title and the thumbnail are going to be yet. Just be like, 1 month to go. Like, sure, yeah, that is the point. But I guess more than anything, I'm just feeling how like strange that is. just kind of uncanny. It all feels like, really? That's a real thing? Like the Switch 2, especially the Switch 2. We've been waiting for so long. The rumors started so long ago, as we've talked about, you know, the Switch Pro rumors started only a couple years into the Switch's life, and that kind of rolled into
DSP
the Switch
really
2
wanted
rumors,
the Switch
so
Pro.
It feels
I'm
like
so glad we didn't get it.
hardware has been rumored for so long now. It's real. It's gonna be here. In less than a month. Brand new Nintendo hardware, brand new Nintendo games, all of that. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll probably do another video like this when it's, I don't know. Do I do one every week? I don't. Do we count down week by week, day by day? 27 days until the Switch 2 launches. I don't know. Maybe a week before. Or the day before. I don't know. That's the funny thing about Topic Arlo. This is whatever. This is just like whatever I want it to be. Whatever you want it to be. I don't know. Whatever you want. Let me know what you want in the comments. Tell me the content you want me to make, and I'll make the content. So
feedback, Goblin.
So yeah, I'm excited though. Even if I do spend, like I said, less time being excited. I am excited
to explore the world and just check out the landmarks in Mario Kart World. I am too.
YouTube. I'm looking at these videos. I'm on like Nintendo news sites, and so yeah, in this moment, I'm excited as heck.
Wouldn't mind just taking a Sunday drive on the free roam road, the free roam mode.
Very excited. Kane's
going off the beaten path.
Topic Arlos. He handled all the Topic Arlos for the whole Switch 2 Direct and everything. We're both excited. We're both kind of feeling that slight unreality, but it's still very exciting. Let's see. I'm talking with him on Messenger right now. I'm gonna send him a message. Kane, tell us how you feel about the fact that the Switch 2 is launching in 1 month. And I'm gonna use the message in the video, so don't swear or reveal secrets. You know. We've all got secrets. Let's see if he gets back to me. Yeah, he's online.
What did Arlo mean by that?
Let's see what he says. So yeah, anyway. A month. A month. Okay, yeah, that's all I've got. So now I'm just gonna wait until he messages me back, because I don't think I can say anything else. Yeah, Kane knows all my secrets. He knows what.
Are we trying to make sure the video's over 10 minutes? What are we doing here?
I'm not nearly as tall as I look on camera. Camera adds like 2 feet. Most YouTubers are that way. Did you know Ant Dude is like 3 feet tall? Not even kidding. Here, hey, his message to get back to us. Let's see what he says.
Right, okay. I was thinking, do I do the funny thing of just going, and then like that's funny that I'm so like disinterested, or like do I give a real answer? I'm going to give a real answer. I am excited more than I thought I would be.
His editor's British.
I played Donkey Kong as a kid, and there's a new Donkey Kong game coming out, and it seems fun. Mario Kart World. I'm playing Burnout Paradise right now, and the closer that Mario Kart World gets to Burnout Paradise, just open world driving, like getting collectibles and just speeding around, closer it gets to that, is good. And there's like the 2 games that we'll have like immediately. That's cool. That is my opinion. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, Kane. Good opinions you got there.
Wow.
So yeah.
A sapphire.
See you later. Oh yeah, he sent a screenshot. He literally is playing Burnout Paradise right now. Like this exact moment. That's funny.
I've heard great things about that game. But I've also heard better things about the earlier Burnout games. And Billy Dingus used to mix up Burnout with Flat Out. And then Fallout existed, and there was just too many out games. No, Sapphire is the worst tier. Do I got the level? That's the most basic tier. It won't contribute to percentage. Get 126. 126.75? Oh. Whoops. How was the motorcycle level in the final warp room? How was that easier to do than the 3rd warp room motorcycle level? Let's check the 6th warp room. Burnout Revenge top tier? Yeah, I think that's the one that I heard about. Back when they were still on PS2. So for secret levels, we got Ski Crazed. The alternate entrance to Hang 'em High. Another motorcycle level, except you're racing UFOs. Future Frenzy alternative exit. 25 relics. 25 relics to unlock the final for real level. Not counting the super duper secret level, which you can only get to by letting a pterodactyl carry you away. I think it's supposed to be in Dynamite's gem path. Because it's not Boneyard. I finished Boneyard. Let's get this yellow gem already. I can't even play normally anymore. My mind is too attuned to speedrunning after 7 hours of speedrunning. Ow. Juzzy, this isn't a death route, it is a alternate exit. How do I keep getting hit? Hey, GPM. Nah, I'm not done yet. Hey GPM, these platinum times, they don't mess around, bub. Right there. There's a way to cheese that in the PS1 version. You just jump in the background, and if you cheese it a little bit, you can just grab it To even get a whiff of that gem, you need 10 relics. I'm telling you. Only Crash game that requires you to do the time trials. Well, I don't know about 4. Actually, that's a complete lie. There's 4 Wrath of Cortex, the 2 GBA games. Only Crash game of the Trilogy that requires you to do time trials. You ever done time trials in 3? Well, I should say require you to do time trials for 106%. See, DSP Minecraft Mirror uploaded a video showcasing every game Phil played up to 2024 chronological order in a 10-minute montage with statistics. Even has an Excel spreadsheet for it on the Internet Archive. 2,069 games listed. Wow. No, I did not know about that. That's impressive. I'll have to check that out. It'll be on the back end though, because I have beat. How cocky was I to presume that we would get all of the platinum relics tonight? Look, I gave myself 7 hours, but it wasn't enough, you guys. I have failed again. And I failed you, the viewing audience. Don't worry, we'll just do it Thursday. I need to go rest my hands, guys. I got carpal tunnel. Oh, I got eczema. I gotta go get my cream, guys. I gotta go cream my hands. But no, for real, my hands. My hands could use some resting. And controller's almost out of power, charge, whatever, anyway. So we'll hit this up on Thursday. Sly 4 next week. And fuck it, we'll just do Xenoblade tomorrow. I was supposed to do Xenoblade Monday, but I had a really long shift, and I just was not feeling it when I clocked out. The video even shows that DSP uploaded 30 terabytes of gameplay. That file size doesn't even include the podcast, data wraps, or DSP tries it, other vlog-style videos. All that shit probably pushes it over 50 terabytes. I'm just being honest. Tevin should put that video on for BRB. I don't know how long it is. It's probably like a 3-hour ordeal. Oh, man. The dogs behind this game certainly were naughty. But I'll run it back. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by and being chill and encouraging me and cheering me on as I reset levels constantly. We'll be rating World Conqueror because he's playing the exact same game that I am. He's playing Crash 2 Remake and Crash Bandersnatch until I rage quit, he says. Well, let's help him out and make it so that he doesn't rage quit. Yeah, we'll go there. And he's an Australian, so like it's not nighttime for him. He'll be more active and energetic and more willing to chat with you, the viewer, than me at this hour. Oh, it's very self-deprecating of me to say. I shouldn't put myself down like that. I do love talking to you. I love talking to all of you guys, but here's the thing. When I'm trying to focus on a high-intense action game, it's like, whoa, I gotta focus on the game, you guys. Okay, we're roosting. That is, if the roost will even pop up. Where's my phone at? Here it is. I didn't give us a disclaimer at the start of the stream? Or what? I don't own the Shy Lady. The Shy Lady is made up and stolen. And Nintendo doesn't own her either, while we're at it. Alright, Pablo, get me out.
It's nice to
a little delayed with the ending theme there, but we'll take it. Gonna have to deduct Pablo's pay. He's been slipping up too much recently. But thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for enduring the struggle. Took a big chunk out of the watch playlist, at least. Spoiler alert, there's still even more Arlo to go, but hey, it's a lot less Arlo than there was before today. What the? Thank you, CJ, for the follow. Whoa. You could have clicked that heart at any time, but you chose to do it now. Thank you. Big ups to the dingas, the dongas, and the swollen underscore ones who made it to the end of the platinum grind. We do appreciate you. Bye-bye. Adios, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we'll see you next time. I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day. Hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Although, you're fucking up the music again. I do like this track though. See, this is one of the few tracks that I think the remake did okay by, but then you hear the OG and it's like, oh shit, they used to be so much more of a banger than I remembered. Okay, here's the real ending theme. Yeah, we're gonna raid World Conqueror. He's also playing Crash Bandicoot and Sane Trilogy. It looks like he's on Crash 2. And yeah, his title says he's gonna quit when he's gonna rage quit when he gets mad. So with your moral support, you could prevent that from happening. Thank you again for voting on the poll as well. Sly 4 is locked in. And hopefully we'll be getting to that next week. Thank you CJ for the follow again. Stephanie the 5-bit cheer. Devoured Eagle. I gifted 1 month tier 1 sub to Natal_Cog. Shroom Dukeem, rate with a party of 13. Chowda, the 10-bit cheer with the big emote. Jesse51, the re-up for 39 months at tier 1. For 39 months total. GPM, rate with a party of 6. Pass Remote, rate with a party of 6. UNF, rate with a party of 1. William the Alchemist, rate with a party of 2. Cerulean86, rate with a party of 10. I barely even winded me, brother. Guys, Arlo's right. We're less than 1 month away to the Switch 2. Actually, we're only 2 weeks away to the Switch 2. Just 2 weeks, we'll have it in our hands. That is if you can pay $500 and afford $80 games. Ah! The Muppets are here. That's the raid message. They won Mario Kart with me and you, Dingus. We can do it. Because here's the thing, with the place where I pre-ordered at, I think they're gonna do a midnight launch or whatever. So I think I'll have it the night before. I can set it up. We can do some gameplay, some scuffed gameplay before Phil even turns on his mic. Whoa! Anyway, go follow World Conqueror when you get over there. He's a nice guy. He's Australian. I can't think of a better promo. Though I can't think at all because I'm tired. I've been streaming for too long. Bye-bye. Take it easy.